At the Class Awakening Plaza, everyone is desperately praying to unlock an incredibly epic and badass class. This young guy is no exception. It has been several years since the game suddenly merged with reality, unleashing countless dangerous dungeons and massive monster hordes onto the human world. Humans began to awaken their powers and grow stronger. Officially known as class holders, Su Yang hopes for greatness, but gets the most useless class, a basic warrior. Early stage warriors fight up close, die easily, and require massive effort to level up, only to fall off in late game damage anyway. As soon as they learn of Su Yang's class, his classmates burst out laughing, acting all superior with fake pity, while mostly just mocking and looking down on him. Su Yang does not even care, firing back sharply right at them. Oh, who do we have here? Oh, it is classmate Wang Fei. I heard you got the rare Ice Mage class. Congrats. Bro, but fresh mages are notoriously weak. So why not test that theory right now? Infuriated, Wang Fei adjusts his collar, ready to throw hands. But before he can even make a move, his lackeys suddenly cry out in sheer panic. Boss, look over there. Su Yang also quickly spins around to see what the commotion is about. It is the elite raid squad of the Spirit Beast Guild, one of the top rank A guilds in Dongling City. Su Yang overhears that they are going to raid the Black Dragon Lair today, leaving him utterly shocked, as it is the largest rank S dungeon in City C. It is not only packed with endless trash mobs, but also crawling with powerful elites and the most terrifying level 99 boss, the Black Dragon Athos of the Black Flame Wings. Word has it even the strongest rank S guilds once wiped at its feet, completely annihilated. However, the Spirit Beast Guild has many class holders of the 4th advancement or higher, and has never failed a raid. So maybe they will actually succeed. This truly is a world that belongs only to the strong. Is he really doomed to remain a nobody for the rest of his life? Constantly trampled on by these elites, Su Yang clenches his fists in frustration. But luckily, his system shows up right on cue to save the day. Perfect host, soul detected. The system now begins the binding process for his part-time boss role. A sudden light completely envelops Su Yang. Success. The part-time boss system is now successfully bound to his soul. The young guy is totally shocked. Seriously? Since when could players work part-time as dungeon bosses? Left with no answers, he watches as even more alerts stream in the part-time boss system. Requires him to take the final boss role and stop pesky players from clearing the dungeon. Defeating these players will allow him to obtain all of their dropped gear and massive experience points. Does the host wish to begin the part-time role? Su Yang stands there completely shocked, his jaw hitting the floor. Normally, players raid dungeons in teams of at least 4, sometimes up to 8 or even 24, while massive raids can feature over 100 players. If he can wipe them out, the experience and loot will be incredibly rich, allowing him to instantly rocket from level 1 to his next class advancement. If that is the case, even with the most useless warrior class, he can quickly become overwhelmingly strong. The thought makes Su Yang pretty excited, though a hint of worry still lingers in his mind. But what happens if he gets defeated by the players? What will his fate be then? Receiving no response from the host, the system chimes in once again to announce that without immediate action, it will automatically unbind. Starting the countdown right now, Su Yang starts to panic, shouting out in absolute shock, "Wait! This thing actually has a timer." As the countdown continues to tick away, there is no time left to hesitate. Risk always comes with reward. And even if he gets slain as a boss, he refuses to be stepped on forever. To grow strong, this is likely his only shot. It is time to accept the role. Resolving his mind, Su Yang clicks accept, silently hoping the system will give him a seriously powerful boss to play as. The system immediately initiates the part-time teleportation process, starting without delay, slowly opening his eyes after the teleport. Su Yang finds himself surrounded by elite dragonkin of level 80 and above, leaving him completely startled and questioning where he even is. Are these really dragon monsters? But why do they look so tiny when dragons are supposed to be massive creatures? While lost in thought, a voice below suddenly interrupts him, asking if their esteemed king has finally awakened from his long slumber. Su Yang stands completely frozen in absolute disbelief. This is utterly insane. King? Are they talking to him? The king of the dragon race? Could his boss role actually be the level 99 Black Flame Wings? Right on cue. The system chimes in to confirm exactly what he was suspecting. Congratulations on successfully assuming the role of the level 99 boss of the Black Dragon Lair, Black Flame Wings. Though he still cannot believe it, looking around to take in his surroundings, his status panel suddenly materializes right before his eyes. Level 99. Black Flame Wings Black Dragon Boss Athos. Juvenile Stage. 5 million HP. Dark Dragon Attribute. Strength 3,221. Speed 1,102. And Spirit 1,321. The Dragon Bloodline talent grants 80% physical damage immunity and 80% magic damage immunity. With the Ruin Black Flame, he naturally controls massive fire elements, unleashing destructive black flames for 0 energy cost, dealing heavy magic damage. The Dragon Pressure instantly cuts all attributes of any lower-level creature by 20%. Absolute suppression of a giant dragon. His Dragon Strike skill unleashes a brutal assault, dealing an additional 30% of physical damage. Dragon Roar erupts, shaking the sky, draining the mental energy of all targets within 300 meters, and leaving them completely stunned for 5 full seconds. Dragon Eye grants absolute vision over the entire dungeon territory, completely ignoring any line of sight. Su Yang wide-eyes this screen, utterly shocked, as he begins plotting his next move. This is the true power of the Black Flame Wings, and honestly, it is completely broken. A level 99 player with a 4th class advancement might have one attribute over 1,000. But the Black Flame Wings boast stats easily passing 1,000. With strength topping 3,000, and that is not even the scariest part. The real kicker is the 80% physical and magical resistance passive, combined with that 20% stat debuff on any player nearby. With these massive defense buffs and overpowered exclusive skills, there is no way any regular player could ever stand a chance against him. Limitless power surges through his veins, giving him a pure, unmatched rush of absolute ecstasy. Wrapped up in excitement, Su Yang cannot help but roar out with pure, unfiltered joy. Below him, the terrified monster minions drop to their knees, begging their king for mercy. The young man suddenly realizes he went way too far, accidentally triggering his dragon roar and scaring his loyal followers half to death. Get up, you useless trash, he snaps, arrogantly. Seeing the boss speak, a nearby lackey quickly jumps in to flatter him, praising their magnificent king. If his hatchling stage is already this terrifying, once he reaches adulthood, wiping out the entire human world will be absolute child's play. Su Yang notices the system description says the same thing, but a sudden doubt pops into his mind. Normally, dungeon bosses are supposed to have fixed levels, right? Could the Black Flame Wings actually be capable of leveling up further? Before he can solve this mystery, an annoying voice interrupts from below, asking what that wretched dragon is going crazy over now. She yells to let her go if he knows what is good for him, or the elven race will teach him a lesson. Staring at her in complete disbelief, Su Yang wonders if this captured girl is actually a native elven non-playable character. Ever since the game merged with reality, countless fantasy races have appeared, but this is his very first time seeing a real elf in person. Driven by curiosity, Su Yang picks up her entire cage, lifting it close to inspect her. Right then, a massive tremor shakes the dungeon from the outside. The elven girl brightens up instantly, gasping that players have finally arrived. Brave warriors are here to rescue me. You are dead meat. Dragon, after shouting, she looks back up to see the massive dragon staring her down, sending a shiver right down her spine. Sensing the commotion, Su Yang activates his dragon eye to scope out the situation. Even as a level 99 boss, safety always comes first when facing enemies. The incoming Spirit Beast Guild squad looks incredibly confident, acting like they own the place. Leading the charge is Lei Shan, a level 99 destructive lightning envoy, the prominent leader of the Spirit Beast Guild. Beside him is Li Dan, a level 98 Holy Shield warrior, followed by Qian Yuan, a level 96 Holy Healer Knight, and Zhao Ming, a level 95 Storm multi-shooter. To test them, Su Yang sends a few weak minions to attack first, but the intruders completely ignore the threat, sending their tank forward to taunt, while their fire attribute damage dealers unleash full power in a single devastating burst. As expected of the Spirit Beast Guild, both their firepower and battlefield discipline are absolutely top tier. Those weak minions had absolutely zero chance of exposing the guild's true strength, since they are a pro team. Su Yang decides to raise the difficulty to see how they handle it, causing the guild members to suddenly scream out in panic. What is going on? Why are they falling from the sky? Look at those crazy stats. What is happening here? Before they can process the shock, a level 99 Dragonman warrior charges straight at them, quickly regaining his composure. Guild leader Lei Shan orders a defense before teleporting forward to deliver a devastating critical blow. Vice leader Zhao Ming instantly buffs the team with damage immunity, shouting out for everyone to stay calm and hold the line. Fall back to secure range. Let melee strike first. Stack the buffs and burst skills to focus fire on the target. With that command, he fires a massive windstorm multi-arrow, raining down high elemental wind damage from above, taking that attack head-on. The Dragonman warrior is instantly obliterated. Watching this unfold, Su Yang has to admit they have some real talent. A single Dragonman warrior is not enough to threaten the Spirit Beast Guild. If one is not enough, he grabs a whole handful of elite monsters and chucks them directly at the players. Before the guild can even celebrate defeating the first elite, 6 more instantly drop down to welcome them, holding his bow at the front. A panicked Zhao Ming turns to the leader. What are we supposed to do? He asks. I have never seen this before. Lei Shan curses in frustration and yells to reform the ranks. Damn it. What is going on with today? An elite monster. Nothing to fear. Our guild is made of elites too. So move out. Adjust the formation. Prioritize the wounded. Tanks prepare. And keep your shields facing the enemy. Attacks rain down in a non-stop barrage, shredding the incoming waves of beasts until they are nothing but stepping stones on the path. Su Yang mutters 3 words in pure shock. They are highly resilient. He actually planned on using those elite monsters to break their lines completely, but they chose to fight to the bitter end. With this level of strength, though, zero chance against the boss. That is when a sudden thought strikes him. Could these guys actually be holding back some kind of hidden trump card? After clearing the mob, the Spirit Beast Guild takes a completely different path instead of heading toward the boss lair, raising Su Yang's suspicions. Could there be something else hidden here? He quickly scans the dungeon data, only to find something that completely blows his mind. Right there lies the tomb of the legendary dragon slayers, containing the dragon-slaying heart, a quest item that lets the user completely ignore any dragon-type skills and talents. His eyes flare with cold, murderous intent as he begins to silently calculate his options. He finally gets it now, when facing an almost invincible boss with crazy high defense. Players can use certain in-game mechanics or items to seriously weaken the beast. If they can just bypass his skills and dragon talents, they might actually be able to skewer him. The more Su Yang thinks, the less he can accept it. He cannot let the Spirit Beast Guild get that item. He launches himself straight into the sky, heading right toward the tomb, completely ignoring whatever the players below are shouting or screaming about. No stopping now. Lei Shan leads his squad deeper into the dungeon. Covered in wounds, Zhao Ming starts questioning everything guild leader. Our supply consumption and gear wear are way worse than expected. Are we sure the Tianji Pavilion did not scam us? Lei Shan turns around with a serious look, firmly asserting that there is no way. Since the Tianji Pavilion is an established guide group backed by a solid reputation, besides, he traded a valuable Sumeru ring to get this dungeon guide from them. It is absolutely the real deal, even with their leader saying that. Some members are still deeply terrified. Lei Shan has to reassure them once more, telling them that even if random mobs pop out, the dungeon's core mechanics cannot glitch. The Black Dragon boss will definitely not leave its lair early. At this point, his face contorts in anger as he bitterly mutters a curse. Damn it. Once he gets the dragon-slaying heart, he will personally make that Black Dragon pay to help cool his leader's temper. Qian Yuan speaks up with a playful smirk. This dungeon has an elven maiden, and saving her gets us a pass to the Elf Kingdom, which is packed with top-tier beauties. Lei Shan's expression softens as he grins proudly. As long as we get that dragon-slaying heart, the win is ours. And you can do whatever you want after that. He barely laughs for a few seconds before a massive shadow flies right over their heads. Unaware of the danger, they shrug it off, assuming it is just some trash mob, like a minor wyvern. And guess what? Su Yang stops dead in his tracks, staring straight down at them with his massive, glowing eyes. The entire Spirit Beast Guild instantly panics, screaming out in absolute despair. Wait, guild leader. That is definitely not a minor wyvern. It is way too massive. Could it be the Black Dragon boss? No. That is impossible. Why would the actual boss be out here already? Even in this tense moment, Zhao Ming still finds time to curse those Tianji scammers actually lied to us, terrified. Qian Yuan desperately begs the leader to retreat immediately. Su Yang has been enjoying the show this entire time, looking down at them with absolute disdain. He wonders if they are really too terrified to fight without that special heart. Is the supposedly undefeated Spirit Beast Guild really just this pathetic? Well, whatever. A single breath will wipe them all out and level him up. Getting quite excited, Su Yang rears his neck back, preparing to unleash a devastating blast that will end them all. Glaring directly at the boss with intense fury, Lei Shan yells out a murderous command. Nobody retreats. Get back to your combat positions right now. After all our preparation, how can we not fight? The guild still has a few hidden trump cards left. So pull yourselves together. Slay the Black Dragon for massive rewards. Now fight. The promise of massive rewards instantly pumps the squad's spirit back up. Su Yang originally planned to go easy on them, but now that is completely off the table. He is not going to give them any time to prepare. Though, with a low snort, Su Yang swings his massive tail downward, forcing the entire guild to dive for cover. Li Dan quickly conjures an incredibly sturdy defensive barrier to protect the team for 3 minutes, while Qian Yuan casts Holy Light to boost their overall stats by 30%. Furious to see so many teammates failing to dodge the boss's sweeping attack, Lei Shan screams out, ordering the survivors to immediately strike back. Zhao Ming quickly applies additional buffs to prepare the squad for an all-out assault as a world-shaking lightning bolt strikes down from the heavens. Lei Shan is desperately hoping this heavy assault will shave off at least 5% of the beast's total health, but his hopes lead to major disappointment as he screams out in pure horror. All of our strongest ultimate skills only dealt 10,000 damage. Yet, as their leader, he has to commit. No backing down now. He orders the squad to strictly hold formation and keep up the attack. The Black Dragon's health bar has barely dropped below 3/4, and it has already stopped casting skills. Keep wearing down its health. Su Yang looks at the crowd still wanting to fight and complains that they are incredibly annoying, just like a swarm of mosquitoes. He lets them do whatever they want, since their attacks do absolutely nothing anyway. Once he gets bored, he flies straight into the sky, triggers his giant dragon roar skill, and drops a massive fireball to burn everything to the ground. Game over. An A-rank guild simply stands zero chance. Lei Shan crawls out of the ruined debris, shouting for the team to quickly recover. Once the boss finishes casting, it will freeze. So prepare to attack again. He glares at the wings of black flame, desperately trying to command everyone to keep pushing. But they are bound for disappointment. Su Yang has no skill cooldown limits at all. Opening his giant mouth, he breathes out another massive wave of fire. Lei Shan only has time to scream that this is not over between them before the flames hit. Then he vanishes into the sea of fire. Over on his end, Su Yang receives a system notification stating all intruders have been completely wiped out. Congratulations to the host. Now initiating the next stage of experience conversion. Endless experience points flood in, boosting his level non-stop until his experience bar is practically ready to burst. Su Yang gathers 990,000 experience points, jumping from level 1 to level 20, which is the cap for stage 1. Since the points are so massive, 40% of the reserve is consumed, leaving him with 430,000 remaining points. The system urges him to quickly change classes. After the experience reward comes the loot drop, raining down countless diamond-tier weapons alongside a few platinum ones. This is a massive jackpot, bringing low-grade agility potions, mid-grade strength potions, a flame baptism skill scroll, a lava barrier, and more. But the real surprise is still to come. Su Yang's eyes widen. He uncovers a boundless lava fragment, which is a highly unique item that can be placed on any piece of gear to completely eliminate its level requirement, supporting up to platinum tier. Just imagine a level 1 newbie wielding level 61 platinum gear. That is ridiculously broken. And Su Yang practically screams with absolute joy at his incredible luck. He immediately decides to use it on his flame sword. Even though he is only at level 20, he can now wield a powerful platinum tier weapon with ease. With the intruders wiped out, the quest is a total success. Suddenly, a chime rings out, announcing the extra quest is ending. With a 5-minute countdown, he is given the option to return home immediately by confirming his choice. With the system prompt popping up, an eager Su Yang immediately hits accept to begin his class change journey. A bright flash of light sweeps over, sending him straight back home. He thought he would be sent back to the transfer plaza, so he quietly commends the system for actually showing some humanity. Only now does he notice it is already 1900 hours, making it too late to change classes. He decides to wait until tomorrow morning to visit the temple. The next morning, inside the Spirit Beast Hunter Guild lobby, the surprised staff members ask the returning guild master why everyone is back so early. They happily rush over with welcoming flags to ask if the dungeon raid is over. But the sight of the team quickly leaves them utterly horrified. The sight before them is absolutely shocking, with Lei Shan looking completely wrecked and his overall power level plummeted straight down to level 90. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming is unconscious and foaming at the mouth in shredded clothes, down to level 86. Their diamond-grade weapons are completely shattered, leaving them deeply devastated. While elf companion Qian Yuan cries out in agony over her lost diamond boots, Lei Shan is absolutely livid. How dare a prestigious S-rank guild like the Tianji Pavilion sell them a fake strategy guide? He vows to confront them immediately, refusing to let this disastrous Black Dragon raid go. After selling off his massive haul of looted gear, Su Yang becomes rich overnight. With cash in hand, he immediately starts spending it like crazy. He buys a whole container of items for the kids at Nanshan Orphanage. Seeing him carry a heavy box, Grandpa happily asks if Xiao Yang has grown stronger. The old man eagerly asks what class he got, proud to see him showing off his newfound strength. Su Yang shyly scratches his head and replies that he just changed his class yesterday and luckily made a bit of money. His grandpa gets worried, telling him to be careful because the monsters in dungeons are incredibly terrifying. But Su Yang just chuckles since he is actually the real monster here. After a warm and loving conversation with everyone, the young man says his goodbyes and heads off to the class temple. His grandpa is left completely dazed and utterly confused, wondering how he is changing classes when he only just awakened. The moment he steps into the hall, Su Yang is greeted by endless gossip about how the Spirit Beast Guild utterly failed their Black Dragon raid. On top of that, the Tianji Pavilion branch is in total chaos as the Spirit Beast Guild demands an explanation for the faulty guide. You can bet Su Yang is laughing his head off inside, watching the entire city gossip about the guild's massive failure. So they bought a strategy guide from the Tianji Pavilion, which explains why they were brave enough to challenge the Black Dragon. Word is that the Tianji Pavilion has a highly elite strategy team filled with 5th-tier experts. If their guide caused issues, they will likely investigate soon, making them his next potential opponent. And they are certainly no walk in the park. But before he can even finish his thoughts, an annoying insect arrives to disrupt his peace. Calling out his name in sheer disbelief, Wang Fei sneers as he approaches from behind, mockingly asking what he is doing at the temple since his class change is supposedly done. He continues to laugh, suggesting that no guild wanted to recruit him, so he is likely here to try his luck one more time. Wang Fei snaps that since he did not teach Su Yang a lesson yesterday, he will show him who is boss today. Immediately unleashing his magic, he is ready to show Su Yang some real pain. But his plans completely backfire. Before he can even graze his target, a heavy punch shatters his jaw, sending teeth flying. The sycophants trailing behind him instantly lose their minds in sheer terror. Desperately screaming for Brother Fei to wake up, Su Yang glares at them with pure murderous intent, asking if there is a fly on their faces too, since he just helped slap one off their boss. Realizing they are outmatched, the lackeys start rolling away like crazy, pleading that they will handle their own slaps instead of bothering him. Now, that is what I call impressive. Can I help you with anything? The class advancement temple guide claps enthusiastically, welcoming Su Yang with a bright smile. As she guides him deeper into the temple, she quietly studies his every move with deep calculations running through her head. He seems like a rookie who just awakened his class. But that explosive speed and raw power felt closer to a level 20 veteran. She wonders if he is a wealthy heir from a powerful family, though she has never heard of such a formidable young man before. Standing before the massive class advancement statue, she explains that the monument will automatically scan his level and assign him a matching quest. Once finished, the new class unlocks. Looking up at the colossal, towering structure, Su Yang cannot help but feel slightly overwhelmed. According to the guide, these advancement trials are generally divided into 4 distinct difficulty tiers, based on his raw potential. The temple system offers some guidance, and she strongly advises him to take on a 3-star quest. When Su Yang suddenly asks why he cannot take a 4-star one, she simply smiles, explaining that the difficulty is far too high. She admits it might sound a bit harsh, but his warrior class is generally considered to be on the weaker side. Since he has to face this solo, picking a 4-star difficulty could be a fatal trap, leading to a permanent failure. That means he would risk being locked out of class advancement for the rest of his life. Su Yang listens with complete indifference, merely nodding and saying he gets it, while casually testing his power limits. As the statue finishes scanning him, it displays the available options, ranging from 1 to 5 stars, making Su Yang squint in surprise at the highest tier. The details list the Cold Moon Forest as the destination, requiring him to defeat 10 level 20 Gray Fang Wolves, 10 Elite Savage Wolves, and 1 Boss Wolf King. This trial rewards him by unlocking the legendary hidden class, the Magic Warrior. It also includes a massive 100-point bonus to his Spirit attribute and exclusive epic tier combat skills. Crucially, the quest must be done completely solo, forbidding any party assists or traded gear. But completing it successfully grants unique temple privileges. Confused, Su Yang asks why a 5-star quest even exists if there are only 4 tiers, and what these privileges actually are. The guide offers a strained laugh, admitting that, while a 5-star quest exists, its difficulty is practically legendary. No one in China has dared to touch it for years, and only the high priest knows what the actual rewards are. She quickly apologizes for keeping it a secret from him. Ever since the era of class awakening began, a nation's true power lies entirely on the shoulders of its high-level experts. Instead of letting raw talent get stuck at level 20 due to foolish mistakes, the government prefers pushing candidates towards safer growth. That actually sounds pretty reasonable. So Su Yang simply nods while weighing his options. This 5-star trial is undeniably brutal, forcing him to solo waves of tough monsters and a deadly boss without any team support or traded gear. Failing means getting stuck at level 20 forever. But that 100-point spirit boost and the magic warrior class are just too good to pass up. After weighing the pros and cons, he boldly locks in the 5-star quest. Ignoring her frantic warnings, the 5-star trial officially begins, granting him 72 hours and a map of his target area. Seeing the system notification, the guide goes completely pale, screaming in shock that someone actually accepted the 5-star trial. She runs to report this madness to the high priest, while Su Yang heads straight to Dongling City's teleportation hub. They say a smooth start is everything. But of course, our guy immediately runs into some bad luck. The teleportation gate is undergoing unscheduled maintenance, forcing him to wait while everyone around him complains endlessly. Among the crowd is Xu Yan from the B-tier Wu Yu Guild, who loudly voices her elite disdain. She complains that these small towns are useless if their portals break down, telling Xiao Qian to keep up so she does not get lost, while Guxu Eqian hurries behind. Every other guy in the lobby instantly turns their head to stare at the two beauties, completely mesmerized, spotting Su Yang standing in the crowd. Gu Xueqian blushes deeply, her cheeks turning a soft shade of pink. When Xu Yan teases her for staring, she quickly stammers that he is just a classmate who awakened his class yesterday. Xu Yan raises an eyebrow, pointing out that the portal he is waiting for leads directly to the dangerous Cold Moon Forest. That place is packed with level 20 monsters. So why is a newbie heading out there? Right on cue, the teleportation portal activates with a loud chime. Gu Xueqian figures Su Yang simply took a wrong turn and moves to warn him. But the guy already vanishes into the portal, stepping into the Cold Moon Forest. Su Yang immediately starts bragging to himself about how there is not a single soul around. He wonders if everyone already scattered to clear the mobs. But before he can even finish his thought, beasts pounce from behind, swiftly dodging. He stands his ground to study them. Have the quest monsters really found him this early in the run? Taking down these beasts would be a massive headache if he only relied on raw strength without any gear or items. But Su Yang is fully loaded with incredible gear he painstakingly farmed himself. Grinning like a madman, he pulls out his legendary platinum-grade flame sword to show off to the empty forest. As the beasts relentlessly claw at him, the young man casually conjures a glowing energy barrier to protect his entire body. After soaking up 50,000 damage, the shield drops, and he instantly wipes out every single minor mob in his path. Having these wolves deliver themselves straight to him is pretty convenient. Since hunting them down, one by one, is a total chore, why not just invite the whole forest over? Su Yang chucks a bunch of monster-attracting stones in every direction. These rare stones drop from low-level bosses and can lure in both normal and elite beasts from all across the wild zone. The strategy works flawlessly. Within 5 minutes, wolves of all tiers, from common to high level, show up for the party. Standing proudly right in the center of the swarm, Su Yang pulls out a massive stack of single-use magic scrolls. The mobs take the full force of his flame sacrifice spell, dropping like flies as a mountain of experience points floods his bar. There are still more coming. Over 100 are already dead, making him wonder if he lured in the entire forest. He decides to fight numbers with numbers, enthusiastically unleashing a rapid-fire storm of spell scrolls without holding back. Nearby, other players on quest duty are walking until their legs are sore without finding a single mob. growing incredibly frustrated. They wonder what is going on. Since they have walked 2 kilometers without seeing a single creature in a usually crowded area, another player complains that the only monster they spotted did not even look at them before sprinting off in a panic. One of them finds it baffling that these high-damage monsters are fleeing from humans, begging for anyone to explain what is happening. Suddenly, one of them gets a realization and yells out that someone must be using a monster-attracting stone to hoard everything. The other 2 quickly join in the cursing, wondering what kind of idiot would shamelessly try to feed themselves to a whole horde. Fuming, they plan to head over and confront the culprit for shamelessly hogging all the monsters and loot for themselves. They feel that hogging the field is a total insult to everyone else, but get this. They do not even get close. A sudden, massive shockwave leaves them absolutely terrified. Feeling wild magic fluctuations that must belong to some high-level third transition mages, they wonder what kind of high-tier expert is farming low-level materials here, basically taking over the entire map. Suddenly, all 3 players decide they are busy, remembering they have urgent chores at home and should probably quest another day. With the earth-shattering chaos finally settling down, all the trash mobs are cleared, leaving Su Yang with only the boss to fight, heading toward the boss lair in high spirits. He comments on how incredibly easy this 5-star quest is, even with some minor cheating. Meanwhile, a party of 3 has been crouching near the Gale Wolf King's lair since morning, waiting for the perfect strike, fully stocked and incredibly confident. They prepare to jump into battle, completely unaware that all their prep work is entirely useless. Su Yang boldly shoulders his giant sword and strolls straight into the dark cavern, mistaking him for a lost student. The trio plans to use him as bait to absorb the boss's opening attack before stealing the loot. Enraged by the sudden slaughter of its pack, the Gale Wolf King gets a massive 30% stat boost to its attributes. Honestly, whether its stats jump by 30 or 50%, Su Yang could not care less. Oozing confidence, he dashes straight toward the beast, instantly triggering a notification that the boss has been successfully slain. After gaining 30,000 points, the quest is complete, prompting him to return to the temple for his official class transition. While the onlookers gape in utter disbelief, Su Yang stands triumphantly on the dead boss, asking if that is really all it had. A prompt shows he secured the Gale Wolf King core, which holds powerful magic to upgrade any silver-grade weapon. Su Yang hums happily while picking up his loot, but one of the onlookers shamelessly approaches, begging for the core if he does not need it. A swift blade grazes Zhang Lai's face as Su Yang coldly asks who wanted to use him as bait. Shaking with fear, Zhang Lai falls over and quickly denies everything, swearing he would never think such a thing. The coward is promptly punched away by Su Yang, who tells him to farm his own loot, rubbing his bruised face. The guy sighs in relief that they did not attack sooner, while Zhao Wu watches on, wondering if this is all a dream. Li San stands completely frozen, unable to comprehend how anyone could one-shot a boss, desperately wondering who this mysterious powerhouse is. Returning to the temple, a startled voice rings out. He is back so soon. Does he have more questions? But Su Yang simply announces that he completed the mission and is ready for his class promotion. Realization hits her. He actually finished the mission already. She tells him to wait there for just a brief moment. Xiaomo stares wide-eyed and asks in disbelief if he really completed the 5-star quest. Su Yang confirms it, but staring at his status screen, she still gasps that it is absolutely impossible. He only accepted this quest this morning, and after just a few short hours, it is already completely done. Su Yang. First class change. 5-star quest. Status completed. Has he actually done it? Xiaomo wonders in sheer shock how anyone could finish a trial like this in under a day. It feels like an absolute scam. But the system is totally fine. That means he legitimately cleared the quest. And get this, he did not even take a single scratch of damage. Su Yang grows a bit impatient waiting around, asking if they can finally get started with his class ascension. She offers an embarrassed smile and leads the way, apologizing for her rudeness and inviting him right inside. Xiao Mo feels incredibly relieved that she already alerted the high priest about this. A genius like him must join their church. Blushing, she wonders if she can sneakily ask for his contact info later. Stopping at the Grand Hall, she gestures for him to step up so the temple can automatically verify his quest. Sure thing. Su Yang agrees. A pillar of light pours over Su Yang as the system verifies his target's 100 out of 100 normal gray wolves, 10 out of 10 elite violent wolves, and 1 out of 1 gray wolf king. With the verification complete, his class change is approved. He instantly feels a massive surge of pure energy flowing through his veins. The system updates his profile with a promotion aura, a highly coveted reward exclusive to those who clear their class trials, depending on the chosen difficulty level. Both the color and the stat boosts will vary wildly. A white aura for a 1-star quest gives a mere 2% boost, while a green aura for a 2-star quest offers a 4% increase. Choosing a 3-star run ramps that up to a 6% stat increase, while a rare purple aura for a 4-star clear grants a solid 10% boost. But for the legendary 5-star trial, the system displays a massive bonus. Only he can claim the ultimate orange aura, boosting his base attributes by 25%. Player Su Yang has successfully transitioned into a Spellblade, activating his brand new orange aura and earning that 25% boost across all his stats. The Spellblade is a unique warrior class, specializing in both heavy physical melee strikes and versatile magic attacks, boasting immense power. With this first ascension complete, his level cap officially rises to 40. His stored experience of 446,000 points overflows, instantly boosting him to level 34. He gains 210 raw stat points to distribute as a golden pillar of power erupts around him. He is stunned. His strength and spirit are both 90. Speed is 30. And he is already level 34. Combined with his orange aura and the flame greatsword, this is a legendary build no ordinary player could ever dream of having. He is absolutely loving this. His profile updates once more. Su Yang, level 34. Officially recognized as a first Ascension Spellblade. That puts his strength at 569, with a base of 230 and gear adding 339. Speed is 123. Base 105. Plus 18 from gear. His spirit reaches 339, with a base of 165, plus another 174, as his quest reward. He receives an epic skill book meant specifically for the Spellblade class. The epic skill book Magic Blade manifests in his hand, allowing him to condense magic power into a weapon that inflicts massive spell damage. This condensed weapon scales its lethal damage directly with both his strength and spirit attributes. Su Yang tests it out, a violent surge of power flowing to his palm as magical energy fills the entire room. He is genuinely impressed, realizing he can shape and control this weapon with pure thought. Whether he is diving headfirst into a duel or landing a surprise attack, it is incredibly useful. Best of all, this skill can level up, basically giving him a permanent heirloom weapon that never breaks and costs absolutely nothing to maintain. He chuckles to himself that 5-star quest was definitely worth the trouble, showering him with insane rewards. Unlike those trashy, low-level trials, when his second-class promotion rolls around, he is absolutely choosing another 5-star difficulty. Xiao Mo excitedly beams, congratulating him on completing the 5-star quest. She tells him his name will be carved on the temple walls, making him an official VIP guest. But what special perks does a VIP actually get? She offers a polished smile, asking him to wait while she checks. But Bai Ling suddenly steps in. The high priest tells the girl to handle other tasks and offers to explain the VIP perks himself. Her name is Bai Ling, currently serving as the high priest of this entire class transition temple. Zhao Mo bows deeply in respect, too shocked that the high priest came out in person. But Bai Ling simply notes that such a legendary guest deserves a proper welcome. She dismisses the girl, leaving her alone with Su Yang, who suddenly realizes that this stunning woman in front of him is indeed a high-ranking priest, since she basically runs this entire temple of class ascension. He never expected such a high-ranking figure to personally welcome him like this. Xiao Mo is practically crying tears of despair on the inside, completely devastated to have lost her golden chance to slide into his contacts. But maintaining a calm face, she politely excuses herself as Bai Ling gestures toward the inner chambers, offering a more private place to talk. Bai Ling offers to take him to the VIP room for a discussion. Su Yang takes her soft hand and agrees. As a portal appears above his head, the two are instantly teleported to another room. He silently wonders if it is spatial teleportation. Could a mere Tier 3 priest of the local temple possess such an advanced skill? No wonder everyone says the sheer strength of the Job Change Temple is far beyond anyone's imagination. Bai Ling reveals that she is not actually that strong. She explains she only borrows the power of the god inside the temple, and he is the one who is truly astonishing. According to official records, Dongling City has never actually had a single person complete a 5-star job change before. Even in Tianling City, the record for the most recent person completing a 5-star quest was already 10 years ago. According to what Su Yang knows, Tianling City is the upper tier of Dongling City, with a development level several times higher. Yet, it still took 10 years for someone to complete it. It looks like the rewards and benefits for a 5-star job changer will be much greater than he initially imagined. She continues, explaining that according to the regulations of the Job Change Temple, players who successfully complete the 5-star quest are entitled to the following major benefits. First, the monthly national subsidy will be a massive 10 million yuan. Second, he will receive a black gold identity card from Alliance X, giving him a 20% discount on purchases and transactions. He thinks in utter shock. Is the temple's VIP treatment really this incredible? Even ignoring the 10 million yuan subsidy, just having the black gold card from Alliance X is a goldmine. A 20% discount means saving 20 million on a 100 million purchase. Adding 10 million monthly. Money will just pour in like water. He never expected to get so many privileges all at once. The Job Change Temple is incredibly cool. Bai Ling kindly reminds him that the subsidy and the black gold card are automatically linked to his personal identity, so he does not need to do anything. Furthermore, he is free to choose and join any rank A guild in this city. He asks curiously, is it mandatory to join one? Bai Ling explains that it is not mandatory, but individual strength is limited after all. Joining a guild not only provides valuable experience buffs and other helpful auras, but also guarantees protection from reliable teammates. Overall, it is a much better option. Is it not? Su Yang understands that solo players are indeed easy targets for groups, especially someone who levels up as rapidly as he does. He is bound to be targeted, while his current strength makes him completely unafraid of same-level players. Facing much higher-level opponents could prove quite dangerous. Having a guild for protection is definitely a smart move, especially since his goals stretch far beyond Dongling City. Joining a guild is just the first step. He wants to use it as a launching pad to build his own power, dreaming of the day he will rule the world as its king. Seeking her advice, he asks which guilds are available for him to choose from. She suggests that Dongling City currently has 2 different rank A guilds. Based on all his available information, she believes the Lingshou Guild would suit him best. Hearing that name, Su Yang's face darkens, and he awkwardly asks if there is not another guild available. She wonders why he asks, then explains that the other guild is Yu Yan. They constantly compete with Lingshou, possessing decent strength but keeping a relatively low profile. Without a single moment of hesitation, Su Yang decides to choose the Yu Yan Guild. Though she feels highly suspicious, she decides not to pry and agrees to process his enrollment procedures immediately. But before doing that, there is something he must know, as Bai Ling reveals that Yu Yun is an all-female guild. Hearing this, Su Yang is completely shocked. letting out a confused gasp. Meanwhile, in Tianling City, where the Yuyun Guild headquarters is located, Lin Yuyu lies stretched out on a sofa. She sighs, complaining that life is too boring, with nothing fun to do. She is Lin Yuyu, a level 85 guild master of the rank B guild named Yuyu. Across from her, Lin Yuyun takes a sip of tea and asks why she keeps freeloading here every day instead of staying at her own guild. This is Lin Yuyun, a level 99 guild master of the rank A guild. She sighs in frustration, grumbling that guild matters are far too troublesome for her to care about. Si Yan pushes the door wide open and reminds her that she cannot just slack off without saying a word. She insists that a new member has arrived and the guildmaster must meet her. As Xu Qian peeks in, shyly greeting everyone, she shyly introduces herself, saying she is Guk Sueqian, and her class is an ice mage. Lin Yuyu praises her, saying she is adorable and has passed. Sueqian is startled, stammering at the compliment. Just then, Lin Yuyun receives a message and reacts in shock. Someone curiously asks, "What is going on?" She breaks the shocking news that a man has suddenly entered their guild. Lin Yuyu peeks at the system panel and gasps in surprise. She explains with worry that the entire guild is in a massive uproar, with everyone frantically discussing this guy who suddenly dropped from the sky. A flood of messages pours in, with one member stating she wants to see who just joined. It turns out to be a boy. Li Muzi message, asking where the guild master is to explain this situation. Lin Yuyun asks why the newcomer is not speaking. Rong Shui chimed in that he is acting cold, while An Yu wonders if he is a younger brother. Lin Yuyu asks with a dark face, does their guild not have a strict rule of only admitting female members? She wonders if the subordinates made a mistake, helplessly holding her forehead. No. He was assigned directly by the Job Change Temple, since he completed a 5-star job change quest. The temple recognized him as a VIP. He can choose any rank A guild to join, and she has no power to reject him. Chuechen covers her mouth in shock, stammering that a 5-star quest is absolutely insane. Did someone actually manage to clear that? That is incredible. Si Yan wonders why he did not choose Ling Shou instead. Lin Yuyun sighs, saying who knows. She decides to deal with this Su Yang guy later, but will set up a meeting with him first, even if he has joined. She will find a way to kick him out if he misbehaves. Hearing his name, Shueqian asks in surprise if it is Su Yang. Seeing her unusual reaction, she asks if they know each other. The girl confirms, explaining that this newcomer indeed came from Dongling City. She admits she does have a friend named Su Yang, but says he only unlocked his class yesterday and should still be level 1 like her. Yu Wan dismisses the thought, assuming it is just a shared name. Right then, Murong Shui rushes in with urgent news. The Spirit Beast Guild has been completely wiped out in the Black Dragon dungeon. Everyone is shocked by the news. Murong Shui adds that while she has no idea what stupid stunt those Spirit Beast guys pulled, their total defeat is absolutely 100% confirmed. Hearing this, Yu Wan falls into deep thought. She never expected a powerhouse like Spirit Beast to fail so miserably. Realizing their own plan for the giant forest requires extreme caution. Murong Shui shares another detail apparently. That guy, Zhao Ming, even ended up dropping his main weapon during the chaos. She noticed his weapon, Storm's Call, is currently up for auction at the Jubao Pavilion. And only one person in all of Tianling City is bidding on it, definitely someone from Spirit Beast. With a mischievous grin on her face, she asks them to guess what she did next. Naturally, she suggests driving the price all the way up, finding herself in perfect agreement with Murong Shui. Exactly. She kept bidding against him until the price skyrocketed to 10 billion. Bleeding Spirit Beast dry, Yu Wu smiles warmly, praising Sister Murong for a job well done. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming is spitting in pure rage, practically crying tears of absolute frustration as he curses the Black Dragon and the Frost Witch, cursing his enemies. Zhao Ming rages while Lei Shan counts his losses, unable to contact the seller after wasting 1.4 billion guild funds. Tian Yuan points out that the news of Zhao Ming dropping his gear has already spread everywhere, calling this a deliberate act of malicious competition from their rivals. Annoyed, Lei Shan kicks Zhao Ming in the rear, shouting at him to get his pathetic self up, asking how long he plans to keep kneeling. Lei Shan ignores his pleas to stop kicking and angrily storms out of the room. Now that the gear is secured, they must address their main business. During the meeting, Zhou Tai, a level 115 5th advancement Bloodlust warrior from the Tianji Pavilion strategy team, speaks from the head of the table, calling the accusation of an error in their guide absolutely ridiculous. He analyzes the situation, pointing out that they have cleared this Black Dragon Fortress dungeon at least 5 times already. Their guide was compiled based on those successful runs, with every single detail double-checked to ensure absolutely zero issues. When asked if they truly followed every single instruction, Lei Shan quickly responds, confirming they strictly adhered to the guide provided by the Tianji Pavilion. However, he insists the Black Dragon behaved very strangely, acting completely different from what was described in the guide. While he does not doubt their professionalism, he is willing to swear that his words do not contain a single lie. After all, he asks, why would he sacrifice his guild's entire main force just to play a trick on them? Before anyone can even answer, a sharp sword is suddenly tossed right onto the table. Twirling his sword, Liu Si, a level 103 5th advancement shadow hunter, mockingly calls them trash for getting wiped out by a garbage level 99 boss, despite having everything spoon-fed to them, asking what use they even have. He wonders why they are trying to blame the exploration team now, challenging their sheer nerve. Lei Shan coldly warns the elite hunter to watch his arrogant choice of words. Unfazed, Liu Si sneers that noobs should just practice more and stay home if they cannot handle a loss, until Zhou Tai cuts him off, telling Liu Si to hold his tongue. Zhou Tai slams the table and declares that the Tianji Pavilion has always valued its reputation, never selling false information. He promises to schedule an elite team to go and verify the state of the Black Dragon Fortress. If Lei Shan's words prove true, their pavilion will assume full responsibility for all the losses Spirit Beast suffered. But if the strategy is indeed correct, it only proves that guild leader Lai messed up a step somewhere, leaving them completely blameless. With the terms agreed, Zhou Tai plans for the 4 of them to take guild leader Lei into the dungeon tomorrow to uncover the truth, asking if there are any objections. Level 108 5th advancement Winged Holy Priest Zhang Kexin and level 104 Mountain Barrier Master Zhuang Zhen both readily agree. Leaning back in his chair, Liu Si mutters that he has no objections. Right before a dense black mist suddenly fills the meeting room. Instantly on guard, Lei Shan demands to know who is there, but Zhou Tai reassures them that this guest is Chen Lun from headquarters. Stunned to see a headquarters powerhouse, they watch as level 115 Necromancer Chen Lun speaks in a cold, chilling voice. He reminds Zhou Tai that he had explicitly instructed him to give notice before ever heading to the Black Dragon Fortress. Bowing submissively, Zhou Tai apologizes to Master Chen, explaining that this was just a routine expedition check and he did not want to trouble him. Silencing him with a glare, Chen Lun announces that he will accompany them tomorrow, leaving Zhou Tai to simply nod in obedience. Savoring the thought, Chen Lun mutters about the delicious dragon soul awaiting them, eager to slay the beast once more to make his precious undead even stronger. Watching from a safe distance, Zhou Tai shivers in absolute dread, completely unable to stand the creepy nature of this old psycho. Lei Shan quietly rejoices to himself, realizing that an incredible lineup of 5 5th advancement experts alongside a headquarters powerhouse can easily steamroll any 4th advancement dungeon. Confident of their success, he smugly expects the upcoming run to easily put an end to that troublesome Black Dragon. If they get wiped out by the Black Dragon, well, it serves them right. He did not care if they were real or fake guides. After suffering such heavy losses, he was going to make those arrogant fools pay. He wanted them to slaughter each other, the Black Dragon and the expedition team. Late that night, under a gentle breeze, Su-yang lay in bed, boredly scrolling through his system interface, with an all-female group. The chat channel was buzzing non-stop, mostly about him. Luckily, he muted them quickly before his ears started ringing off the hook. A notification popped up showing a new bid on the diamond-grade weapon, Storm's Call, which he had put up for auction. Curious to see who placed a bid, Su-yang checked the logs and was instantly shocked. He wondered if these two had some ancient grudge, considering they had been bidding back and forth for over 10 pages. Notifications flooded in. First, the Elven Noble Prince bid 500 million. Then, the Frost Witch countered with 501 million. Next, the Elven Noble Prince went to 505 million. Only for the Frost Witch to bid $505 million and $1. Soon, the prince jumped to 600 million. The Frost Witch instantly countered with 600 million and $1. By round 58, the prince had pushed it to 1.403 billion. Su-yang was stunned by the massive bid of over 1.4 billion. The screen asked him to confirm the sale since it exceeded the average price by 40%. So he quickly clicked yes. He had to thank the anonymous Frost Witch for driving up the price so high before confirming the transaction. The trade was successful, and the system recognized him as a Black Gold member of the X Alliance. This status exempted him from all transaction fees, while granting an extra 5% bonus of the final price. A total of 1.5015 billion was transferred to his account, bringing his balance to 1.5515 billion. Su-yang calculated that the waived fees and 5% cashback pocketed him a clean 10% profit, earning him an easy 100 million. It felt amazing, representing the ultimate premium experience that premium members deserved. He closed his eyes to get some quick rest, already looking forward to the next day, since this power leveling gig was getting highly addictive. After tasting this kind of easy money, who would ever want to go back to grinding monsters for gear? As a new day dawned at exactly 7 in the morning, the system announced that his boss mode cooldown was finally over. 5 challengers from the S-rank expedition team and 1 from the A-rank spirit beasts were entering. The system asked if he wanted to connect, swinging his legs out of bed and slipping into his house slippers. Su-yang noted with interest that it was indeed the famous expedition team. They were known as Dungeon Conquerors, having cleared countless instances and set numerous high scores. Their guild was packed with level 100 experts of the 5th transition class. Since they had cleared this place long ago, he wondered if they returned due to the wiped-out Spirit Beast squad. Su-yang's figure slowly faded away, no matter their goals. Bringing only 6 people showed absolute confidence in their strength. So he decided not to hold back as he confirmed the link. The system confirmed a successful boss link, and Su-yang looked forward to embarking on his second dual role challenge with high expectations. Staring at the monster before him, he noticed the previously slain elite beasts had revived, which was not particularly surprising. After all, the Black Dragon Fortress was just a diamond-grade dungeon, meaning it could reset itself just like a video game. Only dungeons at the Star Brilliance rank or above could never recover. Glaring at Su-yang with glowing red eyes, Lily asked what he wanted now. He knew that from the Black Dragon's perspective, this little elven girl was merely kept as a pretty pet. Come to think of it, why was this elven girl locked up here? Before his arrival, the giant beast probably only followed basic system rules. Su-yang quickly peered into the viewing mirror to see if the expedition team had finally arrived. Chen Lun appeared on screen alongside Lei Shan's squad, led by Zhou Tai. This sight did not surprise Su-yang at all. Indeed, 5 powerful, awakened had arrived, including Lei Shan of the Spirit Beasts, who was clearly back to clean up his previous mess. The expedition team sure had incredible damage control services. He assumed the Spirit Beasts' fighting power would be significantly higher this time around. But as long as they failed to secure the Dragon Slayer heart, they could not harm him much. To ensure his safety, he decided to test them first, as being careless around 5th transition class experts was risky. Taking his black dragon form, Su Yang ordered his minions to take the clay soldiers and deal with the intruders immediately. The minions obeyed, but he pointed at one, telling it to halt and stay behind. The creature pointed at itself in utter confusion, asking if he meant them. Meanwhile, the battle had already begun, slashing out a beam of sword energy. One of them noted that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The guide notes were accurate, making them wonder if the spirit beasts had lied. A companion replied that the group likely caused trouble themselves to turn the situation around. Keishin warned them to stay focused, maintain the barrier, and defeat the boss before talking. Lu Shi warily eyed the distance, wondering what was happening as a massive cloud of dust billowed into the sky. They looked up as a heavy wave of killing intent washed over them, leaving them shocked as swarms of monsters poured down the cliffs. The lead monster barked orders, demanding they leave no survivors and slaughter every single intruder on sight. Lei Shan points straight ahead and yells that it is just like last time. But the monster count has multiplied. Chu Tai replies that while this is surprising, it cannot threaten their expedition yet. He loudly orders the entire group to form ranks. He vows to hold back the elite monsters while others focus on the small ones, earning a resounding understood from the entire group. Lu Si unleashes his shadow harvest. Below them, Zhuangzhen constructs the final layer of the mountain barrier, while Chu Tai triggers his holy light blessing and violent strike. A pillar of glowing golden energy erupts. Holy light floods the area, and the monsters collapse instantly. What a waste of time, he grumbles, ordering everyone to keep moving forward. Watching from above, Su Yang feels a spark of admiration for these 5th advancement powerhouses who fight like gods playing at being mortal. Plus, that mysterious mage has not even cast a spell yet, making things complicated. It seems he will have to join the fray himself. Lily gasps in annoyance as the lesser monsters cheer for Su Yang as he flies up, wondering if Lord Athos is entering the fight again. Though they suddenly question why they even use the word again. None of them had ever seen him fight before. Yet the feeling remains strangely familiar, causing her to knit her brows and wonder how this is possible. He entered the battle on his own again. She wonders what is wrong with this black dragon, remembering that it was nothing like this when she was first captured. Back with Lei Shan, he praises them as the top strategy team working under the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, though he notes that this exact scenario was never mentioned in their guide. Chu Tai nods. He agrees that they will look into it once the dungeon is cleared. But Chen Lun sneers from the sidelines, mocking them for struggling with weak mobs, despite calling themselves undefeated. How laughable. Chen Lun adds, muttering about wanting to collect some fresh dragon corpses instead. Lei Shan frowns at the insult, arguing that while their guild might seem insignificant to Lord Chen, there is definitely an issue with the guide this time. As the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he should remain fair. But Lord Chen's mood darkens as he fumes over how these brats dare to question him. He threatens to turn them into human specimens for his collection if they utter another word, releasing a heavy pressure that leaves Lei Shan absolutely terrified. Chu Tai quickly steps in to shield his ally, pleading with the master to stop making such terrifying jokes that scare their guests half to death. He tells everyone to calm down, though he secretly sweat drops, realizing that the master was genuinely intending to kill him just a moment ago. Chu Tai boils with inner frustration, cursing the old creep for acting without ever considering the consequences. If he actually slaughtered their clients, they would never get another job. While Lei Shan harbors a silent grudge, hoping they will still be laughing when the black dragon appears. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over them. He looks up, stammering in pure terror at the sight of the legendary black dragon. Lei Shan collapses onto the dirt, pointing upward as he screams. And even Chu Tai is caught off guard by the boss making the first move. A shocked Zhuang Zhen realizes that the spirit beast did not lie to them. This is indeed the boss. He commands the entire team to form ranks. Old Zhuang is ordered to maintain the mountain barrier, while Lu Si prepares to shift his form at any moment. The healer must prioritize Lu Si, while keeping Chu Tai at 30% health. Prompting a loud response of "Understood," a system notification pops up, detailing the talent skills of the Bloodburst Warrior class. When health falls below 30%, all attributes skyrocket, while damage taken is heavily reduced. And Su Yang flies closer to get a better look at their formation. The expedition unleashes a barrage of strikes, prompting a stream of damage indicators showing 15,893 physical damage. Another wave registers 14,519 physical damage, as their attacks relentlessly fly toward the beast. Honestly, those damage numbers are absolute trash. And Su Yang quickly realizes that even elite 5th advancement classes cannot do much against such a massive reduction buff. Dodging a massive tail whip, Chu Tai bellows to his team that this must be the Black Dragon's damage reduction buff. He tells them to take it slow, while Liu Si creeps in from below. Unaware that Su Yang already anticipated the coming tail swipe, Su Yang wonders if they can guess his real plan. Just as Zhuang Zhen gasps, realizing the boss is diving straight for their backline. The dragon charge sweeps toward Kei-Shin, but Chu Tai blocks it just in time, leaving Su Yang to sigh over the missed opportunity. He almost had the backline, but an attacker lunges from behind, shouting that the dragon has left its back wide open. A system prompt reveals that the attacker's overall power, speed, and critical rate have spiked, infusing all of his skills with massive shadow damage. Lu Si drives his blade into the beast's back, only to see a measly 13,291 physical and 11,784 shadow damage. He gasps in utter disbelief. His ultimate execution skill, Shadow Thorn Strike, should easily instantly delete a powerful Star Diamond rank mini-boss with millions of total health. Yet a mere diamond-grade boss barely takes any damage due to this ridiculous buff. But before Su Yang can even retaliate, he strikes again, calling the dragon wide open. Hilungus, only for his own health and shield to instantly plunge down to 1%. Su Yang muses that they got incredibly lucky to survive, but wonders how long that luck will last as Chu Tai runs over to the fallen Lu Si, with Zhuang Zhen landing right beside them. That was way too close. Chu Tai sighs, telling Zhuang Zhen to quickly feed their companion some healing potions before his shield completely fails. Zhuang Zhen runs over as Kei-Shin stands frozen, staring in horror at the swirling energy gathering deep inside Su Yang's jaws. He is completely stunned. Could this move be the ruinous breath? Chu Tai is in absolute shock, wondering why the boss is unleashing its ultimate move before its health even drops to 70%. How is this possible? A massive wave of fire erupts, completely engulfing the entire area. Su Yang senses they are still alive. It looks like they survived thanks to the Barrier Master's ultimate defensive skill. Just one more blast, and they are completely finished, hiding inside a dark cave. Chu Tai cries out in confusion, asking why on earth the boss isn't following the rules. It even seems intelligent, reading their tactics and exploiting their weaknesses. This is supposed to be a diamond tier boss, meaning its actions should be entirely predictable. How could it suddenly start thinking for itself? A system notification pops up. The Barrier Master's ultimate skill, Sanctuary, reduces ally damage by 90%, heals them for 10 seconds. With a 360-second cooldown, Chen Lun scoffs at his useless teammates. Realizing he has to take charge of the fight himself, he begins chanting a spell, summoning an ancient soul from the depths of the endless abyss. Guided by his absolute will, the beast must answer his call to destroy this world with its immense power. Chen Lun summons his ultimate weapon emerge, Bone Dragon Elsus. The skeletal dragon's sudden appearance leaves Su Yang stunned. He realizes this old man must be a necromancer, an incredibly rare special class in this world. High-level necromancers can even summon boss-level undead from dungeons. Su Yang wonders if this newly summoned beast is actually as strong as he is. Chen Lun commands his beast to tear the enemy apart. Instantly, the massive bone dragon charges straight towards Su Yang. Su Yang feels the heavy impact. This fragile-looking skeleton actually possesses such terrifying raw strength. Using all his might, Su Yang hurls the dragon away. It crashes heavily to the ground, roaring loudly as a massive surge of energy erupts from its jaws. Confronted by the phantom ocean blue flame, Su Yang immediately retaliates with his own ruinous breath. He refuses to back down from this ultimate clash. The two devastating attacks collide, causing a massive explosion. Watching from afar, Lai Shan gasps, amazed that Chen Lun is taking on the boss head-on. Chu Tai has never seen anything like this. Although he finds Chen Lun annoying, he has to admit the old man's power is absolutely the real deal. Fire glints in Su Yang's eyes. The summoned strength is impressive, but he hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. Now watch this. A massive torrent of fire erupts, many times larger than the black dragon's own body. Intense heat surges toward the bone dragon as towering flames completely engulf the surrounding area. Seeing nothing but charred bones left, Su Yang scoffs at how easy that was. But suddenly, a massive claw reaches out and grabs him, leaving him in utter disbelief. The bone dragon drags him down. Su Yang is stunned, wondering how this creature can keep resurrecting. Chen Lun commands his beast to rise again, promising an endless supply of fresh corpses. Su Yang realizes this is indeed the terrifying power of a necromancer. In an instant, the bone dragon gets back on its feet. It strikes Su Yang with an attack that deals over 59,000 physical damage. He mutters, "This is bad." Continuous strikes chip away at Su Yang's health, dropping his total HP to 81%. He quickly realizes this summon deals far more damage than any normal player. If this keeps up, he might actually lose. Su Yang slams his heavy tail against the dragon, spreading his wings to take flight. He needs to catch his breath before it catches up. Below, the bone dragon crashes down, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Watching it roar helplessly, Su Yang realizes this giant beast can't fly. Chen Lun curses silently, fully aware of his summon's glaring weakness, ordering Elzas to use ranged attacks. The beast shoots massive fireballs at the sky. Su Yang dodges them easily, knowing these slow attacks won't hit him. At this height, the master cannot easily defend himself. Sensing Su Yang's dangerous intentions, Chen Lun panics and screams for the bone dragon to return and protect him immediately. Waiting for this exact opening, Su Yang swoops down and grabs the dragon. He mocks them as he hurls the massive skeletal beast straight down onto Chen Lun. Chen Lun's health drops to 20%. Su Yang is shocked. He survived such a massive impact, thinking a fragile mage would go down in one hit. Su Yang glances over at the remaining party members. Zhuang Zhen raises a barrier, ordering Qi Xin to fall back behind the scarlet shield. A system notification pops up, showing the shared suffering skill has been activated. It absorbs half of all teammate damage while granting a 50% damage reduction. Su Yang realizes Chu Tai is the backbone of this team, shielding them from fatal blows that would have wiped them out. Chen Lun suddenly notices that Liu Zi is still missing, but Chu Tai tells the old master to stay calm and wait. With very little time remaining, they are certain that their assassin teammate will show up. Overhearing Liu Zi's name, Su Yang realizes the assassin has been missing for a while amidst the chaos. He wonders if the thief is currently stealing the Dragon Slayer heart. Qi Xin reports that Liu Zi has returned. Zhuang Zhen lets out a sigh of relief, while Lei Shan grins with absolute confidence, watching the assassin rush back. Su Yang smiles, knowing his suspicions were correct. But before they can celebrate, the monster he summoned, Athos, arrives. "My lord, I have returned," he says, presenting a glittering object. I have successfully retrieved the dragon-slaying heart and did not fail my mission. He praises him for a job well done. As the dragon-slaying heart shines with a blinding light, Zhou Tai gasps in shock. Wondering how this is even possible, Su Yang mocks his weak opponents, claiming he was prepared all along. Now that he has the dragon-slaying heart, victory is officially his. As his massive claws touch the artifact, a sudden burst of brilliant light catches Su Yang completely off guard. A sudden system notification alerts him that an unexpected event has occurred, forcing the diamond-grade Black Dragon Fortress dungeon to mutate. The difficulty level of the dungeon begins to rise, upgrading it all the way to Starlight grade. Violent tremors shake the tower outside, throwing everyone into a panic as they wonder if an earthquake is happening. This spiritual pressure vibration is highly unusual, leaving everyone wondering what is actually going on. Inside the main hall, Bai Ling explains that she can sense an incredibly powerful presence currently awakening somewhere deep within the dungeon. No one ever expected that even the real world would feel the aftershocks of this upgrade. Staring at the massive pillar of light in the distance, she predicts a major event is coming. While Lei Shan gasps in pure disbelief at the Starlight grade rating, Zhuang Zhen stands frozen in shock, having never heard of a dungeon suddenly upgrading its difficulty level like this before. Su Yang has now evolved into the Starlight grade Black Flame Wing Athos, leaving even him stunned by the sudden power spike. The system notifies him that he has reached level 100, boosting all his stats and unlocking a devastating Starlight grade skill. Checking his status panel, he notices his attributes have increased drastically alongside the newly added skills and updated monster information. His juvenile form has level 100 scaling, 6 million health points, and Dark Dragon attributes. Stats-wise, his strength is 4,221, speed is 1,700, 2, and spirit is 1,821. With a brand new skill, the devastating Annihilation Hellfire word spell. This ability uses the massive power of condensed black flames to construct a prison of absolute death, incinerating all rebels and dealing a staggering 1,000% magic damage. While Su Yang is still processing this, he notices it also comes with a resurrection ban. Let's be honest, in a world where you only die when your health hits 0, a skill like this is just unfair. A red warning flashes, stating that any player killed by this skill will have their soul destroyed permanently, though he can choose whether to enable this. Confused, Su Yang asks the system for an explanation, which replies that the upgrade was triggered because the host obtained the key item, the dragon-slaying heart. He begins to realize the powerful dragon-slaying heart was likely suppressing the Black Dragon's true Starlight potential all along. Without its special restriction active, the system must have downgraded the entire dungeon to Diamond grade just to balance the playing field. But now that the special suppressive mechanism is gone, the dungeon's overall difficulty has naturally skyrocketed back to normal, even though he still doesn't quite understand what the juvenile phase actually implies. The balance of power has completely shifted. While lost in thought, Luzi comes running over, prompting him to glance down at the man. Luzi shouts to Zhou Tai, explaining that he searched the entire tomb but found absolutely nothing, asking if they got the location wrong. Suddenly, he freezes, utterly shocked by the terrifying monster standing right in front of him, staring at the glowing object gripped in the Black Dragon's claws. Luzi grows even more bewildered, wondering how the dragon-slaying heart ended up there. Seeing him prepare to charge, Zhou Tai screams at him to stop acting on his own and get back immediately. Zhou Tai curses the idiot's stupidity, wondering if he completely ignored the system notification. Overconfident in his extreme speed, Luzi tells him not to worry. He boasts that the dumb monster could never match his speed. But as he rushes forward, Su Yang's massive claw cuts him off. In an instant, the intruder is crushed flat underfoot. And talk about an instant reality check. The system confirms his teammate has died. Terrified, Lei Shan asks Zhou Tai what their next move is. Knowing that a typical Starlight grade boss normally requires an elite team of 10 to 20 high-ranking players to defeat, with their current numbers, they stand absolutely zero chance of survival. Zhou Tai makes the call to retreat immediately, since they cannot win, leaving Chen Lun stunned that their leader is actually planning to run away. But Zhou Tai is already running, shouting back that facing a monster like this, instead of fleeing, would be the height of stupidity. Su Yang silently praises the leader's sharp instincts. But there is no way he is letting any of them escape. He lunges forward to hunt down the fleeing players, spotting the glowing teleportation gate at the base of the mountain. Zhou Tai urges everyone to move faster before they get cut off. Lei Shan feels a sudden blur rush past him, and panic sets in as Su Yang lands right in front of them, completely blocking off their only escape route. Zhou Tai commands everyone to stack their buffs and prepare for an all-out charge. Desperate to get as many survivors through as possible, the dragon opens his jaws, unleashing a massive torrent of his destructive breath. Screams echo through the chamber. And once the dust clears, the remaining fighters lie broken on the ground. Such massive damage from a Starlight boss is utterly terrifying, easily shattering their strongest defense barrier in just one hit. Zhou Tai's mana is completely drained if the boss lands one more hit. They are dead. Zhou Tai warns everyone to quickly shove all their important gear into their spatial bags to minimize losses since there is no hope left. But a stubborn Chen Lun screams that it is impossible. He refuses to yield, claiming he has slain this beast thousands of times and knows every single pattern of its power by heart. Even if the beast reached the Starlight rank, he vows to slaughter it once again. He summons the undead resting inside the Blue Moon Long River, using his own strength as a catalyst to shatter the boundary of life and death and drag them back into the mortal world. Thousands of spirits rise as the undead army appears, with a system notification explaining this skill summons dying creatures on the battlefield to serve as his mindless thralls. The summon duration is infinite, though it constantly drains the caster's mana and health points. He commands his undead army to charge forward and tear the enemy to pieces. A massive bone dragon charges, but Su Yang waves his hand dismissively to swat the trash away, mocking the dragon's incoming flames and asking if that is all the heat it has. His skin is completely unscathed, even as the bone dragon's blinding purple fire engulfs the area. Annoyed, Su Yang slams a fist down to crush the beast into the dirt before grabbing its skull and lifting it right back up. Chen Lun watches in absolute silence, finally spitting out his rage, calling the beast a goddamn monster. He boasts that class-transferred players cannot truly die or be erased, swearing that even if they fail today, he will return next time to devour its soul completely. He mocks the beast, saying it is a shame this Starlight dungeon cannot refresh, as he wanted to kill it over and over. The threat infuriates Su Yang, who snaps back, asking how he could possibly let him escape after hearing something like that. Su Yang soars into the sky, eager to test a brand new spell, unleashing the destructive fire of the Silent Purgatory downward. The roaring fire covers the battlefield as screams echo out, completely incinerating the summoned horde and engulfing Chen Lun in the blaze. Writhing in agonizing heat and pain, the man still screams that next time, he will repay this suffering 100,000 times over. Su Yang interrupts that there is no next time, triggering a wave of dread in Chen Lun as he panics over what is happening. His health points hit 0. Yet his body is not teleporting out or turning into particles. What on earth is going on? Su Yang reveals that the man has lost his chance to ever revive, ordering him to vanish as the flames completely consume Chen Lun. The system announces that he has successfully killed the level 110 Blood Warrior Zhou Tai, gaining 2,198,763 experience points. He has also killed the level 108 Priest Zheng Kexin, earning 1,986,123 more experience points. Next is level 104 Barrier Master Zhuang Zhen, killed to secure another 1,577,633 experience points. He also kills level 103 Shadow Hunter Lu Zi, gaining 1,662,321 experience points. Finally, he kills the level 115 necromancer, Chen Lun, gaining 2,546,198 experience points. Total accumulated experience increases by 9.97 million. Reaching level 40 to hit the class limit. Please complete the advancement quest quickly, or 40% of excess experience will be lost, leaving the current accumulated pool at 5.59 million, barely escaping with their lives. The guild members return looking like empty husks. As the door swings wide open, Zhang Kexin calls out that she is back. Zhou Tai asks anxiously if there is any news or trace of Grandmaster Chen. She reports that nothing remains, even his records in the secret pavilion have completely vanished, indicating he was either intentionally wiped out or is permanently dead. This shocking piece of news hits the other three like a sudden bolt of lightning. Zhou Tai recalls the horror of how the system's tier protection was bypassed to force Chen Lun's death. Wondering what kind of boss that black dragon? Athos, wing of black flames. It truly is. His entire body trembles as he mutters that this is far beyond their ability to resolve. They must compensate for the spirit beast losses and leave the rest to headquarters. Yet a deep dread lingers in his mind as he wonders why only Chen Lun was killed. Or did that boss deliberately choose to spare the rest of them? Back at his apartment under the warm sunlight, Su Yang grabs a soda and chugs it down in one giant gulp. He sinks into the sofa with a tired sigh, complaining that the weak exploration team was barely worth his spirit beast's effort. But looking at his massive new loot inventory quickly warms his heart. Hard work brings its own rewards. They are an S-rank guild after all, and their drops are incredibly rich. The display lists his new gear, including the Starlight rank Phantom's Murderous Dagger and the Diamond rank Ring of Blood Frenzy Rage. There is the Diamond rank Knight of the Night Cloak, the Fire Spirit's Sacrifice Amulet, and high-grade Strength Potions, high-grade Speed Potions, and a single-use epic rank skill scroll for Lightning Prism, another epic single-use skill scroll for the Dance of Judgment, alongside a perfect single-use scroll for Ice Barrier. Su Yang glances at the sword, but without a doubt, these two specific items interest him the most. The screen displays the Starlight rank Phantom's Murderous Dagger. The weapon's description reveals it comes from the Phantom's 7th assassination, a strike that claimed countless lives. As the Phantom's bloody rampage continues, the bitter grievances of the dead only grow. Requirements: any class. 300 speed, 300 spirit, and level requirement 10. It grants a massive boost of 800 speed and 400 strength. The Shadow Body trait allows short-term invisibility at the cost of mana, boosting speed by 60%. Then there's the Undead Mark trait. It consumes mana to tag a target, and if a strike lands completely undetected, damage explodes by 300%. A legendary skill scroll with 5 charges, containing the Storm Thunder Thousand Blades. The description notes this 5th-tier Storm Thunder Thousand Blades skill can store up to 5 charges. Su Yang is absolutely thrilled by his own incredible luck. Last time, he got a diamond-grade weapon, and now he even secured a Radiant Tier 1. And unlike Xiao Hong, Su Yang can actually equip this dagger himself. Better yet, the legendary skill scroll has enough raw power to instantly vaporize 4th-tier classes with 0 restrictions, which is honestly terrifying. A status screen pops up, showing Su Yang is a level 40 1st-tier magic warrior, finally ready for his 2nd-tier advancement. He realizes his level has already hit 40. Realizing any extra experience points might go to waste is a bit of a shame. Still, Su Yang wonders if that necromancer Chen Lun he killed is actually gone for good. Right then, a system notification rings out, confirming that the necromancer Chen Lun has been completely and utterly destroyed. The system adds that the host's decision to eliminate him was spot on. According to the system's analysis, if the level 30 necromancer had secured the Dragon Slayer heart, he would have had a high chance of killing Su Yang. After all, if he gets killed by other players while playing the boss, he dies in real life too. The system warns him to tread very carefully. Su Yang sighs in relief. Taking that guy out was absolutely the right call. If he had not played it smart, he might be dead right now. He smiles to himself, figuring that after such a harsh lesson, the guild's expedition team won't dare to show up at his doorstep anytime soon. Still, Su Yang is curious, since Radiant tier bosses are sentient true spirits with minds of their own. What actually happens to the Black Dragon when he is not actively controlling it? The system explains that once a boss is matched with a host, its individual consciousness is wiped completely, no matter its rank. During the times the host is not connected, the boss will simply behave according to pre-programmed patterns. Furthermore, if Su Yang kills his own boss persona, the system will automatically link him to an even higher tier boss. Surprised, he pulls out the Dragon Slayer heart. So, this is how it works. Is the system basically telling him to go hunt a dragon? And speaking of dragon hunting, this piece of gear feels like a perfect setup, honestly. You couldn't write a better script if you tried. The item description pops up: Dragon Slayer Heart. Level unknown. It says, a hero blessed by the goddess decapitated a giant dragon. The splattered dragon blood forged the legendary dragon-slaying sword, while the heart itself became proof of the feat. In that chaotic moment, the vision of the nameless hero seemed to open up, while the sword itself was eventually lost to the world. Only this proof of the dragon slaying remained with him. Unlocking it boosts spirit by 50% and strength by a massive 100%. Its special trait, Glory of the Dragon Slayer, completely ignores a dragon's racial defenses, skyrocketing damage against them by 500%. It also unlocks the ancient heroic spirit. With this blood-stained amulet, he can summon that heroic spirit to fight alongside him. The catch is the unlocking condition. He must solo a giant dragon to actually equip it, and to summon that ancient heroic spirit. Each dragon he slays only grants him a single charge. Right now, he has 0 charges. Su Yang figures this heroic spirit must be that legendary dragon-slaying hero. Anyone who earned that epic title has to be incredibly powerful. Way cooler than any 5th tier class out there. With a powerhouse companion like that, who would he ever fear? It's time to slay a dragon. Switching boss roles and unlocking that summon is definitely the plan for his next stage. Now that the exit is open, he can finally head out. Time to pick up his 2nd tier advancement quest. Let's move. Over at the temple, other players look at Bai Ling and whisper in awe, wondering if she is the high priestess, because she is absolutely gorgeous. Is she waiting for someone? Who on earth gets a temple priestess to wait for them? It's so envious. They wish a beauty like her would wait for them too. She opens her eyes and whispers, "May the gods protect us." Seeing him approach, Bai Ling asks how she can help the brave hero. Su Yang is taken aback, wondering why she just called him a hero. He asks how she even knew he was coming, and she explains that the class advancement statue just released the guidance of glory, signaling a temple VIP's arrival. In fact, he is the only VIP in the entire city of Dongling. As for the title, it is just a requirement from the temple, so she asks him not to mind. Too shy to look directly at her, Su Yang thinks it still feels a bit weird. A system notification pops up. He has received the 5-star 2nd class advancement quest. The 5-star quest requires him to solo a diamond tier dungeon twice, and he must defeat the boss within 3 minutes of the encounter. As far as Su Yang knows, the standard way is to form a party to beat dungeons of this level. But this quest demands that one person and only one person must clear it. This seems like an obvious attempt to make things difficult. But for someone with his insane power, it is as good as having no restrictions at all. Bai Ling is full of praise. She remarks that he actually accepted a 5-star quest again. Truly fitting for the Lord Hero. Su Yang humbly replies, "It is no big deal." Then asks if she has a map of the silver tier dungeons near Dongling City. She answers of course she does. Asking him to wait a moment, Bai Ling then hands him a map, saying here is the dungeon map he requested. It contains not only silver tier details, but also the exact locations and respawn times for bronze and gold tier dungeons as well. Su Yang politely thanks her, feeling that his business here is done. He prepares to leave and bids her a warm farewell. Bai Ling quickly stops him, begging the Lord Hero to wait a moment. She reveals that, not long ago, a terrifying incident occurred inside one of the dungeons. The dungeon difficulty level suddenly spiked out of nowhere, causing a high-tier professional player to go completely missing. On top of that, the low-level wild areas have become extremely crowded lately, often leading to violent, bloody conflicts over territory. She warns him to be careful. Su Yang thanks her for the heads-up, promising he will stay alert. He secretly ponders that with so many low-level dungeons around Dongling City, finding 2 silver tier ones might actually take some work. Has someone already taken it, arriving to see a massive crowd? He wonders if they are holding some kind of party there. Approaching the red notice, Su Yang wonders if a mere silver tier dungeon really deserves this much hype. Out of breath, after checking 7 to 8 locations, he cannot believe how terribly unlucky he is to find every single one already claimed by other players. Maybe it is because he recently scored so much top-tier gear, triggering some kind of universal law of bad luck karma. Su Yang pulls out his map to check, realizing the entrance to the Cave of Suffering should be just ahead. Seeing another large crowd gathered right outside the dungeon gate, he feels utterly helpless, wondering why there are so many people. Wait. Who is that? He spots a familiar face standing in the crowd, realizing it is actually Gu Xueqian. Why is she here? She is pleading with a guy next to her, telling Wang Fei that her team arrived first, so they should not steal it. Spotting the guy, Su Yang is shocked to see Wang Fei, wondering why he always runs into this jerk. Wang Fei sneers back, telling little sister Xueqian that this dungeon does not exactly have her Yuwu Guild's name written all over it. If she wants this dungeon, she will have to fight for it. Su Yang wonders if this Yuwu is a sister guild to Yu Yun. What a crazy coincidence. Since they are acquaintances, he decides to wait a bit before stepping in, hoping they can resolve it peacefully. With that in mind, Su Yang decides to join the fray and secure this dungeon for himself. Stepping forward, Su Yang lands on the scene and announces that he does not plan on giving up this dungeon either. Meanwhile, Luo Shan shouts arrogantly behind Xueqian, warning them that their boss claimed this spot first, so they had better beat it. But of course, if they want to stay and play with them, they do not mind. Just as he acts smug, a sharp sword stops right in front of him. He Lan, a level 61 third-class rogue swordsman of the Yuwu Guild, coldly warns him to keep his filthy mouth shut before she decides to slice his head right off. The bully stutters, terrified of a third-class player. But Wang Fei boasts that they have one too, asking Brother Li to back him up. Li Zhen, a level 60 third-class martial artist from the Qingshan Pavilion Guild, coldly snorts that a mere Yuwu Guild member has no right to act so insolent here. He Lan mocks him, asking if he is just a brainless brute who fails to understand the basic concept of first come, first served. He arrogantly retorts that only fists make the rules. Asking if she truly wants to start a fight, he warns her that once he calls in backup, she will regret bringing those rookie girls along. She glances back at her team, knowing they are mostly fresh recruits. Having her low-level squad fight this bully would definitely end badly. But if they back down now, there is no telling how much further this jerk will push them. He Lan glares at Li Zhen, debating whether to strike first, when Su Yang steps in just in time. He boldly claims that if fists decide everything, then he definitely has a say in this matter. They have no idea who he is. Xueqian immediately recognizes Su Yang from their last encounter at the teleportation center. She is glad he is safe, but wonders why he is here, provoking the powerhouse players from both sides. An annoyed Wang Fei demands to know why Su Yang is here. Su Yang calmly fires back, stating that should be his line, wondering why he keeps running into pests everywhere he goes. He points at the person behind him, demanding to know where he gets his absolute nerve. Take a good look, he warns, because this is a Tier 3 powerhouse who could wipe him out with a simple flick of a finger. Li Zhen threatens him, telling the kid to kneel and beg for mercy if he knows what is good for him, as they might just leave his corpse intact. Su Yang steps up to greet Xue Qian, noting it has been quite a long time, and she warmly waves back at him. She agrees it has been a long time, but feeling completely ignored. An angry Wang Fei steps up and asks if he dares to look down on him. He Lan quietly asks if they actually know each other. And when Xue Qian confirms they were classmates, He Lan is completely taken aback. Then he must have transitioned at the exact same time. So why is he arrogantly trying to provoke them? She then turns to ask if he just mentioned a class transition quest. Since this is a silver tier dungeon, she wonders if he came to the wrong place. But Su Yang explains his Tier 2 quest requires clearing this exact zone. She thinks to herself in utter shock. Tier 2. Wait. If this kid transitioned at the exact same time as Xue Qian, how on earth did he hit level 40 in just a few days? It makes absolutely no sense. Wang Fei quickly chimes in, mockingly asking if a brat like him really thinks he is some kind of big shot. He warns that acting like some legendary powerhouse when he is actually just a trash tier warrior is a surefire way to get himself killed. If he has the guts, he should open up his personal stat panel right now for everyone to see exactly how pathetic his level is. If he is too scared, he should drop those arrogant high and mighty airs, because a weak amateur like him only deserves to kneel and lick their feet. Su Yang asks with disdain, "Are you even level 10? If he were lower than level 2, he would not even bother fighting." But according to system rules, the death penalty for players under level 10 drops them by 2 levels, meaning anyone below level 2 dies permanently without resurrection. Wang Fei raises 2 fingers towards Su Yang, conjuring a freezing ice ball before lunging forward, while Su Yang calmly tells him to go enjoy a nice respawn back in town. A single devastating slash instantly drops Wang Fei's health to 0, leaving him gasping out in utter shock. The system confirms he has defeated the level 5 Ice Mage Wang Fei and gained a measly 100 experience points. As he collapses, his allies panic and rush over to check on him, while Li Zhen loses his temper completely and lunges forward to throw a heavy punch. Su Yang steps back, teasing him for a sneak attack and a total lack of martial ethics. Outraged, Li Zhen roars that he will never let him go after killing his man. So Su Yang draws his blade, challenging him to show what he has got. Su Yang even turns to He Lan, casually telling her she can join in too, so he can get this over with all at once. That was all she needed to hear before sneering, mockingly asking who on earth gave this kid the absolute nerve to act so high and mighty. Challenging 2 Tier 3 class users at the exact same time is simply the peak of pure arrogance, even if he happens to be Xue Qian's friend. She declares she absolutely cannot let him off the hook. He Lan proposes to Li Zhen of Qingshan Pavilion that they temporarily put their differences aside so they can work together to teach this incredibly arrogant kid a much-needed lesson. He coldly replies that he will deal with her right afterward. With that, Li Zhen leaps high into the air, screaming for him to die as He Lan simultaneously charges forward with her sword drawn, moving with terrifying speed. Su Yang decides to take him out first, leaving Li Zhen utterly baffled by his agility as he activates his special ability in denial, activating his Thunder Tiger Fist. Li Zhen fires a devastating punch straight at Su Yang's face, but the young warrior effortlessly blocks it with his blade. Su Yang unleashes his strength to blow his opponent back, and though He Lan immediately attempts a sneaky backstab, her strike is completely absorbed by a shield. He mocks her for resorting to a cheap sneak attack too, noting that the combat ethics of Tier 3 players are incredibly disappointing. The system flashes. It reveals a gold tier single-use scroll called Crystal Barrier, which creates a powerful protective shield capable of absorbing up to 80,000 points of raw damage. He Lan stares at her blade in absolute terror, realizing her best strike failed to even deplete half the shield, meaning he just used an extremely high-grade scroll. On top of that, his weapon could not possibly be silver tier, leaving her wondering if it is actually gold or even platinum tier. His earlier move to instantly kill that ice mage was almost invisible to her eye. And though she tried to remain cautious, she never expected him to be this ridiculously powerful. What kind of terrifying background does this Su Yang actually have? Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupts from the rocky cliff ahead, sending debris and shattered stones flying in all directions. Li Zhen screams in a blind fury that the kid will absolutely not escape today. But as Su Yang ignites his blazing sword, he calmly repeats that he is in a massive hurry. Before Li Zhen can even react to the overwhelming flames, Su Yang tells him to disappear. And in an instant, nothing is left standing in front of him. Only fading embers remain as the system announces that he has slain the level 60 martial artist Li Zhen, earning himself 3,125 experience points. Su Yang glances back, asking if she still wants to fight, forcing her to smile awkwardly as she wonders how on earth she could possibly win. Seeing how sensible she is, he figures it is for the best, especially since they both belong to the exact same guild. He Lan is completely stunned. The same guild. They really didn't want things to go this far either. Su Yang actually left a message asking her to apologize to their guild leader. He is taking this dungeon first. His stats pop right up. Su Yang, level 40. A magic warrior belonging to the Yuan Guild. 2 new system alerts. Flash, he has entered the Cavern of Torment dungeon, activating his class transfer quest immediately. This zone is meant for levels 20 to 40, with a limit of 1 to 8 players. He strides right inside. Cavern of Torment. Recommended, level 20 to 40. Party size, limited from 1 to 8 players. Su Yang murmurs to himself that aside from Black Dragon Fortress, this is his first real dungeon run, and it feels pretty fresh. He recalls that this place is supposedly the lair of the Earth God. Spotting a single guard ahead, Su Yang raises an eyebrow. Is there really only one monster at the entrance? It is a level 35 evil Earth God archer. Drawing his sword, he sighs that his very first dungeon mob is a bit underwhelming. Right as he finishes it off, another monster lunges at him from behind in a surprise ambush. Su Yang swiftly grabs it by the throat, hurls the creature backward, and swings his sword in a perfectly coordinated, sweeping slash. The system alerts him defeated level 35 evil Earth God archer, gaining 549 experience points. Defeated level 34 evil Earth God butcher, gaining 537 experience points. Looking around with a smirk, Su Yang mutters that trying to ambush him makes this place feel a bit wicked. Honestly, if his reaction speed was not so ridiculously high, that hit might have landed. He recalls his fight with Li Zhen back then. He mostly relied on raw stats to overpower enemies, but facing truly elite players means he must rely on actual skill. A dark purple aura flares up in Su Yang's palm as he decides to use these lesser monsters to practice with his demon blade. But as he heads deeper into the pitch-black cavern, a strange hissing sound echoes from the ceiling. 2 monsters suddenly drop down in a vicious strike, only to be instantly deflected by the heavy shield strapped to Su Yang's back. The demon blade shifts form into a massive hammer, and Su Yang smashes it straight down, leaving the monsters shrieking in pure agony. High on the rocky ledges, hidden archers aim their arrows directly at him. A barrage of arrows rains down like lightning, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Shifting his blade into a crossbow, Su Yang aims at the snipers and fires, blowing the archers to pieces one by one. Realizing that reacting passively is just getting annoying, he decides to pull a massive train of monsters all at once. Su Yang sprints forward without hesitating for a single second as a horde chases close behind since the boss room is right ahead. He might as well wipe them all out together. Spinning around on his heel, Su Yang suddenly wields a deadly, razor-sharp spear. The weapon expands into a massive, double-ended spear that rockets forward, engulfing every single monster. It touches in a fiery explosion. Taste this 40-meter blade, he grins, as the chasing horde is wiped out. Thoroughly impressed by how this incredibly versatile skill handles both range and close combat. Now he is even more excited to see what powerful new skill his 5th class advancement will reward him with. Right then, a pair of glowing eyes locks onto Su Yang, the level 40 Frost Giant Tiger. This dungeon's final boss. Seeing its majestic, powerful stance, Su Yang is actually quite surprised that the Earth God Lair boss is just a giant tiger. He wonders if it is just some city lord's lost pet. Finding the dungeon design a bit hilarious, the giant beast sneers, asking if he has a death wish for entering its territory. Before charging forward to see if he can even keep up with its speed, Su Yang calmly watches the tiger circle him, jokingly muttering that the monster's boss dialogue is clearly scripted. Any boss below the Radiant rank lacks real intelligence. So he decides to test a brand new move on this beast. Just as it leaps to strike him down, the beast crashes its massive paw down right where he stands, only to trigger a violent counter-reaction that slices the tiger to pieces while he remains completely unharmed. System alert. Silver Dungeon boss Frost Giant Tiger defeated, earning 6,321 experience points. Clearing 2 silver dungeons solo while completing the subquest to kill the boss within 3 minutes has Su Yang laughing he killed it instantly. So why would he need 3 minutes? Stepping through the exit portal, Su Yang spots He Ling and her group hiding behind a nearby cliff, asking them in pure confusion why on earth they are hiding so far away. He jokes that he is not going to eat them, and she nervously replies to just ignore them and go on his way. Su Yang waves goodbye, leaving He Ling absolutely dumbfounded that he cleared the entire dungeon in less than 5 minutes. Considering this was a notoriously hellish dungeon, they wonder what kind of monster he really is. Xue Qian can only sigh in disbelief, realizing that they were just classmates not long ago. But now it feels like they belong to completely different worlds. Moving on to the next dungeon. The system alerts him that the Silver Dungeon boss Blood Axe Orc is slain, rewarding him 6,187 experience points. He completed 2 silver dungeons entirely solo, while also taking down the boss within 3 minutes of their encounter. His 5-star class advancement quest is complete. A flood of new notifications hits his screen, confirming his absolute success and unlocking a chain of hidden quests. Su Yang is stunned. A hidden quest. The system updates with Stage 1, the Lost Rusty Key. The quest description marks a spot on the map where a terrifying, dormant beast is sleeping, seemingly guarding a valuable secret. And the bonus rewards for completing this mission are insane. A 5% boost to all stats, the special class Demon Warrior, and a legendary skill book. First, this hidden quest only unlocks after a 5-star advancement and will not affect his normal path. Second, new stages of this hidden questline will unlock one by one with each future advancement. Third, abandoning it has absolutely zero negative impact on normal class quests, but there is a strict 48-hour limit. Looking at the prompt to accept, Su Yang grins. Just the 5% boost to all stats is tempting enough, let alone a legendary skill book. And since there is definitely a Stage 2, this must be the real value of a 5-star quest. He has to accept. Checking the map, the target lies in the high-level outskirts of Tianling City, where the average monster level is 40 and above. That terrifying beast is probably well over level 50 without some serious cheats. This quest is basically impossible. Su Yang draws his sword. It is time to unlock this weapon, but equipping diamond tier gear early requires a flawless, boundless gem. And wait, it also requires a Grandmaster Blacksmith. Dongling City has no such master. Then, he remembers the Tianji Pavilion branch is right there in Tianling City. They do not just sell dungeon guides, they deal in top-tier intelligence too. He decides to pay those defeated fools a visit. Rumor has it Tianji Pavilion belongs to Alliance X, and he wonders how they will react when they see his new toy. In his hand, a gleaming black gold membership card for Alliance X catches the light, arriving at the Tianling branch. The massive crowd takes him by surprise. Tianling City actually has so many people buying guides. They really are the premier strategy guild. He feels slightly awkward. After all, he just made a fortune, selling off their gear. Officially joining the wealthy elite. The system screen displays his inventory details. A flawless, boundless gem can slot into any piece of gear, completely bypassing all level requirements. With a balance of 2,800,000,000. He steps into the noisy hall, where angry customers are shouting for their turns. The stressed receptionist tries to calm the crowd, asking everyone to wait for their numbers. Su Yang squeezes through the crowd, amazed by the chaos. Then he spots two familiar faces nearby. Well, look who it is. Zhou Tai and Liu Zi. He did not expect to run into them so quickly. Liu Zi whines behind his boss, asking if they really cannot compensate him for his destroyed Star Glory weapon. An annoyed Zhou Tai snaps back that headquarters was generous enough not to punish them for their massive failures. Frustrated, Liu Zi kicks a pile of crates, cursing about months of wasted grinding, and a broken piece of wood flies straight at Su Yang's face. He catches it easily, demanding to know what mindless idiot is tossing trash around. The thug steps up, demanding to know if he has a problem. But Su Yang challenges him right back. Liu Zi grabs his collar, scoffing at a level 40 weakling daring to open his mouth. He threatens to turn Su Yang into a complete cripple right here. But Su Yang just smiles, pushing the raging thug over the edge. Su Yang makes a mental note the next time this idiot enters the Black Dragon dungeon. He is dead. Zhou Tai steps in to de-escalate, telling his partner to behave and asking Su Yang to let it go. Su Yang adjusts his collar, questioning if this is how the Great Tianji Pavilion treats its paying guests. He lets out a cold, disappointed sigh that drips with pure contempt. Liu Zi sneers that they only deal in high-level guides that a lowlife like him cannot afford, asking his boss if he can just throw this useless kid onto the street. Su Yang calmly pulls out his premium membership card, but the arrogant thug just laughs it off as a piece of trash. Liu Zi slaps the card right out of his hand, leaving Su Yang stunned by his sheer ignorance. The card slides to a halt at someone's feet, prompting a sudden gasp of shock as Zhou Tai gets a very bad feeling. Chief Manager. Why are you here? Liu Zi gasps in shock. Brother-in-law. You finally came. The newcomer is Jia Yue, a level 120 powerhouse from an A-rank main city and chief manager of Yongfeng City. He immediately delivers a brutal, ringing slap. With a sharp smack, Liu Zi crashes to the ground and looks up in utter disbelief. Brother-in-law. What are you doing? I am your wife's brother. Jia Yue politely returns the card to him with utmost respect. Distinguished VIP guest. I am Jia Yue, the chief manager of Yongfeng City. Please accept my deepest apologies for the trouble my subordinate caused you. Su Yang takes it and replies that it is fine, silently wondering if this manager is some huge deal. Jia Yue carefully inquires, you are so young yet hold the black membership card of Alliance X. Did you perhaps complete a 5-star class change quest and earn VIP privileges from the class change temple? Su Yang simply confirms it. Jia Yue immediately orders Zhou Tai to treat this distinguished guest with utmost respect and avoid any rudeness. He bows respectfully. Yes, Chief Manager. Meanwhile, Liu Zi turns completely pale and gasps out in absolute shock. Jia Yue points directly at him, ordering Liu Zi to follow him out so they can discuss the next dungeon. Dragged away by his collar, Liu Zi tries to salvage his pride. Brother-in-law. Let go. I can walk. Then, he points at Su Yang and yells, Kid, do not get cocky. Just you wait. Su Yang wonders to himself, the next dungeon. Does Tianji Pavilion have new plans in motion? Zhou Tai instantly switches to a highly respectful tone, asking if the distinguished guest has any specific requests. Su Yang requests to know the location of the Grandmaster Blacksmith in Tianling City, then asks if they happen to carry any limitless gems. Jubao Pavilion ran completely out of stock. He needs a few. He hesitates slightly. The information is easy. And they do have limitless gems. But the price is incredibly steep. Su Yang casually snaps his fingers. Anything that money can solve is no issue at all. A glittering pouch of gold coins thuds onto the floor. Zhou Tai quickly replies. Understood. I will have someone know. I will personally go fetch the goods for you. Please wait a moment. Su Yang silently notes that this guy's face-shifting skills are insanely polished. Seriously. Who wouldn't be curious? Yongfeng City is the regional capital. Yet its top manager is treating him like absolute royalty. With the map now in hand, he departs from the temple. His curiosity about the sanctuary's true origins growing by the second. The old wolf smithy, who would have thought a grandmaster blacksmith was hiding in such a rundown place, seeking out Tianji Pavilion was definitely the right choice. But Su Yang pricks up his ears as he overhears passersby talking. Are you saying the expedition team is actually heading back to the Black Dragon secret realm? Two guys up ahead whisper to each other. Is that really true? People literally died in there. And they still dare to risk it. The other replies that it is just a rumor. But right now, everyone is simply too terrified to actually sign up. He continues, I bet it is true if it were me. Even for 10 billion gold coins. I would not go. Su Yang is not surprised at all. As expected, Chen Lun's sudden death completely crushed the expedition team's morale. So they likely will not dare to return anytime soon. But the clock is ticking. He needs to tame that black dragon quickly before anyone else tries to claim it. Arriving at the smithy, Su Yang pushes open the door and politely calls out. Excuse me. I am looking for Mr. Gu Yang. Inside the shop? Rong Shui and An Yu are already waiting. Gu Yang pauses his work, looks up, and asks if he is a customer, instantly recognizing them as members of the Yu Yun Guild. Su Yang casually greets them. Hello, sisters. Are you two here to compete for gear too? And Yu quickly dashes right up to him, asking with a shy smile if he is the new younger brother who just joined. She barrages him with questions about his age, if he has a girlfriend, or if he likes older women. Her intense energy leaves him utterly speechless. Rong Shui steps forward, pushing An Yu back by her face as she directly asks if he is Su Yang. This is a grandmaster blacksmith shop. So, someone at your level really has no business being here. The ordinary street smithy is plenty for you. An Yu protests loudly. But Su Yang only sighs honestly. That is the second time today he has heard that. And he is just too tired to explain, pulling out his sword. He calmly asks if a weapon like this makes him qualified to be there. Gu Yang raises his massive hammer high and slams it down, sending blinding sparks everywhere. Rong Shui watches, transfixed, realizing this is the spectacular effect of enhancing a Starshine tier weapon. It is her very first time seeing it, and you can only watch the glowing embers float through the room in awe. It is absolutely gorgeous. Rong Shui glances over at Su Yang, who is sitting calmly, noting that he does not look even slightly surprised. In fact, he acts as though he has seen this masterpiece 1,000 times already. And Yu suddenly runs over, asking what Xiao Shui is doing. Why is she staring so hard at Su Yang? Did she actually fall for him? Rong Shui flinches and immediately snaps back that she was just thinking. And Yu giggles and teases her, which only makes Rong Shui turn completely red and yell to shut up. Watching their chaotic bickering, Su Yang gets a bad feeling. Did he accidentally join the completely wrong guild? Hours later, Gu Yang raises the glowing sword high and declares that the weapon is finally finished. He thinks in admiration that he truly is a master, finishing it in just one try. Last time he tried, he blew up quite a few of his own materials. Su Yang reaches out to take the sword and asks how much he owes him. The master replies that he poured his heart into this weapon, and normally, he would charge him at least 1 billion in processing fees. But since he had such a great time forging today, he makes an exception to do it for free. Master-level smithing at zero cost is an absolute steal. Su Yang is straightforward, refusing to take advantage of the old man. Money is easy to make, but finding a master like him is rare. He insists the master take the 1 billion fee, promising to visit him often. Gu Yang gives him a thumbs up in praise of his bold spirit, accepting the money and inviting him back. Meanwhile, Yu watches, totally smitten by this move. He did not just turn down a free service. He casually spent 1 billion with a smile. Is this what a true high roller looks like? She finds herself swooning, while Rong Shui wonders if he really is the young master of an S-class guild. Out on the outskirts of Qianling City lies the Ningguang Range, with a recommended level of 40 and above. Su Yang arrives at the barren mountains. Recognizing his quest location, this is indeed a grinding map designed for second-class advancements and higher. He decides to equip Bloodthirsty Shadow, which requires 300 points in both speed and spirit attributes. Drinking stat potions helps boost those numbers before distributing the remaining free attribute points. The system chimed in. Su Yang. His class is Magic Swordsman. His strength is 980, with a base of 241 plus 739 from gear. Speed is 1129. Base 300, 11 plus 800, 18 from gear. Spirit is 488. Base 314, plus 174 from gear. Meditation Elixir grants 50 permanent spirit points, with a consumption limit of 5. Swiftness Elixir 2 grants 50 permanent speed points, limit of 5. Windrunner Elixir 1 grants 100 permanent speed points, with a usage limit of 2. He feels a surge of excitement, realizing his current power easily rivals a 4th-class expert. Su Yang charges straight toward the mountain range, shouting out for them to bring it on. As soon as he shows up, 2 figures suddenly rush right past him. They are level 45 undead bats and level 44 wraith soldiers. Shadow God Blessing description reads, consumes mana briefly to grant stealth, while boosting speed by 60%. He slashes at both targets. The bats are struck mid-air, crashing straight down before Su Yang uses double slash to finish them off completely, landing smoothly. He marvels at how a basic warrior double slash can pack such devastating power, all thanks to his Star Splendor rank weapon. Right behind Su Yang, countless eyes are lurking and watching from the shadows. He decides he has no intention of clearing the map slowly, so he uses his old trick as a violent explosion erupts. At the foot of the mountain, Su Yang steps into a cave, the exact lair where a terrifying beast resides. Given the quest parameters, its level is likely 50 or higher. He wonders how many of his strikes it can actually survive in this eerie silence. There are no minor monsters along the path. As a light shines ahead, he knows he has finally arrived. Su Yang squints at the light ahead, his eyes widening in surprise as he spots a massive beast curled up and fast asleep right in the center. The system alerts. Unknown, Mutant Devourer Beast. Level 55. Undead race. Health points, skills, and special traits are completely hidden. He cannot believe it. What kind of trick is this? Aside from its name and level, absolutely no details are visible. Purchasing a high-level skill book is definitely on his list. But for now, Su Yang strikes first to avoid underestimating this mysterious boss. Time to prepare for a fierce battle. A single blade thrusts straight into its head. The system notification pops up, showing the Shadow God Blessing deals 52,281 damage, consuming mana for the soul mark and boosting damage by 300% on undetected targets. Watching it struggle back up, Su Yang immediately realizes he cannot kill it quickly as its massive jaws open wide. Countless energy surges erupt from the ground, shooting up sharp spikes that force him to leap high into the air to dodge. Spinning mid-air, Su Yang delivers a heavy downward slash, making the struck monster howl out in agonizing pain. Gripping his sword tightly, he rushes forward, Determined to deny the beast any room to breathe while stripping away its health bar, the system announces that he has slain the mutated beast. For consuming the unknown flesh, he gains 4,321 experience points, along with an old key and an unidentified piece of rotted meat. The item description reveals an old key worn down by time, appearing to be the crucial item needed to unlock some hidden door. Along with a highly mysterious piece of rotted meat, its once mighty power has completely faded, leaving behind only decay and making its true origin impossible to guess. He wonders why the quest mentions a key, but gives him this rotten piece of meat. Yet, looking closely at its description, the original owner of this flesh must have been incredibly powerful. Even with its power drained, it was still enough to mutate that wild beast. Su Yang puts this matter aside for now. He decides to keep it for his class advancement quest and research its use later on. A new notification pops up. Class advancement quest verified and cleared. For completing the 5-star difficulty, he receives the ultimate life ascension, boosting his base stats by 25%. For completing the 5-star advancement, he unlocks the exclusive passive skill for the Magic Warrior class, Dual Soul Boost. Dual Soul Boost increases mind power by 10% of strength, and strength by 10% of mind power, without stacking repeatedly. Hidden class advancement quest detected and confirmed as complete. Hidden quest completed. Rewards issued, all stats up by 5%. Special Magic Warrior class unlocked. Legendary skill book acquired. And level cap removed. Accumulated experience raises his level from 40 to 58, receiving 360 stat points. He splits them evenly between strength and mind power. He thinks to himself that this terrifying base stat alone is enough to completely crush any third-rank class user. If he factors in his equipment stats, he can now take those spirit hunters head-on. Defeating a 4th rank as a 2nd rank is thrilling. Talk about a power shift. Stat distribution is now complete. His current stats display a massive surge across his strength, speed, and mind power attributes. Su Yang smiles at his sword, thinking his doubled stats are amazing, especially with his Soul Blade mark active. From now on, even a platinum-grade dungeon boss probably won't survive a single strike. This legendary skill is absolutely incredible. A system notification chimes. The legendary Magic Warrior skill, Dual Annihilation, merges his magic with his weapon, consuming half his mana. It unleashes a devastating strike, dealing 200% physical damage and an extra 200% mental damage. When he returns, Bai Ling congratulates the hero. She congratulates him on completing his 5-star second awakening. Your VIP benefits are updating. First, your monthly allowance increases from 10 million to 50 million. Second, your X-Alliance Black Card discount increases from 20 to 30%. He simply nods and replies, "Good." He silently notes that to his current self. These perks are quite ordinary. Curious, she asks what his next move is. Su Yang admits he is tired and plans to rest for a couple of days. Bai Ling agrees that resting is crucial, though he has a plan. Resting doesn't mean sitting around all day. He plans to visit the Mystery Pavilion to buy supplies for the dragon hunt. Over at the Mystery Pavilion headquarters, inside Jia Yue's office, he assigns a task to Zhou Tai. He places him in charge of the dungeon raid, asking if 30 expedition members will be enough to clear it. Zhou Tai confirms 30 is enough, though he expresses concern about the special mechanic that prevents resurrection. Jia Yue pulls out a bracelet, telling him not to worry. Headquarters prepared a Life Jade ring for everyone to guarantee their survival. Seeing the Life Jade ring, Zhou Tai thanks manager Jia Yue for such a precious item. He leaves it in their hands, mentioning he would join the dragon hunt himself if he weren't so busy. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. Wait, the black dragon is not for them to handle. The office door swings open, and a startled Zhou Tai asks who she is. Recognizing Luo Lingzhi, he stammers, asking why the young mistress is here. She is Luo Lingzhi. a level 130 beast tamer, and daughter of the Mystery Pavilion Lord. Her servant demands they bow down now that the young mistress has arrived. Jia Yue drops to his knees, apologizing for his ignorance and pleading for her forgiveness. Dismissing them, she warns them to keep her secret. Visit quiet. A sudden flash of light reveals a flying chair. Linger sits down, commanding that no one is allowed to enter the Black Dragon Citadel without her permission. She wants to handle the Black Dragon herself. Jia Yue hesitantly asks if this is her father's will, unleashing killing intent. She snaps, asking if he dares defy her. A terrified Jia Yue quickly complies and orders his men to stand down as she leaves. She demands he prepare all files on the Black Dragon and get a room ready so she can rest. He sighs with relief once she leaves. Her sudden arrival has completely ruined his original plans. Standing behind him, Lu Zi is stunned. Realizing she is the Pavilion Lord's daughter and the youngest genius in the Global Beast Taming Association, Jia Yue confirms. Yes. The Global Beast Taming Association is a super organization on par with Alliance X, dedicated to searching for rare, exotic beasts all over the world. Whether it is a dungeon boss or a wild elite, they are all targets for their hunt. The young miss possesses incredible innate talent, joining the Global Beast Taming Association at a young age. And barely anyone in all of Dragonxia can stand on equal footing with her. This time, she secretly came here to capture the Black Dragon before any other beast tamers could get to it. If she succeeds, she will become the top beast tamer on the continent, significantly boosting the reputation of the Tianji Pavilion. Zhou Tai speaks up next, warning everyone not to get any ideas, and to follow the young miss into the dungeon and obey her every command. Most importantly, the final strike to tame the low-health Black Dragon must be left for her. So absolutely no stealing. Understood. Of course. He quickly agrees, promising to grab the basic dragon guide for her. Terrified of even trying to compete with the Pavilion Master's daughter. But when Zhou Tai checks the records, he is utterly shocked. The book was bought yesterday, and the buyer is Su Yang. Liu Zi is annoyed, wondering why that guy is always causing trouble, while Jia Yue is slightly uneasy, hoping it is just a coincidence. He could not have known about her arrival. But given his power level, why would he care about a giant dragon? Zhou Tai nervously asks what to do. Should they ask him to return the book? But Zhou Tai orders them not to easily offend a VIP from the Divine Hall. Despite his suspicious actions, there must be other dragon records, so they should go look. Meanwhile, at Su Yang's house, he sits down in his usual spot and opens the book. The basic guide on giant dragons actually cost 510 gold coins. The Tianji Pavilion certainly knows how to turn a profit, so he hopes it is worth it. Reading through the types like red dragons, white dragons, and black dragons, the Black Dragon entry shows it is a giant dragon, characterized as highly brutal and bloodthirsty. The chart shows its power at different growth stages, from the larval stage to the Voidstone stage, the Star Brilliant pre-adult stage, the Bright Moon post-adult stage, and the Blazing Sun adult stage. Known racial talents include enhanced strength, mastery over black flames, and the terrifying pressure of a giant dragon. Strangely, he notices there is absolutely no mention of any damage reduction talent. Given the professional reputation of the Tianji Pavilion, they should not have missed such a crucial detail. Could it be that the expedition team simply could not see the specific details of the wings of Black Flame? Much like how he could not identify that meat-devouring monster in the mountains. The report ends with some travel notes. Within the borders of Dragonxia, several conquered secret realms containing black dragons have been discovered. In the northwest of Luoxu City, Anbei Province, lies the Dragon Roar Cave, home to a larval black dragon with a Voidstone difficulty level. The central region of Yemu City has also been cleared, specifically the Dragon Vein Mountain in Lingjiang Province, featuring a pre-adult black dragon on a Bright Moon difficulty level. The unconquered region is in southeast Yangfu City, Tianling Province, at the Black Dragon Citadel. Featuring a pre-adult black dragon with a star brilliant level difficulty. Su Yang flips to the next page, noting that only 3 black dragons have been discovered in all of Dragonzia so far. 2 of them have already been defeated. Leaving only the black dragon boss, he is currently targeting still undefeated. But wait. The information on the defeated black dragon seems off, as the pre-adult stage should correspond to the star brilliant level. Why was it listed as Bright Moon? He decides to read the details closely. The detailed report for Dragon Vein Mountain explains that this dungeon was cleared at Radiant Glory difficulty, where the dragon was initially thought to be a post-adult. However, after analyzing the dragon heart obtained from the kill, they realized its actual growth stage was only pre-adult. Further research on the dropped items revealed that this black dragon had accidentally consumed an unknown piece of rotten meat, which temporarily boosted its power. A special note: the Tianji Pavilion is willing to buy any of these mysterious, unknown pieces of rotten meat at an incredibly high price. Su Yang cannot help but feel thrilled, realizing the meat has such an incredible effect and that he has truly hit the jackpot. Since the Tianji Pavilion is so eager to buy it, its value must be high enough to make them completely ignore any price limit. Most importantly, if he feeds this meat to his own black dragon, its strength will instantly skyrocket to the Bright Moon level. At that point, even a dozen 5th turn professionals would be completely helpless. Once he secures this massive level-up opportunity, his own rank could leap straight to the 4th turn, making his path forward incredibly smooth. He leans back onto his bed, knowing he cannot abuse this trick forever, since the Tianji Pavilion is certainly no fool. They will definitely catch on. So now is the time to defeat the Black Dragon and move to the next boss. Even though it brought great benefits, with such massive rewards, slaying it actually feels like a waste. Suddenly, a system notification pops up when a boss he previously bound is slain. It will automatically become his absolutely loyal subordinate, leaving Su Yang completely stunned. Sitting up abruptly, he wonders if he heard that right, realizing he might get a black dragon pet. And the system confirms it. The system tells him this is normal, so he shouldn't be too excited. But Su Yang is absolutely thrilled. How could he not be? This is a giant dragon. It's majestic, powerful, and completely domineering. Even in S guilds, like the Global Beast Taming Association, very few people can tame a giant dragon as a pet. If he suddenly summons a black dragon pet during a chaotic guild war, imagine how absolutely insane that scene would be. Su Yang knows that with his current stats, even with the Dragon Slayer's heart, it is still not enough against the black dragon. How long would it even take to slay it? Besides, if someone challenges him right after the fight, wouldn't all that effort be wasted? Su Yang gets out of bed and slips on his slippers, deeply considering this dilemma, thinking it over. His leveling still relies heavily on his part-time job as a boss. If no one challenges him for a while, his leveling speed will stall. Plus, because his level is still low, each part-time job shift eats up too much experience. If he faces an expedition team next time and overuses his powers, things could easily go wrong. It looks like he needs to level up fast. Should he farm the wild maps or high-tier dungeons just then? Su Yang remembers the guild messages. He opens the system to check. If he recalls correctly, the giant forest is also a Voidstone tier realm. Talk about perfect timing. This rare opportunity is too good to pass up. So Su Yang decides to send them a message. It contains just 2 words, got it. When Rong Shui and the Yuyun Guild receive this, they freeze in shock before the entire guild erupts in screams. And you eagerly text back, our handsome little brother finally replied, come on over. Big sister, will protect you. Muzi quickly reminds An Yu to mind her own image. Rong Shui replies to An Yu, you keep talking about Rong Shui, but it looks like your own thoughts are the ones that are impure. And Yu defends herself, do not insult me. He and I have a pure sibling bond. completely innocent. Muzi chips in sister An Yu is totally busted, and Yu complains about being wronged, while Su Yang looks at the flooding chat room in speechless disbelief. Not this again. Yu Yun had been silent this whole time. But she finally asks Su Yang, "Are you sure you want to raid this Voidstone realm with us? The monsters inside are way too dangerous for you." "So, are you absolutely positive?" Su Yang texts back, "I will head over first. So, take your time." The next day, as Lei Shan enters the class change temple, a lackey asks why their boss looks so incredibly pale. He replies, "It was hard enough reaching level 99. But when I took the 5th class change quest, the materials ended up being in the giant forest." Someone hesitantly asks, "The giant forest is just as difficult as the Black Dragon stronghold. So we probably cannot handle it at our current levels." "Right," they whisper among themselves, noting that they heard the Yu Yun Guild is already preparing to conquer the giant forest. It seems this year's Secret Realm trial ticket is basically as good as theirs. The gap between their two guilds is widening fast. But Lei Shan confidently responds, "Not necessarily. We still have one way to stop Yu Yun from stealing that ticket." Confused, they ask boss, "Do you mean?" With a sinister smile, he tells them that if he has no options left, he has nothing to lose. They will kill them all and make Yu Yun taste their despair. The details of the secret realm appear: giant forest, a diamond tier realm with a recommended level of 90 and above. The introduction: towering ancient trees block out all sunlight as the distant roars of giant beasts echo from the deep woods, warning outsiders that they are absolutely not welcome. With 35 minutes left on the countdown, Su Yang looks at the massive crowd gathered around him and notes that it is incredibly packed. Both the giant forest and the Black Dragon stronghold are high-level realms, so their difficulty levels are likely pretty similar. Yu Yun chose to take on this challenge now specifically to secure that precious Secret Realm trial ticket. This Secret Realm trial is a highly anticipated special event hosted once a year by the Class Change Temple of Yangfeng City. Only A-rank guilds with 5th class change players or above are ever qualified to participate, and each city gets only a single ticket to enter. Additionally, the top 3 guilds in the trial will receive a massive amount of rich resources, including 1 Radiant tier weapon and 3 Diamond tier weapons, along with tons of diamonds and various guild buffs. These rewards are incredibly tempting for any guild. As the only 2 A-rank guilds in Tianling City, both Yu Yun and Beast Spirit are desperate to outdo each other, explaining their rush to action. In this battle for the ticket, Beast Spirit was originally slightly stronger, but they got completely wiped out inside the Black Dragon stronghold. With their levels and gear downgraded, they are now at a massive disadvantage, giving Yu Yun the perfect chance to take the lead. Most of the competitors around are just B-rank guilds, posing no real threat to them. But then, the situation suddenly takes a sharp turn. He glances over to see Lei Shan's team arriving, aggressively shoving everyone else out of their way. "Listen up, you low-level weaklings. Our Beast Spirit Guild is claiming this entire realm, so beat it if you do not want to die." Hearing that name sent chills down everyone's spine. It was Spirit Beast Su Yang noticed they clearly weren't giving up easily. With other players fleeing, it was obvious these A-tier guilds were way too overbearing. A nearby player kindly warned him to keep quiet, asking if he hadn't heard about Spirit Beast's terrible luck lately. They just wanted to vent. Su Yang pondered the situation with Spirit Beast's current strength. Clearing a diamond tier dungeon would probably be quite a challenge. Hardly anyone there was level 90. Their vibes suggested they weren't waiting to raid, but rather setting up an ambush, and you just know it's bad news. He gradually realized their scheme. These guys probably wanted to block Wu Yun from entering the dungeon. Hogging the spot without actually using it was pretty shameless of them. Seeing Su Yang still standing there, a level 72 scout barked out, asking if the kid was deaf or what. He asked if Su Yang had not heard their leader speak. Su Yang calmly replied that he was just looking around and had no interest in their business. The thug arrogantly shoved Su Yang back, snapping that he had not given the kid permission to speak, telling Su Yang to get lost. The man kept his hand on his shoulder. Su Yang grabbed that hand and forcefully bent it straight backward. The scout screamed in agony over his broken hand as Su Yang effortlessly hurled him toward a distant tree, sent flying by the sheer force. The scout crashed straight into the woods, ending up in a pretty pathetic heap right under a completely uprooted tree. Lei Shan warily asked who he was and why he beat him up. Su Yang just yawned, casually explaining that the guy tried to strike him first, so he merely acted in self-defense. An angry Zhao Ming snapped, asking what kind of attitude that was. Beating someone down to critical health and calling it self-defense was incredibly arrogant. But Lei Shan quickly cut him off, saying there was no need to speak further. He tried to negotiate, admitting that if his scout offended Su Yang, it was indeed wrong. But since the lesson was taught, perhaps they could let it slide. Su Yang agreed, having no objections. Still furious, Zhao Ming asked his leader if they were really just letting this brat walk all over them. Lei Shan was much calmer, noting that someone who could nearly wipe out a third-tier scout instantly had to be at least a fourth-tier professional. They were there to target Wu Yun, so there was no need to look for extra trouble. Zhao Ming calmed down slightly, wondering if the kid was some hired help sent by Wu Yun. Otherwise, why would he be here all alone? Lei Shan disagreed, pointing out that those guild women rarely ever associated with men anyway. Su Yang sensed movement nearby and realized someone was coming. Wu Yun walked up, demanding to know what guild leader Lei was trying to pull, blocking the entrance. He replied that they claimed giant forest first, so guild leader Lin should just find another dungeon. She dryly reminded him to stop joking, since Spirit Beast had just had an entire party wiped out, leaving them in no state to raid a diamond dungeon. So that was it? She realized he had come all this way specifically to stir up trouble. Why would they act so maliciously right after getting wiped out? What benefit did it even bring them? She asked if they could keep some dignity, or if they wanted their two guilds to fight right here. Lei Shan declared that their benefit was dragging them down too, ensuring they could not complete their trial either. He made it clear that nobody would be running this dungeon today. Looking at the ice forming around him, he coldly remarked that Mirong Shue was already attacking before her guild leader had even given the command. Rong Shui snapped back, telling him to just shut up and fight. Lei Shan happily agreed to settle things right there, turning it into a life-or-death battle to their heart's content. Su Yang stepped in, mockingly asking who Lei Shan thought he was to block everyone. This guy's confidence is unreal, leaving Rong Shui absolutely stunned to see him step up. And Yu swooned, thinking how cool he was for daring to challenge Lei Shan. Shu Yan observed him, noting that the hot topic of the guild had finally taken the stage, though she quietly wished Zhao Qian could be there to see it. Muzi pulled out her notebook, determined to record this historic moment of their guild welcoming its very first male member. Wu Yun stepped forward to welcome him, saying she was glad to finally meet him. He politely apologized for not reporting to the guild yet, adding that he thought meeting like this was much easier anyway. She agreed that it might be, while secretly marveling at his exclusive 5-star class advancement. Carrying a Starlight tier weapon as the sole heir to an S-rank guild, Su Yang was wrapped in endless secrets. But even with him standing right there, she wondered how she should ask, or if she even should. Meanwhile, Li Dan was practically shaking with rage. He cursed under his breath, furious that An Yu had ignored him so many times, only to now make eyes at some random kid. He wanted to kill him. Zhao Ming blurted out to his leader that the kid really belonged to Wu Yun, and apparently as a full member rather than a mere mercenary. Gritting his teeth, Lei Shan asked if the kid had been playing them earlier. Su Yang casually shrugged, asking what he planned to do about it. Suddenly, 2 glowing arrows shot toward him. He caught one barehanded, realizing without a flinch that their enemy archer had finally shown himself. Su Yang flings them right back, saying it would be rude not to return a favor. With a sharp kick, he sends the arrows flying back, piercing Zhao Ming and forcing his terrified allies to scream for the vice leader. Seeing his man down, Lei Shan growls, "Kid, you are looking for death." Su Yang teleports right in front of him. He calmly notes that it looks like they only came here today to cause trouble. Blocking people from entering such a great dungeon? Does he really think everyone has enough time to waste on this nonsense? Time is money. If they make him miss the golden opportunity to hunt those juicy targets, how on earth can they take responsibility? Confused, the crowd whispers about what targets he means. Lei Shan snaps that the kid is about to die anyway, screaming for him to perish. Su Yang pulls out a scroll. Guess he has to teach them a quick lesson. Spotting the skill scroll, Lei Shan breaks into a cold sweat. He frantically orders them to activate the defensive barriers and pile on every damage reduction buff. He is still pretty confident, sure. The kid might be a tough solo player, but absolutely nothing can shatter their guild's strongest defensive barrier. Su Yang just grins. Is that so, eh? Massive howling tornado begins to materialize right out of thin air. The violent wind lashes out, making Yu complain loudly. Rong Shui desperately holds down her skirt, snapping that Yu is wearing pants anyway. This intense magic surge feels exactly like a natural disaster. Lei Shan panics. There is no way. This power is clearly legendary grade. With a cold look, Su Yang drops the storm, telling them to vanish. The storm of 1,000 thunderblades violently rains down on Lei Shan. A massive pillar of energy surges into the sky as roaring winds whip the area. As the chaos finally clears, he calmly points out that the roadblocks are gone, so are they ready to start the dungeon raid? The members of the Wu Yun Guild stand completely paralyzed with fear. Wu Yun stammers, unable to believe that an entire elite squad was wiped out in mere seconds. Rong Shui chimes in, even with a legendary grade scroll. Obliterating an entire A-rank guild squad in an instant should be impossible. Muzi pulls out her sketchbook, showing them her drawings of the battle. She points out that Su Yang actually slipped in another skill during the chaos. Looking at the sketch, Yu is deeply impressed, praising her talent as expected of Li Muzi. Rong Shui notices it looks like a blade condensed purely from magic. Suddenly, Wu Yun realizes exactly how he did it. He used a legendary skill to shatter their defense, spammed epic skills to cause total chaos, and finished them off with that magic blade. Absolutely brilliant strategy. Rong Shui hesitates. Normally, a level 58 player could never pierce Lei Shan's defenses. But looking at his high-end gear, they all reach the same conclusion. He must be the young master of some mega guild. Feeling a bit awkward, Su Yang asks if they can finally enter the dungeon now. Wu Yun quickly nods, telling everyone they are heading out. Stepping inside, the towering trees make the atmosphere feel incredibly chilly, prompting Wu Yun to wrap her arms around herself. These massive trees make it feel like a real land of giants. With the complex terrain, everyone stays close and alert. Yu sidles up to Su Yang, asking if he thinks this raid will go smoothly. She gently asks if they might run into any wild, unexpected surprises like they did back at Black Dragon Castle. She playfully begs him to protect her, and Su Yang politely agrees. Suddenly, something rustles in the bushes and leaps out, startling Yu. It turns out to be just a harmless little rabbit. Xu Yan laughs off the scare, but her relief vanishes instantly. Lunging right out from behind the brush is a massive, two-headed raptor. It is level 89. Wu Yun charges forward, telling everyone to stay calm since this is just a basic mob, sword and shield in hand. She delivers a direct slash to the beast. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoes an elite level 95 giant rock bear. Yu and Muzi scream in panic, yelling for Su Yang to save them. Su Yang slashes the bear, asking why they did not assign roles. Yu snaps back, these high-level monsters are incredibly rare creatures. Okay. He steps up, tell them to leave this side to him, and watch his health bar. Wu Yun agrees, directing the supports to focus on backing up Su Yang. He nods in understanding, feeling the immense boost from their 4th advancement support skills. His strength skyrockets. He blows the giant bear back, leaps high into the air, and drives his blade straight through its skull. The critical hit inflicts massive damage while Wu Yun easily takes down her raptor. She praises him, noting their success rate has jumped with him around. Su Yang remains humble. It is actually his first time ever running in a party. He asks them to guide him, and Wu Yun readily agrees. But deep down, her mind is racing. His first time in a party. Does that mean he has always cleared dungeons completely solo? She realizes she cannot guess his identity at all. Wu Yun charges ahead to engage the next elite. Meanwhile, Rongzhui waves her staff, unleashing wave after wave of freezing frost. Su Yang effortlessly cuts down 2 more giant bears. With the path finally cleared, the true dungeon boss emerges, prompting everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Nervous, and Yu asks, pointing out that they bought the strategy guide from the Heavenly Pavilion, so everything should go smoothly. The boss is a level 98 flame-infused half-breed giant. Yu Yun is anxious, recalling how the Spirit Beast Guild wiped in the Black Dragon dungeon. But Su Yang assures her they are fine. He claims a man's intuition never fails, asserting this raid is a guaranteed win. It gives her a strange wave of confidence somehow. His words just feel incredibly convincing. Shaking off her doubts, Yu Yun decides to trust his gut and commands everyone to charge forward. The rest of the party agrees, immediately coordinating their attacks against the boss's weakest spots. Meanwhile, Zhou Tai brings urgent news, reporting that the Spirit Beast Guild clashed with Yu Yun right outside the giant forest. Jia Yue asks about the outcome with interest. When told that Spirit Beast got completely wiped out, he smiles. It is exactly as expected. He notes that straying too far only leads to foolish mistakes, regretting that he ever valued them. Now, it seems Yu Yun has easily secured the dungeon trial spot for Tianling City, but Zhou Tai chimed in, noting there was another matter involving the Black Dragon dungeon. Jia Yue's expression instantly turns serious. A secret dungeon inside the Black Dragon realm. Yu Yun delivers a heavy, decisive slash, sending the massive giant crashing backward and throwing up clouds of dust. Cheerful shouts instantly erupt as they celebrate their hard-won victory. A system notification announces the Yu Yun Guild has successfully cleared the dungeon, instructing the leader to distribute the rewards. Now reaching level 100. Yu Yun turns to Su Yang and points out that he gave up the final hit just to let her level up. Su Yang simply chuckles, telling her she needed that last hit bonus far more than he did. Gratefully, she thanks him and promises she owes him one. Instantly, the other girls in the party swarm Su Yang, praising him for being so powerful. They gush that without his help, clearing this dungeon would have been a complete nightmare. One girl giggles about how handsome he is, asking to add him and stay in touch. Rong Shui snaps, telling them to stop embarrassing themselves, while Yu Yun whispers to Su Yang to ignore them. Looking at the dropped loot, they are shocked to find 2 platinum-tier items and even a diamond-tier weapon. Yu Yun generously offers to hand over any piece of gear he wants from the pile. Su Yang declines with a polite laugh, silently noting that his own inventory is already overflowing with diamond-tier gear. Rong Shui cheers, realizing they got the exact materials needed for the 5th advancement, meaning their trial tickets are practically secured. And Yu excitedly asks if they are all grabbing dinner together. And Yu Yun replies that a celebration is absolutely necessary. She gently asks if Su Yang is coming along. But as he hesitates, a sudden system alert flashes, warning of an incoming challenger. Shocked, Su Yang wonders how someone could have breached the dungeon so quickly, questioning if the expedition group made their move early. Apologizing for the sudden emergency, he quickly teleports away, telling them he has to skip the celebration dinner this time. Returning to the Black Dragon's lair, where the low-level monsters are still asleep, he prepares to check the screens to see who is trying to raid the dungeon. Staring at the screen, Su Yang is surprised to see a lone raider, closely observing the intruder's unusual appearance. He is a lone raider with the distinct features of the elf race, identified by the system as A.K. Lawrence. A level 140 Royal Archmage, A.K. sneers at the minor monsters, calling them a pack of filthy beasts and an absolute eyesore. Watching from the shadows, Su Yang recognizes the immense threat and decides to let his elite monsters test the intruder first. Suddenly, a furious roar echoes as the monsters threaten to crush the skull of the cowardly elf. Surrounding him are high-level defenders, including a level 98 Dragon Tongue Priest, a level 96 Kobold Chieftain, and a level 95 Blood Dragon Warrior. They shout that his blood will serve as an offering to the great Athos, commanding everyone to slaughter the intruder. A.K. laughs coldly, mocking the name of that foolish black dragon and calling it a mere hatchling that can easily be wiped out with a few forbidden spells. With a single, devastating strike, A.K. cleaves through the elite guard, calling them worse than garbage as he disgustedly wipes the warm, dark blood off his face. He mutters about the nauseating blood of these low creatures, complaining that only his duty to the princess would bring him to such a disgusting place. He chants aloud, summoning a massive forest giant to serve as his shield and spear, commanding it to destroy all of his enemies. He stands safely behind his massive summon, determined not to let any more worthless beasts get close enough to stain him. Monitoring the battle through his mirror, Su Yang watches in shock as his level 95 elite monsters are wiped out effortlessly. This guy is far stronger than the leaders of the expedition. He might actually be a 6th turn class holder. If a 6th turn player activates full buffs in a fight, it will end horribly. This is incredibly bad. But then, a crucial detail hits him. The elf mentioned doing this for the princess. Could it be her? This might be his chance to pry some answers. Remembering Lilith is still asleep in her cage, Su Yang walks over and taps on the bars, telling her to wake up. He urges her to stop sleeping and wake up, causing Lilith to sit up, rub her eyes, and ask who is calling her. Su Yang breaks the silence, asking if she is indeed the princess of the Elven Kingdom. Terrified, she points a shaking finger and wonders how he can even talk. She stammers, asking how he can speak. Su Yang retorts that she never asked, adding that she is totally missing the point here. Lilith gapes in shock. Well, obviously he is an evil dragon who usually just lazes around, sleeps, and takes walks. Suddenly, acting this smart is a lot for anyone to process. She shivers as a terrifying thought hits her. If he is smart, has he been staring at her body all this time? What if he did something indecent while she slept? Bursting into tears, Lilith screams for help, telling the perverted dragon to stay away. Su Yang is completely baffled. How on earth did the conversation suddenly derail like this? Squeezing her cage flat with a single claw, he delivers a cold threat. He has zero patience left, so she better start talking before she becomes his next meal. It was just a bluff. But she immediately clutches her head in terror, confessing that she is Lilith Severa, 6th daughter of the noble Queen Severa. Su Yang is taken aback. Queen Severa. He recalls reading about this in the Beginner's Guide. The Dragon, Elven, and Giant Kingdoms are all SSS rank powerhouses, possessing absolutely terrifying strength. Among them, only the Elven Kingdom maintains friendly ties with humanity, and their absolute ruler is none other than Queen Severa. Who knew this elven girl had such royal blood? Showing her a reflection of Ark's party in his mirror, he tells her that her rescuers have arrived. She lights up in joy, but her relief instantly vanishes as her face turns completely pale. Sensing her dread, he asks if she really knows him, noting that she does not seem happy about it at all. She nods, calling Ark Lorenz and his family absolute scum. She can never forget the horrible things he has done. Honestly, she would rather be locked up in this cage forever than be rescued by him. Intrigued, he asks what the guy did, and Lilith calls Ark a beast in human skin. At first, she was fooled by his charming looks, but he tried to drug and violate her. She luckily realized in time to escape his clutches. Su Yang is puzzled. She is a princess. So how did he dare Lilith? Explains his family holds immense power. Even her own mother, the queen, cannot easily punish them, let alone a neglected, unloved princess like herself. He nods, realizing there is some deep history here. Right now, he needs to exploit this conflict to his advantage. Su Yang puts on a cold front and announces he is handing her over to Ark. Lilith panics, screaming that she would rather die. Coldly, he reminds her that he is not asking for her opinion. The guy is a sixth-turn fighter, and she probably knows how terrifyingly strong that is. Unless she begs him and reveals the man's weakness, he might have to hand her over just to save his own skin. Blushing in embarrassment, Lilith begs him to spare her from Ark, promising to reveal everything about his fatal weakness. Su Yang secretly worries that while he wanted to humble her, he might have gone a bit too far. Clearing his throat, he reluctantly agrees to her plea and demands she tell him about the weakness. Lilith quickly spills everything. The Lorenz family possesses immense natural mana and genius magic skills, but they suffer from one fatal flaw. Their physical bodies are incredibly weak. Even if they reach the 5th or 6th turn, their defense remains at the 1st turn level. Su Yang is stunned. That makes them ultimate glass cannons. Talk about an extreme build. But to compensate, she adds, every family member is protected by a powerful, two-renmaned mana barrier. With his current level of power, breaking through that shield is highly unlikely. Despair washes over Lilith as she wonders if she is doomed to become that scumbag's slave. Seeing her cry, Su Yang sighs, telling her to have a little faith. He ponders the situation. If she is telling the truth, his only option is using that evolution meat. Doing so would spike the dungeon difficulty, making the explorers overly cautious and directly ruining his plans to hunt the main boss. Is there really no win-win solution here? Evolving to the stellar tier will transform his body, but the new armor might just be for show. If only he could equip some items that actually boost his raw stats. That would solve everything. Suddenly, a realization hits him. If the Dragon Slayer heart worked in his dragon form, could his human gear do the same? Lilith desperately begs him to just let her go, reiterating she cannot face that monster. But the cage is suddenly empty. Confused, she looks around for the dragon, unaware he just activated his shadowless body skill. Going invisible was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, but it actually worked perfectly. Lilith looks around in sheer panic, wondering if the dragon simply abandoned her. Meanwhile, Su Yang tries equipping his shadowy bloodlust onto his dragon form, instantly triggering the legendary phantom form. What is more, and it goes even deeper than that, his equipment, his personal stats, and even his innate talents all resonate with the Black Dragon, especially the massive boost from his absolute multiplier on the Black Dragon. The system interface flashes to display the boss info. Athos, Wing of Black Flame, Adult Stage, Level 100, 6 million health points. Dark Attribute, Dragon Race, Strength is 4,440, Speed is 1,702, and Spirit is 2,241. He lets out a breath of relief as his strength and spirit multiply in an instant. This easily bridges the gap in their basic attributes. Now fully confident, Su Yang decides it is finally time to go welcome his uninvited guest. Over on the other side, Ake is demanding that Athos hand over the princess, shouting to give her up now, and he might leave the dragon in one piece. He mocks the silence, asking if the dragon is too terrified to speak. What a coward of a dragon, making him waste so much energy. Ake escalates his threats, warning that if the beast refuses, he will cast a forbidden spell to obliterate this entire ruined palace and the dragon with it, even if the princess dies in the blast. Memory manipulation magic apparently works wonders on a fresh corpse. By later using a continuous restoration spell, he can have a completely pure princess. Just thinking about his future with her makes his twisted excitement boil over. Unable to wait any longer, he raises his staff and commands the black dragon Athos to die. Suddenly, Su Yang brings a colossal hand crashing down. What an absolute creep of a scumbag! Completely shattering Su Yang's perception of the elegant elven race. This sudden ambush plummets Ake's health bar to a mere 6%, sending him crashing into the dirt in a thick cloud of dust. Covered in dirt, the stunned elf sits up and demands to know when the dragon appeared. He screams that he felt no presence, questioning how a single blow shattered his magical shield. It makes no sense to him at all, erupting in dark flames. Su Yang scoffs that logic does not apply to a player with overpowered buffs. From Su Yang's mouth, the word spirit purgatory of pure destruction erupts, instantly engulfing the mage in flames. A system notification pops up, confirming the absolute defeat of the level 140 Court Archmage Ake Lauren, awarding 12,100,000 experience points. Su Yang wastes no time mourning the trash, shifting his focus to see what kind of valuable loot dropped from the corpse. Staring at the notification, he is stunned to find a legendary tier forbidden spell called Myriad Phenomena Extreme Lightning. Once activated, it triggers cosmic anomalies across heaven and earth, unleashing endless lightning that inflicts devastating damage on all enemies within range. There is also a legendary summoning stone, allowing him to call forth 2 Shadow Moon Wolf Souls to aid him in combat. These wolf souls are known as messengers of the nature goddess, guarding the elven race. Finally, a legendary scroll of the nature fairy protection barrier, capable of completely blocking 7 rank 6 skill attacks without breaking. Su Yang is amazed, as forbidden spells are considered the absolute peak of magic. Their legendary power can easily wipe a city off the map, though normal mages rarely have the mana pool required to cast them. Because of this, they are usually kept as scrolls. That useless Ake really ended up giving him an incredibly generous gift. Still, Su Yang notices that Ake's staff, treasures, and accessories were at least Star Brilliance tier. Yet not a single piece dropped. He thought killing him would yield massive riches, but it feels like a loss. Where else is he going to find such a wealthy target? Meanwhile, Lilith remains suspended, gloomily hugging her knees in frustration. With the dragon suddenly gone, she wonders if he went to fight Ake alone. She worries about his potential defeat, then quickly questions why she even cares. She tells herself she just hates the idea of being disgraced by Ake. Just then, Su Yang returns with such force that her cage sways, prompting her to ask where he went. Asking about Ake, Su Yang reveals that he used stealth to launch a surprise attack, burning the elf so thoroughly that his soul is completely gone. Lilith is stunned, unable to believe he actually succeeded in wiping out the powerful Ake. She remembers that only 7 colored dragons can use stealth magic, making this black dragon's abilities increasingly mysterious. Feeling his intense gaze on her, she hesitantly asks what his next move is. He just keeps staring at her. Su Yang then points out that members of the royal elven family are supposed to possess immense magical power. Yet, he sees no energy in her. She explains that she bears the ancient Void King curse, a tragic burden passed down through generations of elven royalty. This curse not only seals their natural magic talent, but also severely cuts down their lifespan. Every generation, one royal member must serve as a sacrifice to bear the curse. And this time, the duty fell upon her. Because of this, she was always cast aside. Su Yang realizes she has lived a surprisingly tragic life. In truth, had he not captured her, her fate would have been grim anyway. The black dragon was destined for slaughter, and she would have ended up as Ake's toy or the plaything of other players. It is safe to say that by taking her, he has completely reshaped her tragic destiny. As his massive dragon claw reaches toward her, Lilith stammers, asking what he is doing and pleading with him to keep his word after she helped him. Terrified, she covers her head with both hands and screams out. But nothing happens, except for the iron bars of the cage being sliced clean through. Su Yang announces that she is free and no longer trapped in the dungeon. Lilith asks why, and he simply replies that a good dragon always finishes the job. He tells her to rest easy, because true freedom is coming soon. Then, he turns to command his subordinates, ordering everyone to listen up. No one is allowed to harm Lilith. The elite monsters immediately take the order, shouting their compliance to Lord Athos. Still in shock, Lilith demands to know why he is suddenly being so kind. She questions his motives and what he actually means by true freedom, but Su Yang has already disconnected, thinking he fell asleep. She wonders how anyone could possibly doze off that quickly. Back in his room, he eagerly celebrates a pretty massive haul, feeling way more confident about facing the expedition team next time. Suddenly, a notification chimes. He has a new message. Su Yang wonders if it is Lin Yuyun. But then a flood of mail icons pops up, showing 99 unread messages. Shocked, he wonders if his system got a virus. A massive wave of texts floods in, asking where he is and why he is not replying. They write that they were worried and plead with him not to vanish so suddenly next time without giving them a heads up first. Other texts ask if he is free to hang out at the mall tomorrow, or even sketch his portrait. His immediate answer to all of that is a hard no. When they whine and ask why, he sighs at how incredibly overwhelming this group of girls can be. Su Yang texts back, apologizing for leaving in such a rush, but seekers he should focus on replying to Lin Yuyun. Since she can help manage the others, she replies instantly, saying it is totally fine and thanking him for his help today. She adds that they can just catch up next time instead. When the girls send a photo of their celebration, he smiles. It feels lively and warm, exactly how a proper guild is supposed to be. Lin Yuyun is genuinely great and highly capable, especially when compared to wild beasts or the headache of the expedition team. On the 21st day at the job transition tower, Shui Qian spots him and happily waves, asking if he is here for a promotion. Su Yang confirms it and asks if she is here for her first transition. She shyly explains that with the generous help of some seniors, she has finally reached level 20. Then, she hesitantly asks if it is true that he went to a diamond tier dungeon with Lin Yuyun's crew. Su Yang nods, mentioning he reached level 60 yesterday and is here today for his third job transition quest. Looking a bit down, she admits she deeply admires him, but feels like they now belong to completely different worlds. Deep down, she quietly regrets that he will only keep leaving her further behind. Su Yang reassures her, noting she has worked quite hard, and her hidden class has massive potential. He adds that she might even surpass him one day. This brightens her mood instantly. When she asks if he is serious, Su Yang smiles, telling her to keep fighting so they can stand side by side one day. Her spirits restored, Shui Qian eagerly promises to work hard. She quietly notes that despite his incredible strength, Su Yang is still the same warm, encouraging person he has always been. Su Yang is now assigned a 5-star quest for his third job transition, the Magic Warrior Advancement, testing both magic and might. Phase 1 is Magic Destroy the Castle of the Inhuman Souls. The strict task restriction prohibits any physical damage, requiring him to defeat the level 60 platinum tier boss of the ruined castle entirely on his own. Phase 2 is Might, taking place in the desolate mountain range. He is strictly forbidden from using any magic skills or damage, and must solo the level 60 Renuan Earth Dragon. The quest rewards are massive. The Magic Warrior class will upgrade to the Demon Soul Secret Dance, granting 300 energy points, 300 spirit points, and a highly coveted legendary tier passive skill. He quickly realizes that the difficulty of these quests is spiking. To get hit with 2 tasks at once under so many restrictions is pretty brutal. From behind, Bailing warns him that he must be exceptionally careful, pointing out that a terrifying blood moon phenomenon has recently been spotted. When Su Yang asks about the blood moon, she explains that it is a rare event that drives all beasts and dungeon monsters into an absolute
bloodthirsty frenzy.
In places like the ruined castle, Spiritual entities, especially dungeon bosses, are the ones most deeply affected by its power. She also adds that there is no predictable pattern for the blood moon, with only a few warning signs appearing on the morning of its arrival. When it happens, the professional association will release a public warning. So she begs the hero to stay alert. Su Yang nods in understanding. But despite her deep worry, he remains incredibly confident. No matter how dangerous things get, his current strength ensures it will not be a major problem. It is a pity he cannot tell her, leaving her to worry needlessly. The Platinum Tier Ruined Castle Dungeon has a recommended level of 60 and above. This massive place was once the grand estate of an ancient noble. Legend has it that this noble was driven mad by a consuming curse, slaughtering everyone in the castle in a single night before transforming into a terrifying, soul-devouring specter. He now lurks in the deepest chamber of the castle, turning any monster that dares enter into his next prey. Meanwhile, Xiaolu is sprawled out, his face completely flushed red from heavy drinking. He must have had way too much, only waking up just now, staring up at the blood moon. He wants to curse his terrible luck. The blood moon didn't show early or late, it rose right when he was completely wasted. His boss said no one ever visits this ruined castle, so it was no big deal. Little Liu just needed to set up a warning barrier at the gate and then go back to drinking. But when a notification flashed saying the dungeon was being raided and locked down, he was totally shocked. Who in their right mind would seek death by challenging a blood moon dungeon? Little did he know, Su Yang had arrived moments earlier, casually waving his hands around. The little demons were sent flying as system alerts popped up, announcing he killed a level 56 demon child for 1512 experience. Another alert confirmed he eliminated a level 55 demon child, gaining 1511 more experience. Su Yang casually shrugged, saying this blood moon dungeon was really no big deal. But right behind him, two demon children suddenly surged with terrifying energy. A cold chill ran down Su Yang's spine. He spun around and stared in shock. Damn it. What was going on? These were level 70 frenzied demon children. Then it clicked. Was this some kind of mutation? He wondered if this was the true, terrifying influence of the blood moon. The demon child's razor-sharp claws lunged at him with blinding speed. Su Yang quickly leaped back, moving much faster than before. It opened its mouth, revealing rows of jagged teeth, and blasted a wave of energy directly at him. Su Yang raised his shield to block. Both demon children grinned savagely as their heads detached and flew straight at him. Terrified, Su Yang yelled out, "Holy crap! Stay away from me." Two powerful beams shot out and pierced the heads, causing them to swell like giant tumors with bulging eyes before exploding in midair. Corrosive fluid rained down on where he stood, but Su Yang quickly spun away. Still, a drop splashed his hand, and the system announced a 10-point penalty to his sanity. His current sanity level was now 90 out of 100. The system warned that if his sanity hit 0, he would enter an irreversible state of madness. Su Yang wondered why this suddenly turned into some crazy Lovecraftian horror game. Watching the two headless demons charge forward, Su Yang had to admit his mistake. He had seriously underestimated the power of the blood moon. Not only were the monsters stronger and tougher, but the system had also added that sinister sanity meter. With a single wave of his hand, he slashed them to pieces. Knowing he had to proceed with caution, Su Yang swept through the ruins, obliterating every monster in his path. He channeled fire into his staff, slamming it hard into a beast before immediately targeting another monster hovering high above. Checking his status bar, his sanity was down to 60 out of 100. With only 20% of his mana remaining, Su Yang realized relying solely on magic attacks was too inefficient. His mana regeneration rate couldn't keep up with the demand, and constantly tracking that sanity bar was dividing his focus. He wondered how much longer until the boss, but as he caught his breath, giant fingers erupted from the ground, making him gasp, "Is this still not over?" Emerging from the earth was a massive zombie giant, an elite level 82 monster. Su Yang had no choice. He wanted to clear this dungeon with pure skill. But this monster was forcing him to use cheats. The zombie barely stepped up before staring in shock as energy coiled around its arm. The legendary beasts, Soul Calling Stone and Dawn Wolf Star, materialized and delivered a devastating punch straight into the zombie. His level 125 Netherworld Wolf Spirit easily completed the insta-kill. It truly lived up to its legendary status, having absolutely no rivals in this platinum dungeon. When Su Yang reached his hand out, the great wolf spirit flinched. Su Yang gently scratched its chin, and seeing the beast lean into it happily, he let out a sigh of relief, glad that summoned beasts were so easy to handle. With two overpowered companions like this, he would easily hold his own, even in a player-versus-player fight against a whole expedition team. Unleashing the wolf spirit's game-breaking power, he began clearing the area. Sorry, but it was time to level the playing field. Once finished, Su Yang stopped before a massive set of double doors. It looked like he had easily found the boss room without much trouble. Su Yang kicked open the worn-out doors with confidence, only to find a figure dressed in a red gown, kneeling before an ancestral tablet inside. A chilling voice echoed, pleading to the ancestors that she was guilty. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, her surprised that there was actual lore to this place. She lamented committing too many sins, before letting out a blood-curdling shriek that echoed across the room, vowing she would slaughter even more people today. This was the level 90 undead boss, the Blood Moon Eroded Devouring Wraith. But before she could finish her grand entrance, the wolf spirit jumped her and tore her apart. Su Yang sighed and told his summon not to kill her, asking to leave her alive so he could land the final blow. She easily had the stats of a diamond-tier dungeon boss, especially with the insane Blood Moon buff. If he had not summoned his wolf spirit, he probably would have wiped. He delivered a follow-up slash, muttering about his own lack of raw strength. To secure a perfect 5-star class advancement, he needed to grow even stronger. Suddenly, the system announced the defeat of the level 90 boss. He successfully defeated the Blood Moon Eroded Devouring Wraith, gaining 98,322 experience points. The epic loot dropped included a platinum-grade nether dagger, a platinum-grade ghost fire ring, a devouring wraith soul core, and a devouring wraith's grudge. Su Yang glanced at the items in his hands. Frankly, platinum-tier equipment was no longer enough to impress him. The consumable item was decent, but a buff of 80 spirit points did not mean much to his current high stats. He figured he would just use it as potion crafting material instead. The item description reveals that the Spectre Soul Core from the Soul-Devouring Ghost holds massive soul power, which can be used for brewing potions or consumed directly to boost mental attributes. His durability stats shoot up by 80 points, making Su Yang realize it is time to make his exit and head to his next quest. The crimson blood moon overhead casts an eerie glow over the crumbling mansion. And waiting outside, Luo Ling grows increasingly impatient for that idiot who went in. Lu Zi offers a flattering smile and suggests that perhaps there are still fleeing rookies hiding inside the ruins. Under the influence of the ominous blood moon, this ruined mansion is definitely not a place ordinary people can survive. Only a brilliant prodigy like Miss Luo could clear it so effortlessly. But she merely radiates a cold, murderous intent, snapping that she does not want to hear flattery. She demands to know which guild is inside, how many people there are, and how long they have been there. Leaving the man stammering without answers, Chu Tai steps in to help. He explains they know they have been inside for nearly half an hour. But after contacting every single rank A and rank B guild in Tianling City, all of them denied sending anyone. So the current situation remains a complete mystery. Luo Linger silently observes that the ruined mansion's difficulty under the blood moon has escalated way past diamond rank, meaning even she would have to tread carefully. By all logic, The challenger inside should have been torn to shreds by monsters long ago, leaving her wondering who on earth could still be alive in there. Now watch as the teleportation portal slowly materializes. Everyone watches with bated breath. The portal is activating, and Su Yang steps through, sighing that he is absolutely exhausted, facing the crowd outside. Chu Tai is utterly shocked to see him, while Su Yang wonders why on earth this massive expedition team is waiting right here. Could his secret identity have been compromised, prompting them to lay this elaborate trap to intercept him? Luo Ling'er is stunned, realizing the challenger is just a single, incredibly young guy, while Chu Tai stares in disbelief that it is Su Yang again. Su Yang calmly asks why such a massive crowd has gathered so late at night, wondering if a minor platinum realm really warrants a visit from so many legendary figures. Little Lu barks at him, demanding how he can even ask that. He asks if Su Yang has a death wish, diving into a dungeon alone on a blood moon night. But Su Yang simply shrugs off the danger as nothing serious. The man snaps back, pointing out that if Su Yang had died inside, he would have faced severe punishment. Luo Ling'er steps forward and coldly commands him to shut up and back down, leaving little Lu utterly confused. She crosses her arms and aloofly asks if he truly cleared this dungeon all by himself, to which he coolly confirms that yes, he cleared it. Little Lu quickly grovels, gesturing for the young lady to take charge. While Luo Ling'er notes that anyone who can solo a ruined fortress during a blood moon is quite strong, she demands that he hand over the boss's crystal core, telling him to name his price. Baffled by her sheer arrogance, Su Yang asks who she even is, questioning why he should just hand it over. Look at that, these words leave Chu Tai frozen in shock. Sweating bullets. Luo Ling'er's bodyguard, Ling San. He steps up to bark at him, demanding if he knows who he is talking to. But Su Yang admits he has no idea. She tells him to open his eyes and look closely. Standing before him is the youngest genius of the Beast Control Association, a lady whose beauty and talent captivate thousands, the great young mistress, Luo Ling'er. Ling San clears her throat, warning him that daring to disrespectfully reject the young lady's request warrants severe punishment. Luo Ling'er smacks her bodyguard on the head, telling her to stop making a ridiculous scene. Su Yang realizes that as the daughter of the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Mysteries, she certainly has the right to be arrogant. Though she does not seem to be targeting him, he asks what the young mistress wants, and she explains she came to find some high-grade feed for her spirit steed, but he unexpectedly beat her to it. She adds that it has been a very long time since anyone dared to speak to her like that, so she must reward his courage. Luo Ling'er proposes a challenge if he can survive for 3 minutes against her Luo Ying Spirit Hawk. She will let the matter slide, watching the Spirit Hawk charge at him without giving him a choice. Su Yang complains that she is being completely unreasonable. Liu Zi watches with malicious glee, gloating that the kid is doomed. But Chu Tai remains skeptical, remembering Su Yang cleared a Blood Moon dungeon completely alone. He suspects Su Yang's power must be at least at the 4th transition level. The Spirit Hawk flaps its wings, unleashing a devastating storm of wind blades, which Su Yang nimbly dodges while realizing that defending is not enough. Drawing his sword, Su Yang laments that he has no choice but to show some of his strength, while Liu Zi stares in astonishment at the strangely familiar weapon. As the hawk swoops past his body, it senses something is off, and suddenly, Su Yang appears right behind it, thrusting his sword deep into its back. Damage numbers flash -7,569 health points, leaving Luo Ling'er in absolute shock as her hawk dissolves into thin mist. Su Yang asks with a smirk if the 3 minutes are up yet, which only makes her yell in fury that he has a lot of nerve. He slyly points out she only told him to survive 3 minutes, never saying he could not destroy the Spirit Hawk, wondering if she has completely forgotten how to be reasonable after bullying people for so long. He remains highly confident, knowing his forbidden curse will protect him if a real battle begins. A colossal wave of energy violently erupts from Luo Linger, causing him to tense up as he realizes she is insanely powerful. Zhou Tai warns her from behind that his status is highly special, meaning they absolutely cannot fight him. Luo Linger turns back, demanding to know what his background actually is. He reports that Su Yang is a VIP of the Job Change Temple and a Hakim member of Alliance X. So the chief manager warned them to tread carefully. Surprised, she wonders how he holds two massive titles at once. Questioning if he already cleared the 5th advancement quest, Su Yang correctly guesses she might be a temple VIP too, leaving her hesitant and deep in thought before her 4th advancement. She remembers needing the entire Heavenly Secret Pavilion to force her way through the first 3 stages. Yet, this man effortlessly cleared them all on his own. How is that possible? Su Yang waves goodbye, telling her she should understand his status by now. So she should leave, since he will not see her out. She huffs and swallows her anger, riding away on her horse as her subordinates follow her lead. Understood, they reply. Lucy asks if they are really letting him go, earning a sharp scolding about the stupidity of fighting the temple. He stammers that he would never dare and will obey. Meanwhile, Su Yang holds a grudge, thinking her Heavenly Secret Pavilion is nothing special. And once he conquers the Black Dragon, she will sing a different tune. The system announces the 5-star 3rd advancement quest for the Magic Warrior class. It requires proving dual magic and physical power, with the magic requirement at the ruined castle of crippled souls already completed. The 2nd is physical power at the Wild Spirit Mountain range, which requires slaying the abyssal earth dragon. Su Yang puts Luo Linger aside for now, deciding to focus on the dragon next. Once this is finished, he also needs to choose the hidden quest that was unlocked at the Wild Spirit Mountain range, right near the cracked rocky cavern entrance. The abyssal earth dragon boss waits with 100% health remaining. Zhou Tai assesses the scene, noting that the earth dragon seems untouched because nobody has dared to challenge it. He adds that everything she ordered has been arranged, and they are here to claim the right to challenge. Liu Qi chips in, confident that minor details like scheduling are always handled with top priority for them. Luo Linger decides that although its level is quite low, it is still a world dragon boss, making it a decent warm-up. Suddenly, Zhao Xia steps in, politely warning her not to cut the line, as there is still someone ahead of them. Luo Linger glares with pure fury. Liu Si barks out, calling her insolent and demanding if she has any idea who she is speaking to. He insists they made an appointment and that there was absolutely no other group ahead of them. Xiao Xia quickly explains she is just a regular employee, with no courage to cause trouble for them. But a temple VIP used direct authority to skip the queue, since the system displayed it that way. She had no choice, leaving them in utter shock. Luo Linger loses her patience, snapping that if an employee is blocking them, they should simply find someone else. Just then, Su Yang raises his voice, asking them to make way because he needs to clear the dungeon without delay. She spins around with a murderous glare. Su Yang is equally startled to cross paths with her again, wondering why it has to be her. Annoyed, Liu Si asks why he shows up everywhere and if he ever gets tired of it. But Su Yang fires right back that those are his exact words. Running into each other twice makes him wonder if they have some plot against him. But Luo Linger scoffs and warns him not to flatter himself. She tells him she has no reason to target him, warning him not to rely on temple privileges, because the day he fails his class transfer will be his end. He replies with a dry thanks, telling her that his business is none of her concern. He then asks why the young lady of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion is visiting a low-level wild boss area. Surely she is not here to steal loot. Zhou Tai clarifies that she is preparing to tame the Black Flame Wings dragon, and this earth dragon is just practice, so Su Yang should not delay her. Su Yang flatly refuses, explaining that this earth dragon is his advancement target, giving him zero reason to hand it over to her. Luo Linger sneers. She challenges him to go ahead, boasting that once she tames the Black Flame Wings dragon, not even the Job Change Temple will be able to save him. He waves her off, telling her to stop bragging before she actually pulls it off and to wait patiently for the boss to respawn. Before he steps into the portal, Luo Linger is left completely speechless behind him, grinding her teeth in anger at how incredibly rude and arrogant he is. Zhou Tai has a bad feeling, wondering if a guy who enters alone and tells them to wait for the next respawn actually has the power to solo it. Could he really defeat the boss entirely on his own? Meanwhile, stepping into the dungeon, Su Yang thinks that Luo Linger might actually succeed in conquering the Black Dragon if she uses her full strength and her massive team. However, someone of her high status undoubtedly has a few hidden tricks up her sleeve. Deciding he needs to act faster, Su Yang hides behind a large rock to observe his target. He notes that this abyssal earth dragon looks less like a true dragon and more like a giant lizard. It is a massive downgrade compared to the Black Flame Wings. Spotting the level 61 wild boss, he leaps down from the high ledge. The beast swings its massive arm, flinging Su Yang back as he realizes its defense is incredibly high. But Su Yang is already too used to this scene, asking if all dragons know this exact move. He lands right on the earth, dragon swinging claw, launching a rapid flurry of strikes to deplete its health. Su Yang leaps high into the air, aiming straight for its weak spot. His sword drives straight into its softest spot, where no protective minerals cover it. With the Abyss Earth Dragon's health down to 50%, he is absolutely thrilled. Awesome. Half of its health has been completely wiped out. Suddenly, a dark energy erupts as the roaring Earth Dragon triggers a system warning of its berserk state. Its massive body curls up like a giant wheel. Su Yang watches in shock. A dragon chariot. He dodges just in time before getting crushed under that rolling dragon chariot. Clouds of dust fill the air as it pursues Su Yang relentlessly. No matter where he runs. No way. Does this thing have a built-in homing system? He speeds up, realizing this crazy attack leaves him absolutely zero openings. He needs a plan. This dragon chariot is a boss phase shift move at half health, meaning there must be some mechanism to make it stop. Are there any clues around? Su Yang suddenly notices a different colored stone slab right ahead, a solid granite wall. That is a dead giveaway. He carefully glances back to check the dragon's position as its massive body tears through the ground, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. A system notification pops up. The Abyss Earth Dragon has been stunned by the impact, taking 20% increased damage. Su Yang grips his sword and charges forward, muttering that he will not be holding back. Outside, near the teleportation portal, Lu Si asks with concern if they should just keep waiting here. Chu Tai flatly replies that if he has any complaints, he should tell the young lady. Ling Shan leans in and asks if they should just head back, wondering if the young lady truly believes he can solo the boss alone. Sitting calmly in her chair, she replies that there is no rush, as she genuinely wants to see if this Su Yang can actually survive. The leaderboard updates. Su Yang has soloed the Abyss Earth Dragon in 20 minutes and 18 seconds, taking the #1 spot. They are utterly shocked. What Liu Si can barely believe that this kid actually soloed the boss and even set a new record. Impossible. Is he hacking? Chu Tai suddenly hears a strange noise and asks what it is. A figure emerges from the teleportation portal. He is back clad in the Earth Dragon's golden armor. Su Yang looks at them in surprise and asks why they are still here. He is currently equipped with the full set of Abyss Earth Dragon gear, including the chest plate, the gauntlets, and the heavy greaves. His stout, bloated look has Lu Si holding back giggles. The others are completely frozen in shock, bursting into loud laughter. He leaves an embarrassed Su Yang to snap back and ask what is so funny. Su Yang helplessly faces his palm. If he had known, he would have organized his inventory sooner. While the Earth Dragon set stats are great, wearing it on the outside looks incredibly ridiculous. He points back inside, demanding to know what is so funny and challenging them to solo clear the board at his level. As he walks past, Ling quickly stops him, claiming it is just a basic earth dragon and nothing to brag about. It is still light years away from her own goal. He casually replies that in that case, he will just tame the black dragon right before her eyes. This wild claim leaves her completely speechless. Ling grits her teeth, asking if he is joking and who he thinks he is. He simply replies that he is Su Yang, a temple VIP, and the person who will tame the black dragon. The system announces that the 5-star class change quest is completed. It confirms the items. Reset key is verified. And the Abyss Earth Dragon Essence Blood is confirmed, unlocking the hidden class quest, triggering the second phase of the hidden advancement chain. From the Blood of Glory, Su Yang is thrilled. Finally, a hidden quest. He reads the quest description. Deep within the Anmian Mountains lies an inaccessible underground dungeon, which once served as the research laboratory of a legendary great mage. There, he discovered a mysterious power originating from the Blood of Glory. Power from blood. From what Su Yang knows, the Anmian Mountains are located at the border of Tianling City, and the monster levels there are much higher than in the Huangling Mountains. Though for him, that is hardly a problem. But with the system verifying these quest items specifically alongside the title, will he need to use them? Item details pop up. Rusted Key and Abyss Earth Dragon Essence Blood. This blood preserves the dragon's pure essence, making it a top-tier alchemy ingredient. Su Yang waves them goodbye, saying he has tasks to do and will see them later. He needs to transmog this gear and head out right away. Behind him, Ling Shan shakes with absolute rage, muttering that this punk is truly way too arrogant. Chu Tai asks the young lady what their next move should be. She coldly orders them to keep a very close eye on Su Yang and report back the moment he begins his next class advancement. Her overwhelming aura terrifies them both, forcing them to quickly obey. Meanwhile, Su Yang sighs in massive relief as the ugly armor finally vanishes. He has finally finished the transmog. He examines his current status. The item screen displays the Abyss Earth Dragon set. Certified as Platinum Tier equipment, it provides 480 energy, a 12% physical defense boost, 24% durability, and reduces incoming Earth elemental damage by 24%. Additionally, the efficiency of all shield to barrier and barrier-type skills is boosted by 12%. He smiles wryly. Aside from being hideous, the stats are actually pretty great. Now transmogged, he can easily use this until his 4th advancement. With his current strength, keeping boundless gems socketed in platinum gear feels like a bit of a waste. Now for the main course. Su Yang heads deep into the Anmian Mountains, a place eternally shrouded in thick mist. Legend says countless lives are buried in these peaks. Many adventurers have come to investigate, but not a single one has ever returned. The recommended level here is 70 to 90. As the heavy fog wraps around him, Su Yang waves his hand to clear the air. This mist is incredibly thick. He can barely see a thing. No wonder they call it the Quiet Sleep Mountains. It feels as cold and lonely as a graveyard. He asks the system to show him the dungeon location. Checking his map, Su Yang gasps. It is that far away. This is going to take forever. Watch closely. Those glowing red eyes creeping up in the shadows are about to learn a very painful lesson. Suddenly, a sudden sword strike slices the monster in half before he can even make a move. A voice echoes through the mist, asking if he is doing all right. Zhang Yan, a level 75 Thunder Swordmaster, steps forward. She asks how someone of his level ended up in these mountains. Wondering if he is lost, Su Yang nods in thanks and explains he is here for a quest. She finds it hard to believe a level 60 player could have a quest in this place, asking if he was scammed. Zhang Yan explains she is only here to gather materials for her 4th class advancement. She offers to team up and carry him through, but he politely declines, explaining that his quest can only be done completely solo. Su Yang walks into the fog, saying goodbye and promising to be careful. Zhang Yan watches him, wondering what kind of secret quest this is. Actually, he needs to go solo to use a bug. Fair play is nice, but hacking is just way better for him. Su Yang summons Ling Lang and commands it to move out, shifting from blue to red. The wolf charges forward, using its rapid assault skill. He frowns, studying the strange new color. Could his summoning stone be affected by the blood moon as well? For now, everything seems fine. But he should check with the Temple of Awakening later. It might be a ticking time bomb. Ling Lang carries him forward at lightning speed. Ling Lang stops, kicking up dust. Looking at the cave entrance ahead, he smiles. They finally made it. This place was hidden incredibly well. Riding Ling Lang inside, Su Yang covers his nose, disgusted by the foul stench of rotting flesh. Spotting countless corpses nearby, he wonders why so many people died here, especially since they all seem to have perished at the same time. All their blood has been completely drained. Is this what they call the glory of blood? He kicks open the heavy iron door, finding no monsters in his path. Mood ruined. Inside, a giant magic circle sits with a massive boss right in the middle. Su Yang reaches out toward its head. The boss, a level 75 mummy of the dead mage's obsession, lets out a deafening, angry screech. Its stats reveal a tragic story, a mad mage who chased the glory of blood, only to meet a helpless end due to some mysterious event. Yet even long after his demise, his deep, burning resentment never truly faded away. Any intruder stepping foot here must offer their own blood to rehydrate this withered mummy. But before the beast can do anything, Su Yang shuts it up with a sudden strike. He pins the beast under his boot, telling it to quiet down because it is too loud. A notification rings out, confirming the elite mummy boss is officially defeated. He gains exactly 213,211 experience points and loots the Mad Mage's experiment notes. Surprised, he realizes it is actually an old journal. So he opens it up to see what secrets lie inside. Could this book be a demonic blessing? Just one glance at it made the writer's heart race, leaving behind a suffocating feeling. So that is how it works. The raw power of the glory bloodline. With animal trials complete, the diary notes that human experiments are next. Out of over 100 test subjects from a nearby village, only 3 survived. Too few. With 326 new subjects, the success rate reaches 60%. After adding 860 new test subjects, the success rate finally reached 100%. Now it is finally his turn. Su Yang carefully reads every single word before closing the journal, completely speechless. So this lunatic ran crazy human experiments only to fail in the end. He wonders what use any of this has for him anyway. Suddenly, a chime rings out. The system confirms he has found the quest item, and a reward is issued. The blood blessing ritual, right when he thought there was no reward. Here it is. The screen displays the blood blessing ritual, describing it as a forbidden rite recorded in the mysterious book. It allows humans to draw immense power from blood, chasing the true glory of their lineage. To use it, one must stand in the magic circle and use the essence blood of a powerful beast to begin. Su Yang rubs his chin. Looks like a permanent power boost. But since that mad mage ended up dead, is the risk of this ritual just too high? Something is off. The system does not lie. So he must have done a step wrong. He suddenly snaps out of it. He gets it. The spell requires the essence blood of a powerful beast. That mad mage used ordinary human blood. So, of course, he failed. Luckily, he has the essence blood from the Earth Dragon nest. It aligns perfectly with the hidden quest requirements. But speaking of powerful beasts, who could possibly compare to the wings of Black Flame right now? Suddenly, a highly risky plan crosses his mind. He asks the system if he can link directly to the boss inside this secret dungeon. The system responds that as long as his link attempts are refreshed, the connection can be made. It will even alert him if anyone else enters. Su Yang is thrilled. This is absolutely perfect. He orders his spirit wolves to guard the area and prevent any outsiders from disrupting the magic array. With that settled, Su Yang commands the system to initiate the link immediately. The system responds that the connection is underway. Meanwhile, deep inside the Black Dragon domain, the sky burns red. Lilith sighs in frustration about how boring it is. Sitting around, waiting for the lazy Black Dragon, he promised to give her freedom. But all he does is sleep all day with absolutely no movement at all. On top of that, she has been kidnapped for so long. And only that scumbag Lauren ever came. Clearly, nobody in the royal family cares about a cursed, unwanted princess like her anyway. As she spaces out, the Black Dragon suddenly bolts up, giving her a massive fright. Lily snaps at him for waking up in a bad mood. But he merely lets out a habitual roar. Su Yang knows he has to get to business. So he decisively drives his claw right into his own dragon body. Lilith gasps in sheer horror, screaming at the sight of the glowing golden liquid dripping from his claws. Su Yang notes it is indeed pure golden blood, proving this dragon carries an incredibly noble bloodline. If he uses this blood in the ritual, the final results will be absolutely unimaginable. Lily spins around to ask why on earth he suddenly went crazy and hurt himself like that. Su Yang shrugs it off, saying he just felt a sudden burst of excitement and took some blood. Lily giggles behind her hand, asking if he dreamt of proposing to a female dragon and getting rejected. Su Yang scoffs internally at the female dragon comment, teasing her by asking if she actually cares about him. Her face turns bright red as she snaps back that she is only curious and he shouldn't flatter himself. He collects the golden blood into a small vial, figuring this amount should be more than enough. After the system confirms the holy dragon blood is secured in his inventory, Su Yang tells Lilith he is going back to sleep. Lilith sarcastically asks if he is off to dream about his imaginary female dragon again. He tells her to stop talking nonsense because the enemies are coming soon, so she needs to wait patiently. Lilith has absolutely no idea what enemies he is talking about, but she gets no answers because he is already asleep. Lily fumes in annoyance that he can just say something weird and fall right back asleep. Su Yang teleports back to the secret dungeon, relieved to find that nobody has broken in yet. He steps into the magic array, following the quest description by standing directly at the center of the bloody formation. Su Yang pulls out the vial, ready to inject the dragon blood into the ritual. What happens next is completely unpredictable. He downs the blood in one gulp, leaving his fate to the heavens. The effects kick in almost instantly. It is the true embodiment of raw destruction and absolute power. Becoming a boss before did not give him much of a feeling, but holding this terrifying power in his hands right now makes him realize how monstrous the Black Dragon truly is. Any class transitioner who actually dares to face the Black Dragon would surely feel utter despair. Su Yang gently strokes the head of his spirit wolf, realizing that power naturally commands absolute obedience, a primitive rule that animals definitely understand better than anyone else. He snaps his fingers to test the dark fire. The resulting explosion of raw power is so devastating it leaves Su Yang completely shocked. The destructive force is absolutely unreal. He quickly mounts his spirit wolf and flees the blast zone. High above, two wolf silhouettes streak across the dark night sky. The wolves land with barely a sound. Looking back, Su Yang realizes the blood-blessing secret dungeon has been completely destroyed and buried under the rubble. It is gone forever, which is a real shame. He must control his raw strength better next time. But just as he prepares to leave, a desperate cry for help echoes through the quiet night. Su Yang whips around. Someone is calling for help, and that voice sounds incredibly familiar. Could it be that female swordsman from before Zhang Yan is backing away in pure terror? She warns them to back off or she will kill them. But a sleazy gang just sneers, telling the beautiful girl that the wilderness is far too dangerous for her to be alone. Refusing to be humiliated, she raises her sword, asking these scoundrels if they have no fear of the law or punishment from class transitioners. Two thugs mockingly ask who she thinks she is threatening, bragging that they already have several bodies on their hands. They were blacklisted by the association long ago and are not even allowed to step foot in any town. Did she really think they cared about any of those laws? Lei Pu proudly boasts that, after grinding for over half a month, a fat sheep has delivered herself right to his door. Praising the heavens for sending such a gorgeous girl, he tells her to serve them well, and he might just throw her a little cash. Rather than face humiliation, she raises the blade to her own throat, but a sudden flash of sword light slices Lei Pu's arm clean off. He screams in agony about his lost arm, while Su Yang sheathes his blade. Noting he has heard of outlaw gangs targeting solo players but did not expect to run into them today, asking how they want to die. Su Yang watches as a furious Lei Pu orders his men to seize him. The boss wants to tear off Su Yang's limbs and slowly torture him, while Zhao Si gloats that he is dead meat, not wanting to drag him down. Zhang Yan screams for him to run and save himself because he is no match for them. Su Yang barely blinks. 4 Tier 4 class transitioners. Before, he might have needed legendary items, but not anymore. He teleports right in front of them, leaving one thug absolutely terrified of his insane speed, slaying them in a flash. He knows he is no longer his old self, as his kick triggers a blinding, fiery explosion. Lei Pu charges from behind, screaming for him to die. But his heavy blade instantly snaps in half. Completely shocked, he stares at the broken hilt, unable to believe his platinum-grade broadsword shattered in a single clash. Realizing his weapon might be Starlight tier, Lei Pu shifts his target. This kid is a far bigger jackpot than the girl. Packed with valuable gear, blinded by greed, they charge forward, shouting that they are about to strike it rich, mocking their bottomless greed. He asks if they even have the lives left to enjoy whatever they steal. Blue flames erupt around Su Yang as he declares that he has absolutely no reason to show mercy. Zhao Si and Wang Xiaoer watch in horror as their bodies are instantly swallowed by the blazing blue fire. System notifications announce that he defeated level 85 Lei Pu, gaining 12,530 experience. He also defeated level 80 Wang Xiaoer, gaining 9,784 experience, after acquiring a strawberry-scented rubber ring, some weird bondage gear, and a tight black suit. Su Yang tosses them aside, muttering that they were complete perverts. Looking around at the empty space, he admires the sheer power of his black flame wings, before walking over to ask if she is all right. Still in shock, Zhang Yan asks what kind of crazy energy that was. But Su Yang politely claims it is a personal secret. Blushing deeply, she admits she had no idea he was so powerful, apologizing for her past arrogance. She thanks him for saving her life, admitting she would have ended it otherwise, while he silently respects her strong will, suddenly realizing she forgot to ask his name. Su Yang tells her it is Su Yang, instantly recognizing his reputation. She gasps, mentioning that she just heard Yu bragging about him recently. She explains that during yesterday's Cloud Clan party, a heavily drunk Yu could not stop boasting about his glorious battle achievements. Back then, Yu kept shouting to everyone about how Su Yang had taken down a massive boss all on his own, even when Rong Shui tried to drag him away to sober up. Zhang Yan giggles, knowing everyone in the tavern heard about him, annoyed by his loud-mouthed friend. Su Yang asks if she has a teleport scroll before bidding her farewell, thanking him. She marvels at how mysterious he is, as Su Yang returns to the temple to face a flood of system notifications. 5-star Magic Warrior. Tier 3 Quest. Proof of Magic Power. Dual Magic Souls. And Soul Eater of the Ruined Castle. Quest status completed. Earth Dragon of the Abyss from the 100 Spirit Mountains. Quest status also completed. As energy surges around him, the system displays his hidden second phase class transition quest. Royalty from Blood is finally completed. Verification completed. Beginning the official class transition ritual. Receiving the Radiant Idol Blessing. His life force surges, boosting all basic attributes by 25%. Completing Tier 3. The level cap increases to 80. Granting 25 basic attribute points per level up. glancing at his newly armored arm. He checks his 7.2 million accumulated experience. Shooting from level 62 to 72, he receives 300 free attribute points. The system displays his main class as Magic Warrior and his subclass as Mystical Demon Dance. The rewards arrive 300 Strength attribute points and another 300 Spirit attribute points. He also receives a legendary reward, a passive skill book for his Mystical Demon Dance class. With this complete set is his new role, basically a mage assassin. The skill description reveals a legendary technique called Bane of All Magic. When facing magical attacks, if his spirit power exceeds the target, it instantly dissolves the spell and reflects double the damage back. Next is an epic skill. Demon Spirit Armor consumes mana to summon a protective barrier. It reduces all incoming magic damage by 30%, while boosting his own spell damage output by another 30%. Su Yang waits eagerly for the final item, the skill book. The system updates as he acquires the legendary passive skill. Dual Extremes. The description states that every 10 points of strength will boost his physical attack power by 1%. Likewise, every 10 points of spirit increases magic attack by 1%. His strength now gets a massive boost of 2,480. His base attribute sits at 1,262. With gear adding another 1,219, speed hits 1,761. With a base of 943 plus 818 from gear, spirit reaches 1,591. Including a base of 1,417 and 174 from equipment. Su Yang compares the stats, noting this skill works exactly like Dual Spirit Boost. With his current attributes, his physical damage rises by 248%, and magic damage by 159%. Now, even without activating a single skill, he can easily crush the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon. Bai Ling approaches with a smile, congratulating him on reaching a new level of strength. She asks how he feels. Noticing he seems a bit downcast, she explains sadly that the temple in Dongling only supports up to the 3rd class change. To progress further, he will have to travel to Tianling. The thought of saying goodbye to the hero makes her feel completely empty inside. A strange sensation she has never experienced before. Suddenly, the statue before them erupts in a brilliant glow. Bai Ling is stunned, wondering if this is a divine blessing as the warm light begins flowing into her body. Su Yang notes that this scene feels quite similar to the blood blessing, though that one was eerie, while this is pure, holy light. Bai Ling begins to float gently into the air, a golden halo appearing above her head. A system notification appears, confirming the ritual is complete. Bai Ling has promoted to a 5th class temple high priest, transferring her duties to Tianling. Su Yang is shocked to see her reach 5th class so quickly. Bai Ling explains that a high priest promotion ritual differs from a standard class change. Either way, she is absolutely thrilled, because this means she can stay right by his side, leaning against his chest. She whispers that she is tired and needs to rest. Su Yang gently assures her that having her by his side brings him peace. He lifts her in his arms, ready to head to Tianling together. Outside, the tightly shut temple doors leave the waiting crowd highly confused. People complain about waiting for their turn, with some getting incredibly impatient. One angry voice even shouts out, asking who on earth is taking so long inside. Finally, the heavy doors swing open, pouring out a cloud of white smoke as Su Yang emerges, carrying Bai Ling in his arms. The crowd points fingers in annoyance, accusing the young man of wasting so much of their precious time. They look closer at who he is carrying, but the moment they recognize the sleeping girl in Su Yang's arms, they gasp in absolute shock. Whispers break out as they wonder what happened to the priest and why she seems completely unconscious. Someone notes that the kid was alone inside with her for at least half an hour, leading some to whisper dirty rumors about what they did. Su Yang ignores their ridiculous gossip as he cuts through the crowd. He calmly points out that those waiting for their class change should head inside now. He asks them to make way, but a heavy hand suddenly grabs his shoulder to stop him. Qiangzi steps up with a cold glare. Qiangzi demands to know what he did to the priest, threatening him to stay put. Su Yang simply looks back and tells him to move, terrified by a sudden, heavy pressure. Qiangzi's legs buckle as he collapses, silently cursing that a single glare almost made him wet himself. The crowd wonders who this mysterious guy really is. Suddenly, Xiaomo runs up, calling out to Su Yang to share that she was just appointed as Dongling's new priest. She asks if Bai Ling is actually transferring to Tianling City, which he calmly confirms is true. After he congratulates her on the promotion, she blushes and admits that thinking about the long future ahead makes her feel a bit lonely. Not being able to see him or Bai Ling anymore brings her down. But Su Yang reassures her that he will visit this city often. He promises they can share meals and tea when he returns. Xiao Mo beams, bidding him a safe journey on his next big adventure. Deep down, she hopes this means she still stands a chance with him. Meanwhile, in Tianling, the Grand Temple looks far more majestic. A senior priest steps forward to receive Bai Ling, assuring the hero that she will be well cared for during her transition. He explains that once she wakes up, she will officially take over as the head priest of Tianling, meaning she will continue to manage his promotions and hero benefits. Bowing politely, he thanks the senior priest for looking after her, planning his next moves. Su Yang realizes he needs to buy a house here once they relocate their base, while also ensuring his grandparents are comfortably settled. With that settled, he taps the submit button on his display. He shoots over a quick text, telling his grandparents that he is heading to Heavenly Spirit City for work. Doing great. And sending over some money and a letter, hoping they and the younger kids can have a better life. He promises to visit them often, showing Su Yang around the property. The real estate agent proudly points out that this villa has a gorgeous ocean view, high-end amenities, and modern furniture that fits his needs. Just 9,980,000. And he can move in immediately. He thinks it looks great, but it is just too massive to clean by himself. Right then, a lineup of maids appears as the agent reassures him not to worry. For just another million, a professional crew will handle all his chores, so he never has to stress over the small stuff again. The maids bow respectfully, welcoming their master back home. Su Yang gives a thumbs up, telling them to finalize the paperwork. After buying the place, he relaxes happily on a sun lounger. The maids serve him a delicious meal, and afterward, he takes a relaxing soak in the hot tub. As the day ends, he sinks into a plush bed, realizing that being rich is absolutely amazing. Not long ago, he could never have imagined this lifestyle. Now, it is time for sleep, since he needs to check on Bai Ling tomorrow. Elsewhere, Bai Ling falls into a deep, dreamless sleep. Waking up the next morning, she rubs her eyes in confusion, wondering where she is. The priestess gently greets her, offering some warm herbal soup she brewed to help with her recovery. Taking it, Bai Ling thanks the priestess, saying she feels much better now. The priestess explains that the divine statue has not shown signs of life in years, so this sudden miracle must involve the hero. Curious, she asks Bai Ling how long she has known him and what he is like. Bai Ling warmly explains that the hero is someone who constantly creates miracles, possessing not just incredible strength and courage, but a genuinely kind and brave heart. She truly believes he will bring a brand new light to this world. The priestess agrees with her judgment, feeling relieved enough to hand Heavenly Spirit City over to her. But she warns that the red moon has lingered for days, meaning a certain event is coming, so she must be careful. Suddenly, Bai Ling panics, realizing she completely forgot about something incredibly important. As she runs off, the worried priestess calls out to her. Bai Ling yells back that the hero has no idea about the Red Moon invasion, so she must warn him immediately. In her heart, She desperately prays that nothing bad has happened to Su Yang. The priestess smiles, wondering if Bai Ling has actually fallen for him, fast asleep in his comfy bed. Su Yang suddenly snaps his eyes open as a strange vibe hits him. He rushes outside to investigate, where a terrified maid points ahead and screams about a monster. A system notification pops up: a rare red moon invasion has triggered, and he must defeat the incoming monsters. The boss is a giant demonic eagle of unknown level. It glares down at him coldly, declaring him the fated one who must die. Annoyed at having his sweet dreams ruined in the middle of the night, Su Yang just wants to finish this quickly and go back to sleep. Just then, he senses someone approaching. Linger flies in on horseback, confirming that he is indeed the target of tonight's invasion. Surprised to see her, he gets pushed aside as she commands him to back off. She claims he is no match for it, and she will handle this herself. Confused, he demands to know what this red moon invasion actually means. Annoyed, Linger tells him she is not obligated to explain, suggesting he ask someone else. She then summons her spirit beast, commanding it to charge. The ferocious beast charges forward at lightning speed. The monster's eyes flash a sinister crimson, and their massive head-on clash triggers a violent, fiery explosion. Su Yang yells out a warning, telling them not to trash his newly renovated home. Suddenly, Bai Ling rushes over, checking if Su Yang is all right, which catches him completely off guard. As she leaps into his arms, he catches her carefully. Bai Ling breathlessly explains that she woke up and saw the red moon outside her window. Realizing she had not warned him about the invasion, she rushed straight over here, setting her down gently on a chair. Su Yang asks for details, and she gladly agrees to explain. Bai Ling shares everything she knows, explaining that after a certain period, the red moon summons monsters from another dimension. These fearsome, mysterious beasts are known as Crimson Eagles. They target and invade the specific territory of any active hero with the sole goal of killing them. And only the heroes themselves can actually inflict damage on them. This catastrophic event is widely known as the Red Moon Invasion. Any hero slain by a Crimson Eagle cannot be resurrected. According to ancient temple records, it is well known that this terrifying event only triggers once a hero finally reaches their third advancement. She apologizes for not warning him yesterday, making Su Yang finally realize what is going on. It is a special event triggered by the third advancement. But this scale seems way too massive. Bai Ling hesitates, admitting this goes beyond expectations. She guesses that Luo Linger's main goal might be getting her hands on the Red Moon core, since it can go toe-to-toe with her forces. This Crimson Eagle must possess some unique, dangerous traits. Su Yang ponders that a third-tier monster suddenly jumping to a fifth-tier power level should be absolutely impossible under normal circumstances, unless its power level isn't fixed but actually fluctuates depending on its state. Nearby, a ground-shaking attack erupts from the beast. Linger gasps in shock. How could a mere third transition Crimson Wither possess such massive power? He has to go all out now. He yells, "Stop. Stop right there. If they keep fighting, his house will definitely be reduced to rubble." Since the monster is targeting him anyway, he decides to handle it himself. Linger scoffs if he wants to die. She won't stop him, but he better not beg her for help later. Suddenly, murderous intent erupts around Su Yang. Su Yang tells her to stay back and watch closely as dark mist billows out like a tempest laced with crackling lightning. The howling wind forces Linger to plant her feet. Countless beams of energy simultaneously blast toward the towering beast, teleporting right in front of the creature. Su Yang grips his dark sword, resting its razor-sharp tip directly against the monster's neck. With a powerful soul mark strike, dark energy erupts from the beast. The system rings out, multi-armed axeman. Level unknown. Health at 40%. Linger is absolutely flabbergasted. How could a single strike wipe out 60% of its health? Su Yang realizes it is just as he suspected. The monster's strength adapts dynamically based on whoever holds its current aggro. In other words, Right now, it is nothing more than a mere third transition boss. For him, especially with the added boost from his extreme dual soul, raw physical strength alone is more than enough to crush this thing. Su Yang unleashes a massive punch, sending the giant axeman flying backward before it crashes heavily onto the ground. He can't help but sigh, knowing the repair cost this time will definitely drain his wallet. Refusing to back down, the axeman pushes itself up and roars. It charges forward with its weapon raised, desperate to end him in one clean strike. Dark energy begins swirling around Su Yang's arm, as he wonders if this monster specializes in killing heroes. With his muscles visibly bulging, his arm drives forward in a devastating punch that completely shatters the axeman's limb. He scoffs. In disappointment, this opponent is entirely out of his league. The system notification pops up: multi-armed axeman. Level 75. 0% health remaining. You have slain the level 75 Crimson Wither. Multi-armed axeman. Gaining 114,514 experience points, having obtained 3 Red Moon Essence Cores. Su Yang sneers. So this is all the Red Moon invasion amounts to. Bai Ling watches him with pure admiration. To think he eliminated a Crimson Wither in the blink of an eye, the hero is truly incredible. Linger reflects on how she has witnessed several Red Moon invasions and seen many other warriors struggle to deal with them. But she has never seen anyone annihilate them with such sheer brutality as this man. With that absurd level of power hidden beneath his human form, could he actually be some kind of wild beast in disguise? Linger has no choice but to retreat, though she leaves behind a petty warning: don't think you've won just yet. Next time, she will definitely put him in his place. Su Yang is just left completely puzzled. Why does she always love talking to herself? Handing one of the cores to Bai Ling, Su Yang asks if this is the item Luo Linger wanted. He asks Bai Ling if she can explain what makes this item so unique. She starts to explain about the properties of the Red Moon core, but suddenly gasps in sheer terror. He frowns in confusion, asking what is wrong. The core has expanded into a massive, glowing sphere. Su Yang is shocked. What on earth is that? His knees buckle and he falls. His body is completely failing him. Before losing consciousness, he hears Bai Ling calling out his name in a panic. Morning sunlight streams through the window, gently waking Su Yang. He blinks his eyes open, his mind completely blank, as he wonders where he is. Su Yang panics upon realizing he is in bed, tightly hugging a sleeping Bai Ling. She slowly wakes up with a sleepy smile. Master Hero, you are finally awake. Realizing he is completely shirtless, he quickly pulls up the blanket and asks what is going on and why they are sleeping in the same bed. Bai Ling calmly reassures him. He was afflicted by the curse of the Crimson Wither last night, so she had to perform a purification ritual. Su Yang asks skeptically what exactly is a purification ritual. She explains the situation according to Temple Code 921. During a battle with a Crimson Wither, the hero can easily absorb the toxic crimson energy, or collapse from sheer exhaustion and mutate into a monster himself. As a temple priestess, it is her absolute duty to purge the toxins from the hero once the battle concludes. However, the ritual requires a very close physical connection. Since he was completely unconscious, she had no choice but to carry him to his room and change his clothes. Images flash of her bringing him to his room last night and gently removing his outer robe. Bai Ling blushes as she finishes explaining. Su Yang rubs his head awkwardly, but then notices a strange wound on her neck. Seeing her cough softly, he gets worried and asks what happened to her and what that mark is. She tells him not to worry. She explains that temple priestesses have a unique constitution that allows them to purify crimson toxicity with the temple's aid, and the infection will clear up entirely in 12 days. Gracing her hand, Su Yang tells her not to push herself so hard, as his conscience would never recover if she got hurt for his sake. Stunned by his genuine warmth, Bai Ling feels her face growing hot. She quickly turns away to hide her blushing cheeks. To hide her embarrassment, She quickly shifts the topic to explain the perks of reaching the 5-star third transition, rambles speaking to cover her fluster. She details how the third transition grants the hero premium VIP status at the temple, unlocking some incredibly powerful benefits. First, his monthly allowance jumps from 50 million to 1 billion. Second, his black gold status discount within the alliance is being bumped from 30% to 50%. He also secures the goodwill of S-rank guilds. Bai Ling quietly marvels at how his benefits just multiplied 20 times over. The Awakening Temple is definitely not holding back on the cash here. Rushing into an S-rank guild will only draw unwanted attention. So they need to play a long, patient game. She points out the biggest perk is unlocking the Blood Moon Rune exchange shop, leaving him totally confused about what that actually is. Bai Ling explains this special shop is run by the temple itself. Players can trade Blood Moon runes for some of the rarest, most hard-to-find items in existence. From elite gear to forbidden spells and legendary artifacts, the hero simply touches the temple wall, and a massive list of exchangeable items instantly appears before his eyes. That girl from before, even someone as elite as Luo Linger, was desperately chasing those Blood Moon runes during the invasion. Realizing their value, Su Yang quickly gets dressed, jumps out of bed, and eagerly checks what kind of legendary treasures he can get. The system pops up with endless legendary loot. First up is a Tier 1 forbidden spell, costing a whopping 300 Blood Moon runes. A Tier 2 forbidden spell goes for 900, while a demigod longsword, Song of Water Whispers, costs 4,000. The Heart of the Ocean spellbook also costs 4,000, and the Eternal Golden Spear costs 10,000. Su Yang is completely blown away. We are talking forbidden spells and demigod gear here. Even with all the money in the world, the Alliance could never buy these. Yet, he hesitates, realizing the absolute cheapest option starts at 300 runes. With only 3 runes, he is nowhere near that target. He needs to level up fast and prepare for the next blood tide, hunting down beasts to farm every rune he can get. Bai Ling calls out, telling him she has to head back to the temple for some duties, so he decides to return as well. Just then, she mentions a VIP arriving in Tianling City today. Su Yang raises an eyebrow, wondering who this VIP is as a massive portal opens inside the Long Mansion. A young girl steps through the portal, wondering if this is the famous Long Mansion. This is Asuka Chikiko, a level 128 beast tamer and heiress of the Sakura Nation's prestigious Asuka clan. Right behind her, Kiriko respectfully confirms that they have indeed arrived. Their guards whisper that their master spent a small fortune just to secure her a shot at taming a legendary dragon. Nagami grumbles that because the Sakura Nation lacks its own dragon realm, negotiating with the Alliance was a massive pain just to use this portal. Elder Lee steps forward to welcome them to Long Mansion. As the diplomatic consul of the Long Mansion, Elder Lee is here to handle their arrival. He asks if they are sure about letting her challenge the dragon. If she fails, it would be a tragic waste of a rare opportunity. But Kiriko confidently reassures him they trust their mistress's genius talent. She even claims that even their famous local genius, Luo Linger, cannot hold a candle to the young mistress. Elder Lee snorts at the sheer confidence of youth, but Kiriko holds his gaze without flinching. Chikiko innocently chimes in, cheerfully noting that they seem to be getting along incredibly well already. Kiriko quickly objects, telling her she has completely misread the situation. The young girl politely asks Elder Lee for guidance, admitting they are new to the area and would appreciate any advice. Staring into her highly innocent eyes, Elder Lee wonders how on earth her clan raised her to be so completely naive. She is nothing like the old foxes he usually deals with. He notes that the Black Dragon fort she is challenging is located near Yongfeng City. He tells them to head there on their own since he has other duties, and she cheerfully waves goodbye to the old man. Kiriko fumes at the old man's rude behavior. Rinrin calmly reminds him that the Long Mansion is a massive powerhouse, so they naturally do not care much about smaller nations. Chikiko turns around to scold them. reminding them they are guests here and must show proper respect to their hosts, since he allowed their entry. They should not cause trouble. Kiriko sighs in worry, thinking her sheltered upbringing will eventually backfire. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, someone is silently observing the young heiress's every single move. Luo Linger curiously asks if that is the famous Sakura Nation tamer. And Zhou Tai confirms she is indeed the one. He explains she was admitted to the National Association at the exact same time as her. A fellow prodigy who is likely targeting that same black dragon. Luo Linger shrugs it off. Confident, a sheltered rich girl from a small nation cannot possibly stand in her way. Her main concern right now is that guy Su Yang. Asking for the investigation results. Her subordinate opens up a screen displaying the young man's profile. Reporting to the lady, they have actually run a pretty thorough investigation. Su Yang only recently awakened as a basic warrior. Yet in a remarkably short time, his level and power have somehow completely skyrocketed. There is absolutely no backing faction behind him. Plus, the Dark Cloud Guild only interacted with him once in a dungeon, meaning he basically cleared everything else completely on his own. That is absolutely mind-blowing. Linger can only gasp in shock. What? Recalling his face, she finds herself more and more baffled by him. He's just an ordinary guy with a pretty low level. Yet he constantly pulls off things way beyond imagination. If he actually manages to tame that black dragon, damn it. Is she seriously letting herself get scared of a third ranker? Meanwhile, over on CZ's side, a subordinate quietly steps up to remind her. They must leave now. Eldest Miss. Approaching the portal. She agrees that it is finally time to head back and prepare to set out tomorrow. Just as she steps up to the portal, Shizi suddenly stops. She turns back toward the other two and gives them a warm, friendly wave. Linger instantly freezes, feeling quite guilty. Zhou Tai is completely startled they got spotted despite using a pretty high-level stealth item. She quickly changes her attitude. They definitely underestimated her. And that girl might actually be a pretty major threat. She has changed her mind. Everyone is ordered to mobilize immediately and assemble at the Black Dragon City Gate in 30 minutes to raid the secret realm. Zhou Tai quickly obeys. Back at Su Yang's house, he is busy directing his servants to clean up the place. Since the outer wall is currently being rebuilt, he orders them to reinforce it properly. As the maids clean, a notification pops up: challengers detected, asking to link with the boss. Finally, they are here. Su Yang confirms the link immediately, apologizing to his maids that he has some incredibly urgent business to attend to. He asks them to watch the house, leaving the maids quite worried. Where is their master going when the repairs are not even finished yet? The system alerts him that the challengers are a 24-member S-rank exploration team. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, waking up inside the giant body of the Black Dragon. Seeing the massive exploration team led by Linger, Su Yang is not surprised at all. It is exactly who he expected: Luo Linger. She orders her team to move out, promising everyone a massive reward if they can help her tame the legendary Black Dragon. Today, he is going to settle the score. The cost of fixing his house and all her past annoyance, it is time to pay her back with interest. Su Yang notes that this exploration team is not only larger than the last, but quite a few of them are carrying some pretty serious high-end gear. It is clear they have real battle experience and prepared thoroughly, meaning they will not be quite so easy to deal with. One of his elite monsters steps forward to handle the job, confidently telling him not to worry and to leave these intruders to his subordinates. They vow that once the enemies enter, they will never walk out alive. These two are level 98 elite bosses, mutated dragon blood warriors. They possess 3 million health points and have a hidden dragon race attribute, boasting 2,871 attack, 902 speed, and 1,186 spirit. Their giant dragon blood talent reduces all physical and magic damage by 30%. Their battlefield order, a skill, significantly boosts the attack power and speed of nearby dragon allies. The other one is a level 99 elite boss boasting 3 million health points and carrying the exact same hidden dragon race attribute. This one has 2,900 attack, 1,002 speed, and 1,238 spirit. Its giant dragon blood talent also reduces all physical and magic damage taken by 30%. Its battlefield order. A talent reduces damage taken by surrounding dragon allies. Su Yang is quite surprised. Why has he never seen these two around before? Lilith walks over and asks if he still remembers the day he went wild and accidentally injured himself. Apparently, these two drank his spilled blood and mutated into this. Su Yang is absolutely shocked. Can raw dragon blood really have that kind of effect? She explains that only those two mutated successfully, pointing out the others who can only awkwardly stammer out greetings to their lord, apologizing for the mess. Lilith sighs in disappointment as she points out these incredibly silly-looking monsters. Su Yang thinks to himself that while these two are not quite on his level yet, their power is definitely not to be taken lightly. He suspects their strength easily matches his own back when he fought against Black Flamewing. He nods and sends them off to handle the intruders, which they quickly accept. Su Yang then glances over at Lilith, asking what is wrong. She looks pretty upset about something. Lilith quickly puffs her cheeks and turns away, muttering that it is nothing. Yet she cannot shake a strange feeling about this group. They seem incredibly strong. If they actually manage to defeat the Black Dragon, why does she feel so uneasy inside? Right then, a brutal battle begins to unfold. Linger's team launches a relentless assault on the elite monsters. Zhou Tai leads the charge, warning everyone to watch for sudden dangers. Riding high on her horse, Linger playfully asks what he is so worried about. Even if the Black Dragon leveled up to starry rank, the other monsters in here should remain completely unchanged. He still urges caution. Just as a system alert suddenly blares out, elite boss leaders have appeared. Spotting the two massive beasts, Zhou Tai instantly panics. Linger remains totally unimpressed, ordering her team to quickly wipe out these two elite bosses. He quickly orders everyone to spread out to avoid any linked skills, noting that one resists physical damage while the other counters magic. Use counter moves to deal damage while keeping their health in check so they do not enter their frenzy mode. Following Zhou Tai's orders, everyone launches a coordinated strike on the two elite monsters. Attacks rain down on their vital spots. And as one finally goes down, it mumbles for the glory of Lord Athos. Suddenly, its body snaps back up, screaming to kill the intruders. A terrifying sight that looks far worse than any standard rage mode. Flying minions swarm from the sky, making the team worry the boss is gearing up to unleash some massive group buffs. Splitting them up is key to preventing them from gathering. As Ling calmly snaps her fingers to summon three massive beasts to guard her, Ling commands them to stay calm and stick to the plan, saying those minions are no big deal if they just lure them away, while the rest target the boss. She sends her spirit beasts straight into the fray. Finding their courage, the team charges forward, confident they cannot lose with the young lady on their side. A flying beast slashes the elite monster as the players and three giant beasts surround it. As two blades swing down, Linger shouts to hold their fire and keep the boss alive. A command Zhou Tai immediately obeys. The monsters collapse but remain stubborn, telling the intruders to go ahead and kill them. Linger steps forward, realizing that despite their humanoid forms, they are still dragons that she might be able to tame. The elite monster angrily resists, refusing to ever serve a despicable human. But as Ling coaxes it to become her power, its mind begins to cloud as it wonders who it is. She manipulates its thoughts, telling the beast it is her loyal subordinate, leaving the confused creature wondering if that is actually true. The second monster desperately tries to wake its partner up, which absolutely outrages Su Yang. How dare they invade his territory and try to kidnap his loyal followers right in front of him? While taming a dragon seems normal to an expert beast tamer, he is currently the dungeon boss, and there is no way he will let her walk all over him. Looking at the piece of rotten meat makes his stomach turn. But at his current star diamond rank, Victory against these intruders seems highly unlikely. Holding the foul-smelling, rotten meatball in his hand, he wonders if swallowing this gross thing is truly his only ticket to a rank up. As he hesitates, Lily watches from below in absolute disgust, frantically hoping he is not actually planning on swallowing such a repulsive item. To be fair, he is terrified to do it. But to secure this win, Su Yang forces himself to toss the rotten meat straight into his mouth. He squeezes his eyes shut and forces the lump down, while a sweat-drenched Lily watches on, dying to know what happens next. When asked how it tastes, Su Yang sticks his tongue out, complaining that it is sticky and smells bizarre. Just as a brilliant, blinding fire suddenly erupts around him, he is completely stunned as a massive wave of golden energy erupts from his body, forming a colossal pillar of light that shoots straight into the heavens. While Bai Ling and her team watch in absolute shock, the two monsters immediately recognize that golden glow as the power of Lord Athos. The other beast snaps out of its daze, calling for its king, while Ling wonders what on earth could trigger such massive power from the castle. She stares in utter disbelief as the massive, powerful form of the black dragon materializes directly before them, its giant wings spreading wide across the darkened sky. Ling can only whisper, "A black dragon." A system notification blares out, announcing that an unknown anomaly is causing the dungeon boss, Black Flame Wings Athos, to mutate. According to the system, the black dragon Athos has successfully evolved, pushing his power level all the way to Crescent Moon, rank at level 150, with the dungeon upgraded to Crescent Moon tier. Su Yang glares down coldly, declaring that his evolution is complete and now it is time for their destruction. The sudden appearance of the black dragon leaves them paralyzed, with one guy even flipping the beast off in pure denial. First he became Star Diamond rank, and now he is already a Crescent Moon beast, leaving them to scream for the system to explain what kind of joke this is. Zhou Tai places a hand on his shoulder, telling him to stay calm despite the shocking turn of events. Keishin nervously turns to their leader, pointing out that a Crescent Moon rank boss is far beyond anything their current team can handle. Ling snaps at them to shut up, trying to convince herself that this impossible upgrade is nothing more than a temporary game bug. Su Yang can only chuckle at her denial, amused that she still thinks his grand evolution is just a glitch in the system. He decides it is time to teach them a lesson, as Zhou Tai quickly steps in front of Ling and orders everyone to activate their defensive spells. He commands them to dump every single defensive buff on him without hesitation, and the team quickly pools their energy to construct a massive protective barrier. A torrent of blazing fire erupts from Su Yang's mouth, sending a wall of flames high into the sky as terrified screams echo through the canyon. The scorching heat is unbearable as the wall of fire completely consumes the area. Su Yang lands gracefully, leaving a heavily struggling Zhou Tai absolutely frozen in fear. 10 players are taken down instantly, with another 6 heavily wounded. Realizing the terrifying power of a Crescent Moon boss, Zhou Tai is just glad they came prepared. A notification reveals they have activated the Emerald Ring of Life, a rare one-time use item that completely restores everyone back to full health. Zhou Tai orders them to stand up and prepare for battle. Watching from above, Su Yang recognizes the rare resurrection item, realizing this elite raid group must have spent an absolute fortune to secure it. Ling summons her massive beasts back into a defensive line, screaming at her team to launch an all-out assault while the dragon is recovering. Endless barrages of firepower rain down on Su Yang, but he instantly retaliates by breathing out massive torrents of flame, locking both sides in a devastating fromage. Fiery clash. 3 giant beasts charge at the black dragon, trapping Su Yang in the middle. Watching from above, Jinger is shocked to see him completely unharmed by their onslaught. Seeing their attacks do absolutely nothing, Zhou Tai shouts out that the dragon took the Dragon Slayer heart, meaning they must stick to the original plan and slowly wear it down. Liuzi barks back in frustration, saying that tactic was meant for a starry rank boss, but they are now dealing with a terrifying bright moon rank monster. The sheer gap in raw stats alone is enough to crush them, making any strategy useless. He knows it too against absolute, overwhelming power. All their desperate efforts are completely in vain. Their formation begins to collapse as the boss prepares to launch another devastating skill. Curse it! Their damage reduction spells are not ready yet, and they cannot defend in time. Zhuang Zhen quickly activates his mountain barrier, sending violent tremors rippling through the shattered earth below. The ground splits wide open, sending up a thick, suffocating cloud of dust that completely blinds everyone nearby. Kei Xin catches the unconscious Zhuang Zhen, screaming for a healer to save him. But Liu Zi cries out in total despair, yelling that it is over, and they are all doomed to die. Linger turns pale as she realizes her entire team was wiped out after just one brief clash. How is this possible? And how can this black dragon be so terrifyingly powerful? Still looking to escape, Zhou Tai urges the young mistress to run for her life while they hold back the black dragon with everything they have. Refusing to yield, she snaps back, asking if she should run after preparing so long for this exact day. He clearly sees the truth the very moment the black dragon ranked up. They lost all hope of winning, and now they can only try to minimize their losses to survive. If they return alive, they can at least explain things to the pavilion master. So he begs her to flee, unable to argue with his logic. Linger agrees and flees immediately, leaving them to handle the beast. But of course, Su Yang has absolutely no intention of letting her escape, thinking she can just run away. Su Yang scoffs. She is the main target today, and he is not about to let her come and go as she pleases. In the distance, someone screams to draw his attention, but Su Yang glares down with sheer disdain at their useless taunts. Refusing to let them block his path, they yell that they are his opponents, urging everyone to strike and knock off a few dragon scales. Willing to die as heroes in this hopeless battle, breathing out scorching flames, the black dragon roars that he will grant their death wish, while a panicked Linger runs away. Cursing her terrible luck, she feels incredibly humiliated by this devastating defeat, wondering how she can ever face anyone as a supposed genius if word of this failure gets out. Then again, who could possibly tame a bright moon rank black dragon? If a genius like her cannot do it, then there is no way ZZ or Su Yang could ever succeed. That is right. She has not lost yet. Once she makes it back safely, she will immediately find another dragon to tame and reclaim her rightful title. Now watch this. Just as she is gloating, she is thrown off her mount and crashes hard into the dirt. Infuriated, Linger curses Zhou Tai for failing to buy even a single minute, quickly summoning her giant beast to shield herself from the approaching danger. The black dragon's massive claws sweep down, turning her face pale with terror as she struggles desperately and screams for him to release her. As she begs to be let go, Su Yang scoffs, calling it laughable that a mere insignificant human actually dreamed of taming a majestic being like him. Despair slowly consumes Linger as the black dragon opens his massive jaws, growling that her foolishness will now cost her her life. Terrified beyond words, she stammers out a plea for mercy. But then a sudden, massive geyser of tears erupts from her eyes, leaving him completely stunned, utterly confused by this bizarre sight. He watches as she bursts into loud wails, her tears pouring down like a heavy dramatic rain shower. She cries out that she simply did not want to lose to Su Yang or Sakura, wishing only to make her father proud and prove she is the greatest beastmaster of all. She begs for another chance, crying that she does not want to be eaten, leaving Su Yang shocked by just how weak and childish she truly is inside. Tossing her aside, Su Yang says he understands her competitive nature but cannot just let her walk away, though he agrees not to eat her. Instead, he decides to give her a swift end, immediately breathing a torrent of scorching fire straight at her. The system notifies him that he has defeated the level 130 5th turn Beastmaster Luo Linger. Gaining 1,392,221 experience points. He notes calmly that humans and monsters are natural enemies. So she was simply unlucky to cross paths with him, and should not blame his ruthlessness, as subordinates scream for their young mistress. A system update reveals his level has soared from 72 to 79 after gaining over 31 million experience points. Strength grows from 3,720 to 3,920. Speed reaches 2,446. Attack is 2,556. And Spirit is 2,386. Gaining 25,960,000 experience and 175 free attribute points. The Black Dragon is suddenly enveloped in an incredibly powerful aura. Su Yang marvels that this is the largest amount of experience he has ever received, being several times higher than what he got from defeating the 6th turn Elven Mage. With the extra boost from Dragon Blood Essence, this massive power feels like it is overflowing from his body. Yet, over 32 million experience points only managed to raise him by 7 levels, meaning he will need exponentially more to level up in the future. He realizes he must hunt much stronger monsters and class holders from now on. Currently standing at level 72, with his Demonic Spirit Mystical Feather class. Checking the equipment drops, Su Yang finds several Platinum and Diamond tier items from the expedition team, though they no longer hold any real interest for him. Suddenly, he is stunned by a glowing object in his hand, wondering if Luo Linger's dropped loot will actually give him some unexpected surprises. A legendary ring materializes right before his eyes, a moon-grade item called Whisper of the Spiritist. Its item stats reveal unlimited gemstone sockets, 0 equipment level requirements, and a massive base spirit attribute of 1,000 points. The description notes, it is a relic left behind by a deceased spiritual master. Perhaps because the spiritual energy lingered for too long? The ring continues to whisper, as if trapped in eternal meditation. It grants a massive 600 points to spirit and 40% extra spiritual resistance. Its passive trait is Eternal Meditation, meaning the whispers from this ring will permanently increase the wearer's spiritual power by 1% every single day, up to a maximum of 10%. The active skill, Blessing of the Spiritualist, consumes mana to make the caster's spells completely immune to any mental interference for the next hour. This mental immunity remains absolute, unless the opponent's spiritual power is 50% higher than the wearer's. Su Yang is completely stunned to realize it is a moon-grade item, even though accessories usually do not have the massive and jaw-dropping stats of weapons. As a moon-grade piece of gear, this ring is already incredibly overpowered, even ignoring the massive boosts to spirit and resistance. Those 2 extra passive traits alone are absolutely terrifying. Su Yang picks up the ring and inspects it closely, noting that it even has an infinite gemstone socketed, letting him completely bypass any level limit. He definitely needs to thank Luo Linger for this gift. He warily glances at the swirling vortex in the distance with those flashy effects. Could there still be another master lurking? The system identifies a Tier 1 forbidden spell scroll called Wrath of the Wind God, a devastating magic that shreds anyone who dares provoke it. He is absolutely ecstatic to get another forbidden spell, bringing his total to 2. This is truly a double dose of joy, as expected of the Tianji Pavilion's heiress. She always carries such insane utility. Su Yang flaps his wings with a satisfied grin, ready to head back. Once the news of the expedition's complete defeat spreads, no one will dare challenge this place for a while, meaning his time as the Wings of Black Flame is finished. Lily stands on the cliff, waiting for him to return, letting out a sigh of relief. She whispers that he won once again. She wonders what he meant by giving her true freedom later. Meanwhile, Su Yang teleports right back to his home, announcing that he is back. His sudden appearance startles the maidservants, who quickly ask if Master is back. As he steps outside to check the progress of the construction, inspecting the flawlessly repaired wall, Su Yang asks if the work is finished. And the maid replies that the workers did their absolute best because he paid double. He tells the maids that he is feeling rather tired and wants a full body massage to unwind. Some maids prepare warm towels and water, while others gently massage his forehead, answering in unison that they understand. Meanwhile, outside the Black Dragon dungeon, a portal appears as members of the Tianji Pavilion Guild scream in absolute frustration. Wondering what just happened, they complain about why the boss leveled up mid-battle, especially since they brought so many people and used resurrection items only to still lose. They groan that this dungeon is simply impossible to beat. But Zhou Tai steps up to silence them, asking if anyone knows where their young mistress went. Only then do they realize that the young mistress has completely vanished from the area. A terrifying, familiar thought flashes through their minds. Could she have ended up like last time? Zhou Tai turns toward the faint sound of crying and spots Luo linger behind a large rock, hugging her knees and weeping, too embarrassed to show her face after failing to tame the Black Dragon, despite all her careful preparation. The humiliating loss makes her want to sink into the ground, wondering how she can still call herself a genius beastmaster, before Zhou Tai clears his throat with a loud cough. Startled, Luo Linger spins around and demands to know what he is doing there. But Zhou Tai stays hidden behind the rock as he offers to report their casualties. She stands up to quickly wipe away her tears, telling him to just report to. While Zhou Tai notes her mood is improving, Zhou Tai gently comforts her, explaining that absolutely no one could have anticipated the Black Dragon leveling up so suddenly. Losing to a moon-grade boss is nothing to be ashamed of. So he suggests she should focus her efforts on subduing a different dragon instead. Luo Linger feels a sudden wave of hope. That makes perfect sense, since neither Su Yang nor CZ can defeat that moon-grade Black Dragon anyway. She just needs to successfully conquer another dragon before they do to remain the absolute #1 genius beastmaster of the realm. Within the Dragon River dungeon, besides the Black Dragon, there is also a red dragon and a silver dragon, with the red dragon being the weakest, since both of them are of the Starlight rank. If she can tame the powerful silver dragon, she will undoubtedly become the absolute strongest beastmaster to ever conquer a giant dragon. Regaining her confidence, she tells Zhou Tai that she used to think he was just a musclehead, but it turns out he actually has quite an eye for things. Luo Linger then declares that all their losses from this dungeon run should be reported to Zhou Tai, as Tianji Pavilion will fully compensate them. The guild members cheer and thank her. But suddenly a sweet voice sounds from behind, asking who they all are. Zizi walks up and asks if she is the famous young mistress Luo Linger. And Luo Linger immediately recognizes her and admits that she is. Zizi happily introduces herself, asking if Luo Linger is also here to tame the Black Dragon and expressing her delight at meeting her. Luo Linger completely ignores her outstretched hand, coldly wishing her luck before walking right past her, which immediately outrages Zizi's subordinates at such incredibly rude behavior. They complain that even as Tianji Pavilion's young mistress, she has absolutely no basic manners. Wuzi giggles into her hand, thinking she gets it now. The girl probably failed to tame the Black Dragon and is just throwing a tantrum. Serves her right, Zizi gives her a sharp smack on the head, scolding her not to pour oil on the fire when someone is already down, and orders her to boot up the dungeon. Rubbing her head, Wuzi grumbles, asking why her lady is taking an outsider's side, nursing a fresh bump on her head. She walks over to the teleportation gate to activate the dungeon. But when the screen flashes, she gasps out in complete shock. The dungeon details have updated to Moonlight Tier. The Black Dragon Fortress is now a Moonlight Secret Realm, recommending a level of at least 150. The other three panic, wondering how a Star Glory dungeon suddenly mutated into a Moonlight Tier. There is no way they can clear this. And they wonder if Longjia is playing some sick joke, prompting her to urgently call Old Li to confirm. On the other end, Old Li apologetically reassures them that he has grasped the situation and is truly sorry for the sudden change, advising them to rest in Tianling City for now while he sends someone over. He promises to update them after sorting things out, leaving them to sigh and thank him for his trouble. Left alone with his thoughts, the elder wonders if the black dragon in Tianling City actually evolved all the way from diamond to moonlight tier. Such an anomaly has never happened before, raising suspicions of human interference. But by the next morning, Su Yang is already standing before the portal. The place is dead silent today compared to yesterday, which makes total sense with Tianling City's top raid guild completely wiped out. Who would dare set foot inside? Naturally, he is the only one who can handle this boss, and he is fully prepared to put an end to this dungeon once and for all. Stepping inside, he finds the Black Dragon Fortress completely drenched in an eerie crimson glow. He remembers how he used to link up with the dragon boss and watch challengers from the throne. But today, he is actually entering the realm as a challenger himself. It is a bizarre, indescribable feeling, yet somehow extremely magical. Spotting a swarm of flying monsters heading his way, he chuckles at the familiar, grand welcome party. As his familiar aura flares out, the flying beasts widen their eyes in horror. They better look closely at who stands before them. His eyes ignite with a brilliant golden light, unleashing a crushing pressure that stops the flying wyverns dead in their tracks. One of them panics instantly. This is definitely the aura of Lord Athos. The beasts shudder, wondering why a human carries their master's energy and his signature black flames, until Su Yang barks a single, freezing command for them to scram. Watching the terrified wyverns scatter, he knows he needs to save every bit of strength for his upcoming duel with the Black Dragon. Summoning his Moonlight Spirit Wolves, he orders them to hold the line and keep any stray Moonlight tier small fries from interrupting. Nearby, Lilith is startled to see the giant black dragon suddenly stir and lift its massive head. She wonders if another foolish challenger has already arrived so quickly. Staring at the rising dust storm, she bitterly assumes another group of unlucky souls will become dragon food, just like every previous failed raid. At this point, she has completely given up all hope of regaining her freedom after all. How could anyone trust the promise of a monster? Near the portal, the wolf spirits stand ready, looking up at the colossal, terrifying power of the black dragon. The two wolves exchange tense glances, wondering what to do since they cannot possibly defeat this dragon, especially when it carries their master's scent. Sparking fears he became its lunch, the other quickly denies it, pointing out they would have vanished if their master died. Suddenly, the black dragon raises its massive claws and plunges them into its own chest, spraying glowing golden blood. The wolves watch in absolute shock, thinking the beast has gone mad. But Su Yang knows its passive damage reduction does not work on self-inflicted wounds. Cutting its health pool down to 50% should be enough. Going any lower might mess with his burst items. With that, Su Yang firmly commands the beast to stand down, stay completely still, halt its health regeneration, order all other dungeon monsters to freeze, and prepare for a total system disconnect. As the dragon freezes, the wolf spirits catch sight of Su Yang's familiar back and breathe a massive sigh of relief. Looking at the beast, he admits that, since this dragon helped rewrite his trash tier fate, parting with it actually stirs up some genuine emotion. Staring at the massive wound on its underbelly, Su Yang steps forward, knowing a new path has opened and it is time to move on. Before delivering the final blow, he intends to make the Wing of Black Flame his new partner for future conquests. But even after 2 grueling hours, the struggle continues. Sweat pours down Su Yang's face as he finally lands, while his exhausted wolves collapse to the ground with their tongues hanging out. His arms are completely numb from slashing. Yet the dragon remains standing with barely a few scratches, forcing him to quickly down a recovery potion. He can finally understand what those elite hunters and raid parties went through when facing this absolute monster. If his base attributes were not fully optimized, and without his soul mark and extreme dual cage, boosting his damage by 900%, he would not have even scratched its massive defenses. Dark, swirling energy suddenly erupts around Su Yang. Just a sliver of health remains, prompting him to finish this in one final strike. Right, as a massive roar startles Lilith awake from her deep slumber, recognizing the dragon's roar. She rushes over only to feel a blistering wave of heat. While the elite monsters cry out for Lord Athos, Lilith feels her body fading away. Dreading the dark fate waiting for her, the black dragon's dark aura completely vanishes. Looking up at the colossal, charred body of the beast, Su Yang quietly mutters that it is finally over. Standing beneath the massive carcass, system notifications flood Su Yang's vision, confirming he defeated the Crescent Moon class boss, Athos of the Black Flame Wings. He gains over 1,003,000,000 experience points. With the dungeon master slain, all remaining monsters in this hidden dungeon are instantly wiped out. Another 8 million experience points flood in, pushing his level up to 79. And then straight to level 80, with 40% excess experience amounting to over 53 million. Su Yang marvels at the sheer scale of the rewards. This is 3 times more than Luo Linger's entire 10-man elite team combined. Truly worthy of a Crescent Moon boss. Suddenly, a massive, glowing golden sword appears before him. Su Yang wonders if this is the legendary dragon drop. It clearly radiates extraordinary power. Gripping the massive hilt tightly, he prepares to pull it from the ground. As he pulls the blade free, Su Yang gasps in shock. A violent, explosive wave of raw energy surges through his entire body. The system identifies it as the unique Dragonbone Greatsword of the Devourer Athos, forged from the bones and blood of the last ancient descendant. It carries a truly terrifying, eternal legacy. The dead are immortal, and those devoured will exist forever. There are absolutely no equipment restrictions, no level requirements, no attribute limits, and no special seals. Its attributes: it grants plus 500 to strength, 8R spirit, and speed, while reducing physical and magic damage, as well as mental attacks, by a solid 10%. Thanks to its unique Devourer trait, slaying any dragon allows this blade to feed on the carcass, permanently boosting the weapon's own attributes by an additional 10%. It also features Soulbind, meaning this priceless, unique weapon can never be dropped or lost upon death. Su Yang lifts the sword. Freezing energy rolls off the blade, and with a single casual swing, he splits a distant mountain range clean in half. He is completely stunned. This is absolutely insane, even if the base stats are not quite top tier yet. The real value lies in the fact that it is a growth weapon. Devouring dragons to permanently absorb 10% of their power is a terrifying concept. This legendary drop from the Black Dragon is easily one of the most overpowered, precious, and broken weapons in existence. Looking at the description, Su Yang realizes that this black flame dragon was indeed a direct descendant of the legendary ancient devourer. No wonder it possessed power that easily rivaled other adult dragons. Even though it was still just a juvenile, it is no surprise the system selected such a terrifying beast to rule over this hidden dungeon. Gazing down at the necklace in his hand, Su Yang wonders if this completed quest item is the fabled Dragon Slayer heart. The system confirms the quest completion. Unsealing the Dragon Slayer heart. This legendary relic was forged from the boiling blood of a great dragon, decapitated by a brave hero blessed by the goddess herself. This harvested dragon heart has been reforged into the ultimate proof of dragon slaying. After centuries of chaos, those nameless heroes now rest in peace. Though the legendary sword itself was lost to time, the powerful Dragon Slayer proof still remains. Simply equipping it boosts the user's mental attributes by 50% and doubles their raw physical strength. Its Dragon Slayer glory trait completely ignores all dragon racial defenses, boosting damage against any dragonkin by 500%. Activating this legendary relic summons the sleeping blood spirits of ancient dragon-slaying heroes, bringing their spectral forms directly into the battle to fight alongside the wearer. With stats this utterly broken, Su Yang is more than ready to start hunting high-level bosses all on his own. Now, It is time for the final reward. The system announces that since he achieved the first ever kill, it is preparing to bind the boss to him. The process completes, and the mighty black flame wing Athos is bound to serve as his loyal companion in battle. As the tamed black dragon flies down to his side, Su Yang gently pats its massive head, wondering if having its memories wiped completely clean is a cruel curse or a merciful blessing. It was meant to fall in those brutal trials anyway. So Su Yang silently hopes the dragon holds no grudge against him, leaping onto the dragon's head. Su Yang mutters that there is absolutely no time for regrets. With a mighty leap, the black dragon takes flight into the crimson sky, leaving Lilith waiting anxiously below. The dragon presence has vanished, meaning the beast must have been defeated. But by whom? Spotting the dragon's return, Lilith gasps in sheer shock. Lilith screams out in disbelief, asking how this is possible when the beast was just defeated. Then she notices Su Yang riding its back. Reaching his hand down, Su Yang greets her, calling her a beautiful princess and offering a rescue. Stunned to see a human riding the beast, Lilith asks in awe if he actually tamed it. He confirms it, leaving Lilith struggling to believe such an impossible feat. Black dragons are the most tyrannical and prideful of all dragonkind, looking down on everything and choosing death over submission to any living being. Even the legendary masters of the ancient elves had tried to tame one, only to end in tragic failure. Yet here is this mysterious young man, casually riding the terrifying beast beneath his feet. Lilith cannot help but wonder if he is the fabled dragon slayer from the legends. Su Yang tells her to stop daydreaming and jump on. Grasping his hand, Lilith holds on tight as they prepare to take to the skies. Clinging tightly to Su Yang's shirt from behind, she softly hums in confirmation. But as the black dragon beats its massive wings and shoots into the sky, Lilith lets out a terrified scream. He gently coaxes her, telling her it is safe to open her eyes because the view is amazing. Hearing this, she slowly peeks at the world below. Red mountains and crimson ground stretch as far as the eye can see, making Lilith gasp at the beauty. Su Yang asks her how it feels to taste freedom again. She feels as if she has finally broken her chains, leaving her whole body incredibly relaxed. The black dragon replies, "You will have true freedom very soon." Startled, she wonders if the beast itself had also been longing to escape this place. "I did not realize things were so hard for you too," Lilith says to the beast. Su Yang flinches. She seems to have completely misunderstood his situation. Still, he figures it is better to stay quiet. Su Yang then announces that they are near the exit, so it is time to charge straight out in the wilderness near the Black Dragon Fortress entrance. A guard yells, "Do not just stand there slacking. Hit them harder. Rest after this wave of monsters." But the darkening sky leaves them confused. Is it about to rain? As the black dragon flies overhead, the leader stammers, "It is a giant dragon." Its massive talons slam onto the ground with an earth-shattering impact. The dragon's terrifying roar panics the players, who scream the boss has escaped. "Run for your lives," Su Yang sighs, feeling a bit bad for scaring everyone with his grand entrance. Lilith mutters that he sounds a bit like a villain. Curious, she then asks where they are heading next. He replies, "I can take you to the City Lord Mansion, as they should know how to return you to the Elf Kingdom." But she quickly refuses. Su Yang asks where she wants to go. Lilith shyly mutters, asking if she can tag along with him for now. There is something she dares not mention, as she had once sworn to marry whoever rescued her. But she is simply too embarrassed to say it out loud. He silently notes that while fairy tales always end with the dragon-slaying hero living happily ever after with the princess, saving her was never his original plan in the first place. But seeing how things are, it seems he cannot easily send her away. So he might as well let her tag along for now. Switching to gossip mode, Lilith eagerly asks him how on earth he managed to tame that fearsome black dragon. "Will you tell me?" But Su Yang stubbornly refuses to say a word, keeping it a secret. Over in Tianling City, The sudden dragon roar throws the crowd into a panic. Luo Linger frowns. That is definitely the Black Dragon. Though Zhou Tai refuses to believe it. How could a dungeon boss escape into the real world? Meanwhile, Wuzi asks her lady what that sound was. Hizzy replies that was a dragon's roar, which means a giant dragon has descended upon Tianling City. Excitedly pointing, she asks if they can go check it out, hidden behind a nearby tree. A mysterious figure is shocked that she detected his presence. Realizing the young girl is quite extraordinary. Let us go. The city lord has granted permission and is already heading there himself. Meanwhile, back at the Black Dragon Fortress entrance, Lilith asks why they are still waiting. Su Yang calmly replies, no rush. Wait a bit longer. Spotting a crowd approaching from afar, he points them out. Someone in the group notes that the roar came from this direction. Wondering if a world boss appeared, Jia Yue adds that with the area outside the Black Dragon Fortress being so chaotic lately, there is no way the boss actually escaped. Or right, leading the group is Wei Ming, the city lord of Tianling City. Spotting the giant dragon, their eyes go wide in shock. Why is a dungeon boss out here? Su Yang greets them, noting it has been a while since he last saw Manager Gu. Jia Yue is shocked. While Wei Ming asks if they know him, he explains that they only met once, introducing Su Yang as a prestigious guest of the temple. Wei Ming then politely asks if he was the one who tamed this giant beast. He confirms it. Wei Ming frowns, unable to believe his ears. This is a moon-tier black dragon. So how could anyone tame it? He refuses to believe it unless Su Yang proves it. Suddenly, the dragon lets out a deafening roar. Su Yang asks if that is proof enough. The massive shockwave makes Wei Ming lose his balance, prompting him to beg the young master to quickly call off his beast. Lilith peeks out from behind a boulder, asking what the sudden commotion is about. It scared her half to death. Su Yang quickly apologizes. But when Wei Ming spots her, he is even more shocked. That is the elven princess from the dungeon. Only by defeating the dragon is there a microscopic chance of saving her. Suddenly, Wei Ming looks at the young man in a completely different light. To tame a moon-tier black dragon, just how monstrously powerful must this kid be? Yet he looks under 20, making the city lord wonder if he is a hidden master, a seventh-turn god elder of the sun tier. After all, a legendary powerhouse of that caliber can easily alter their appearance, making it impossible to tell their true age. But that cannot be right. Even within the Global Beastmaster Association, only a single individual has ever managed to tame a legendary giant dragon. Just what kind of unfathomable powerhouse is this Su Yang? Why would such a supreme master bother coming to his tiny Tianling city? As Wei Ming suddenly drops to his knees, Su Yang goes pale with shock. The entire atmosphere instantly freezes. Su Yang forces a polite smile and reaches out, please, city lord. There is no need for such a grand gesture. Stand up. A system notification chimes, confirming the host has completed the first phase of the quest, and the next boss has already been selected. He must deal with this next phase immediately. Su Yang grins inwardly. That was fast. A brand new boss is already on the way. Wei Ming asks with curiosity, wondering if this powerful master is actually the leader of the Global Beast Taming Association. He introduces himself as Wei Ming, the Lord of Heavenly Spirit City, apologizing for the poor welcome and begging for forgiveness. Zhou Tai speaks up to remind the Lord that they never received any report about the head's arrival. Wondering if this master is traveling in disguise, Wei Ming points out that the teleportation gate would have recorded it. But then Asuka suddenly appears out of nowhere, startling them as she hesitantly greets everyone. She asks if she can join their conversation, leaving them wondering who on earth she is. The girl is from the Cherry Blossom Nation, reaching out with eyes shining like stars. She introduces herself as Asuka, a beast tamer from her country. She wants some advice on how to tame a giant dragon, asking if he would be willing to share his experience with her. Su Yang is taken aback, realizing her mistake. Asuka quickly knocks herself on the head, admitting that such secrets are deeply personal for any tamer, but he quickly denies it, stating he is not even a beast tamer, leaving her completely stunned and unable to believe her ears. The other two are just as shocked, eagerly demanding to know how on earth he tamed the black dragon if he is not even a tamer. They mention that only the gentle white dragon has ever been tamed before, and a tamed black dragon is absolutely unheard of. The Global Beast Taming Association considers the black dragon to be the most powerful, completely untamable creature. Yet here it is, tamed by someone who is not even a tamer. If this news gets out, it will absolutely shake the world. Su Yang simply replies that he has his own secrets and cannot share them. He mentions his plans to visit Heavenly Spirit City soon, asking Lord Wei to notify the public beforehand to avoid a massive panic. Someone asks in shock if he is planning to ride the dragon straight into the city, and he simply confirms it. Wei Ming agrees immediately, promising to personally arrange everything and issue a citywide announcement so he does not have to worry. He silently admires how Su Yang still thinks about preventing public panic even after achieving such a legendary feat of taming a black dragon. This proves that the truly powerful are always incredibly humble and grounded, while only mediocre people like to show off. Asuka then hesitantly asks if she can report this amazing event to her own master. Su Yang asks with curiosity about her master. Wei Ming chimes in to explain that Miss Asuka is a prestigious member of the Global Beast Taming Association, meaning her master is bound to be a very high-ranking official there. He silently compares her to another genius girl, Linger, noting that their personalities are completely different. Asuka bows her head humbly, confirming that Lord Wei is right and her master is indeed one of the 9 supreme leaders of the association. She points out that even though he is not a beast tamer, simply taming a black dragon would make the association eager to invite him to join. She is confident her master would love to seek guidance from him. Just imagining a crowd of people surrounding him with endless questions makes Su Yang break out in a cold sweat. The leaders of the Global Beast Taming Association are at least level 8 or even level 9 beast tamers. Having a group of legendary beast taming masters bugging him about dragon taming sounds like an absolute nightmare he wants to avoid. He politely declines, saying he has urgent matters to attend to and will discuss the association later. He then leaps onto the black dragon and flies away, leaving Asuka staring blankly into the sky at the receding dragon. Wei Ming speaks up, informing Miss Asuka that since the black dragon has been tamed, he already reported the situation to Master Zhili. The master wants them to head back to Dragon City first, and they will discuss further steps later. She agrees, her voice filled with pure admiration, as she wishes that one day she could also have a magnificent dragon of her own to ride. The black dragon glides towards Heavenly Spirit City, and as it passes overhead, Linger spots the familiar face of the rider. She cannot believe her eyes, wondering if it is truly him who managed to tame the legendary beast. Despite her denial, the truth is staring her right in the face, showing her how much further she needs to go in her training. Wiping away her tears, she vows to grow much stronger, tame her own giant dragon, and defeat him to prove once and for all that she is the strongest beast tamer of the new generation. An urgent citywide announcement broadcasts to all citizens, warning them that the Black Dragon Fortress dungeon has finally been cleared. It explains that the Black Dragon boss has been tamed by a supreme master, so there is no need to panic when they see it. As the giant beast glides across the sky, everyone looks up in absolute awe at this once-in-a-lifetime sight. People shout in excitement at how cool the dragon looks, with rumors spreading everywhere that it has already ascended to the moon-class level. They whisper about how the previous expedition team was wiped out completely, leaving everyone wondering who could possibly possess such insane power. Some point out the mysterious master riding on top, and even notice a girl alongside him. Wondering what is going on, others reply that for someone capable of taming a black dragon, having 10 girls by his side would not even be surprising. Meanwhile, back in Su Yang's yard, his maid is humming a song when the massive shadow of the dragon lands right before her. scaring her half to death. He apologizes for startling her, and she sighs in relief upon realizing it is him. Looking at the dragon's massive size, he secretly sighs, not really wanting to show off, but since he is not a beast tamer, he lacks a private taming space to store the dragon. It is not like he wants to show off. He is just left with no other choice. Lilith pokes her head out, asking if this is his home, and Su Yang asks her what she thinks of it. She happily asks if it suits her, noting that there is nothing to complain about in this clean, spacious place. Sitting atop the black dragon, he watches her step down and tells her to pick whichever room she likes. He has some business to handle, so she should call a maid if she needs anything, and Lilith simply nods. At first, he secretly worried she would be extremely high maintenance, but this real princess turns out to be surprisingly friendly. Unlike those with actual princess syndrome. Safely back inside his room, he decides it is finally time to deal with the new boss. Calling on the system to introduce the next target, the alert rings out. The target is the Abyss Demon, a god-tier origin monarch. The god-tier rank leaves Su Yang completely shocked, leaving him to wonder what kind of terrifying concept a god-tier entity even is compared to the usual tiers. According to the global unified ranking rules issued by the Awakening Temple, from the 5th transition onward, every 50 levels correspond to one transition. This places the 6th, 7th, and 8th transitions in the Starlight category, while Bright Moon and Blazing Sun are transitional phases. To climb any higher, one must conquer the trials of the gods just to reach demigod status. Only the divine ladder grants true godhood, leaving Su Yang to wonder how he got matched with a god-tier boss. The gap is absurd after all. A mere Starlight tier opponent was enough to grant him a massive power-up. He wonders what heights he will reach this time as he connects to the dungeon, letting a massive wave of energy flood the entire room. The system completes the link, and deep in the darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes flashes open. Its stat screen reveals a god-tier origin monarch with a staggering strength of 523,213. Its spirit is 343,221. Speed is 234,958. With 80% physical resistance, it has 80% resistance to fire and water, alongside a complete 100% immunity to all dark element attacks, while light resistance is only 30%. Its true danger lies in the lordly trait of omniscience. Every single event in the Abyss is under its absolute control, backed by a sovereign power that grants immortality to everyone serving beneath its throne. As the sovereign of sin, the boss can infinitely resurrect any of the Sin Kings with a 30-day cooldown. Its demonic origin power allows it to resurrect using any living demon in the Abyss, cementing the sovereign of original sin as the absolute ruler of the depths. From its dark, grand throne hidden in the deepest abyss, this absolute monarch commands the 7 legendary Sin Kings. As the Abyss stares back at him, Su Yang can only marvel at the pure absurdity of a god-tier boss, featuring stats in the hundreds of thousands and completely broken immunities. And get this, that third talent is especially insane, basically meaning that defeating him requires wiping out every single living demon inside the entire Abyss. He wonders if any human could ever achieve such a feat. Realizing this is the true, terrifying reality of a god-tier opponent, he asks the system to explain what makes this demon so unique, and it immediately starts loading the required data. The data reveals that the abyssal depths is not some simple instance, but rather a massive, sprawling dimension of its own, much like the domains of the elves or dragons. This dark space is linked to the human world, appearing to players as a massive portal. Every nation across the globe has its own gateway to access this terrifying place, beginning at the very first floor. Challengers must constantly explore and battle demons to harvest massive experience points and rare loot, making it a legendary leveling paradise that is notoriously difficult to survive. The average demon on the first floor is already level 40, setting the baseline difficulty equal to a high-ranking gold-tier dungeon. Naturally, The deeper a challenger descends, the more terrifyingly powerful the demons become. So far, the absolute deepest depth humanity has ever managed to clear is floor 386. That incredible milestone is held by a powerful alliance of triple S rank guilds, including the Elite Circle of Magi and Sanctuary Council. Su Yang realizes that only legendary players of that caliber could ever hope to challenge a god-tier boss. Wondering if they might become his future rivals, it is unclear how far they are from reaching the final floor. But that detail does not seem to matter right now, given the boss is nearly immortal. He wonders how long he would have to wait for a respawn if he actually managed to secure the first kill. Deciding not to overthink things for now, his attention is drawn to the grand seats around him. Wondering if they belong to the 7 legendary Sin Kings the system mentioned, seeing absolutely no one around, he looks closer to find 4 glowing thrones and 3 darkened ones. Guessing that other powerful players must have already defeated those 3 missing kings, those cold, inactive thrones are now covered in deep, jagged cracks. He decides to activate the Sin Treasure, eager to test out his second talent power and see what happens next. A violent surge of energy ignites the cracked throne, and the Gluttony Sin King suddenly materializes. An astonished voice echoes in the dark, "I am resurrected." The system identifies him as the Blazing Sun tier boss, Beelzebub of Gluttony, boasting 20 million health, 62,271 strength, 45,632 spirit, and 24,313 speed. Beelzebub looks at the figure ahead, instantly recognizes his supreme monarch, and drops to his knees. "Great monarch, thank you for your blessing," Beelzebub says. "I was simply too weak, and I have tarnished your great name." Su Yang thinks to himself, Beelzebub is only at the Blazing Sun rank. For a subordinate of the 7 deadly sins, should his strength not start, at least at demigod level? Has he actually just resurrected someone completely useless? The system details pop up. Beelzebub's innate talent, the sin of gluttony, is driven by an endless hunger. He will devour any non-demon creature to satisfy his appetite and continuously grow stronger, with a maximum limit of the god tier, under the tribute of the King of Gluttony. Any target devoured by Beelzebub permanently loses 2% of their stats. These attributes are then offered directly to the Great Lord of Sin. He suddenly realizes, wait, these 2 innate talents. So that is how it works. As the very symbol of the sin of gluttony, Beelzebub needs to constantly devour others to grow stronger. On top of that, he can offer 2% of the devoured target stats directly to him. If it is a tribute to some distant Lord of Sin, it is no big deal. But if that tribute goes straight to his own body, could he not just skyrocket to power right on the spot? Su Yang is about to speak to Beelzebub, but a sudden noise quickly interrupts him. That sound is someone actually knocking on the door. He quickly orders Beelzebub to return to the area he guards and await his next summon. "Do not disappoint me this time," Su Yang says. Beelzebub bows deeply, swearing to obey his king's command. Beelzebub thinks to himself that even lust and greed met their demise. Yet he was the very first one resurrected by the monarch, and without receiving any punishment at all. For the great monarch of the abyss, this is a mind-blowing level of trust and favor. He swears to make those wretched humans pay and offer the finest gifts to his master. Just then, the system announces the activation of the omniscient monarch power. Beelzebub has successfully returned to the 100th floor of the demon abyss. Watching the beam of light shoot away, Su Yang thinks to himself that the 100th floor was indeed Beelzebub's old post. He truly has resurrected one of the 7 heavenly kings. He tells the system to disconnect. Afterward, Su Yang returns straight to his home. He feels that whenever he transforms into the Monarch of Sin, he gets an incredible sense of absolute control over everything. This absolute power is completely intoxicating. No wonder so many in ancient times fought to be emperors. He wonders when his own strength will finally match the true power of the Monarch of Sin. A knock sounds at the door as his maid calls out, asking if her master is currently inside. Just a second. Coming. Su Young replies. He steps out of the room, asking if something has happened. She hesitates, explaining that City Lord Wei Ming has arrived and wishes to meet him in person. Su Yang follows her down the stairs, where the guest is already waiting. Wei Ming quickly speaks up first, calling him master and saying he is glad he finally arrived. Su Yang shakes his hand, asking if there is something urgent. The city lord is surprised, asking if he does not know. His feat of taming the giant dragon has spread across all of Longjia. Actually, it has spread globally, sending massive shockwaves through the entire beast-taming world. Dragons are one of the most powerful and brutal races in existence. Taming a black dragon has completely shattered the prior assertions made by the Global Beast Taming Association, marking what is easily the most significant milestone in history. Even so, many powerful figures in the beast taming community are highly skeptical since they have not witnessed it with their own eyes. Because of this, the Global Beast Taming Association has officially announced they are sending one of their top leaders currently in Longjia to meet the newly emerged beast tamer, meaning Su Yang himself. Su Yang tenses up, asking how much longer they have before the leader of the Beast Taming Association actually arrives. Wei Ming estimates it will be 10 minutes at most. Su Yang is shocked, never expecting to capture the attention of a top leader from the Global Beast Taming Association. This is a powerhouse he must handle carefully. Meanwhile, Linger and her maid have arrived at the city center. Ling Shan asks why they did not take the VIP passage. Linger replies that she simply wanted a change of pace. Suddenly, a shout commands everyone to clear the way. The bystanders watch in surprise, wondering what on earth is happening. It seems an important guest is arriving, and the station staff are busy clearing the path. Elder Luo, a leader of the Global Beast Taming Association, has arrived, and guards shout for everyone to get out of the way. Luo Daishi, one of the 9 global directors, steps forward and politely apologizes to the crowd for causing such a scene. The crowd immediately starts whispering about the legendary figure, who stands as one of the highest-ranking beast tamers in the world. He is known for being extremely elusive, making this chance encounter a complete shock. Linger steps forward to greet him, and the elder instantly recognizes the young girl. He is surprised to see someone from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, asking if she also came here because of the rumors surrounding the Black Dragon. She admits it is a pity that her abilities fell short, allowing someone else to claim the legendary beast first. She admits her title as the top genius in Longjia might change hands now, but the elder gently advises her not to worry about empty labels. He gently reminds her that she already knows what is truly important to her. Right. Linger reveals that the Global Beast Taming Association recently discovered a unique mystic realm leading straight to the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Dragon Spirit Mystic Realm. Anyone who enters will have a rare chance to claim incredible treasures. However, the entry requirements are incredibly brutal, demanding that a person must possess a purebred giant dragon to step inside. Currently, only a single person in the entire world meets this condition, Leah from the American Federation. Right at that moment, many beast tamers had also started their journey to tame the giant dragon, and he was one of them. Based on his master's research, the stronger the purebred giant dragon in the dragon spirit realm, the greater the rewards, which was exactly why he wanted to tame the absolute strongest black dragon. Luo Dacheng understood the dragon spirit realm was about to open, leaving no time to waste, and asked if she had already decided on her target. Ling Er confirmed she wanted to try taming the silver dragon, since its difficulty was lower than the black dragon but its potential was better than the red dragon. Luo Dacheng pointed out that she should not rush, since the white dragon realm was already completely reserved by her heavenly secret pavilion. Since no one else could enter, he suggested she join him to meet that mysterious genius beast tamer and learn from his experience. Her master had said the same. But upon hearing this, Linger quickly ran off, apologizing that she suddenly remembered urgent business and had to leave. He sighed helplessly, wondering if her pride was really that strong, before deciding to just head back and inform Zhao Kun about it. But first, he needed to make time to meet that mysterious genius. Just as a strange noise suddenly echoed from Su Yang's villa. Walking outside the courtyard with him, Wei Ming curiously asked what that sound was. Wondering if Luo Dacheng had arrived on a phoenix, the leader shouted that his boss had arrived. And Wei Ming added that the head of the Global Beast Taming Association had indeed landed, coiled up in a corner. The black dragon was disturbed by the noise. Slowly opening its glowing golden eyes, the black dragon let out a mighty roar, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that blew back those trying to enter, leaving Luo Dacheng completely speechless up in the air, shocked below. Wei Ming asked the elder what was wrong. While criticizing Su Yang's beast for being terribly rude and scaring people after seeing his own mount look so defeated, shaking it off, Luo Dacheng climbed down the ladder, apologetically saying he had made a fool of himself. Wei Ming stepped forward to introduce himself as the Lord of Heavenly Spirit City, pointing out the genius beast tamer the elder wanted to meet, introducing him as the one who tamed the black dragon. The elder praised him, saying that true heroes indeed come from the youth. He remarked that for someone so young to tame the black dragon, such a genius was truly a rare sight in this world. Bowing politely, Su Yang replied that the elder flattered him, as it was merely good luck. But Luo Dacheng told him not to be so modest. He pointed out that since Su Yang was currently the first person in the world to tame a black dragon, he had every right to feel proud. He explained that the association had discussed this and decided to invite him to join, asking if he had ever considered the offer. As Su Yang hesitated, the elder asked if there was something bothering him, prompting the youth to reveal he was not actually a beast tamer and could not join their association. Luo Dacheng casually waved his hand, saying it was nothing but a minor detail. Only then did the reality of those words sink in, and he shouted in disbelief, asking if Su Yang was really not a beast tamer, pointing to his status screen. Su Yang proved he was not joking, showing his rank as a level 80 demon spirit secret martial warrior. Shocked to see he was a warrior, Luo Dacheng turned around, asking for a moment before texting his leaders that the dragon taming feat was indeed real. Zhao Kun immediately replied, asking why he was still standing there and whether the kid had agreed to join the association yet. Lang Dong messaged that since they were the strongest beast taming organization in the world, the youth had absolutely no reason to refuse. Smith sent his warm congratulations on Long Jia producing another genius, and Leah replied that someone had finally tamed a giant dragon after such a very long time. Luo Dacheng quickly messaged back that there was one problem, as the kid was not a beast tamer but rather a warrior class. Seeing the chat group fill up with question marks, he completely understood their confusion, since he had only just found out himself. Chairman Carolina suggested a solution, proposing that they invite him to join their group as an honorary member instead. The notification soon showed that 9 members had already liked the proposal. Turning back, Luo Dacheng announced that the association had discussed it and decided to offer him an honorary membership, allowing him to enjoy all the standard benefits. Knowing there was no such thing as a free lunch, Su Yang asked what they would expect from him in return. Luo Dacheng assured him it was nothing special, as he would only need to give a few lectures on how to tame giant dragons to a small class of 10. Su Yang grimaced, realizing that lecturing 9 association leaders plus 1 chairman was definitely no simple task. But he rubbed his chin and continued to ponder his options. Yet, the benefits of a triple S guild were incredibly tempting, and walking away would be a massive waste. Turning back, Su Yang agreed to lecture, but made it clear he could not guarantee the lessons would actually be useful to them. Luo Dacheng waved it off, mentioning that Virgilia had also lectured in the association before, and it had yielded absolutely no practical results either. He admitted that everyone already knew personal experiences were incredibly difficult to replicate anyway, urging him to just give it a try without any pressure. the youth finally agreed to join their global beast-taming association and take up the offer. Amused by the thought, he realized that since it was just personal experience, he could basically make up whatever story he wanted. Those top-tier beast tamers better get ready to listen to his wild tales. Ever since the game merged with reality, class change statues have appeared everywhere, and the Divine Class Sanctuary was quickly established following a historic global alliance decision. A massive region at the very center of the world was carved out, which became the Holy City, the Sanctuary's grand headquarters. The supreme ruler of this holy city, the Divine High Priestess, has never taken a single step outside the Sanctuary's borders. Her origins and true power remain completely unknown to the world. But her name is Saint Ophelia Vega, the Divine High Priestess. Her exact level is unknown, and she has only made one public appearance in the last 10 years. The leader of a Triple S guild, the legendary global strongest mage, Augustine, who successfully completed 9 class changes to reach the demigod stage, once boldly challenged her, determined to test the High Priestess's true power for himself. Known as the level 300 elemental destroyer and leader of the elite Triple S guild, Augustine unleashed an absolutely terrifying firestorm that violently incinerated the surrounding space with explosive force. Thick smoke and dust blanketed the area. Yet, they could not even scratch the barrier cast by the Divine High Priestess. Since that day, no one has dared to question the Sanctuary's absolute authority. But fast forward to today. A sudden alarm blares. The Abyss is acting up, showing highly abnormal activity. The previously defeated Gluttony King, Beelzebub, has mysteriously returned, shocking Ophelia to her very core. When she hears the news, she silently recalls that any boss above the Star Glory tier should never respawn once they are defeated. This is an absolute rule of this era, one that even the deepest dungeon cannot break unless there is some completely new, the hidden mechanism at play that humanity has never encountered before. A subordinate arrives to deliver urgent news, begging Saint Ophelia Vega, the third Divine High Priestess, to bestow her holy blessings upon them. She responds by ordering them to spread the holy light of guidance. As she witnesses the dark descent of the endless abyss and prepares to banish it, Ophelia activates her Eye of Insight, a powerful skill that allows her to view any location on Earth without being restricted by distance, space, or time. She gazes into a pitch-black void, radiating pure malice and evil, wondering if this could actually be the dreaded abyss. Looking closely at the Dark Throne, Ophelia begins to wonder if it belongs to one of the ancient Sin Kings. The deepest record of the abyss is floor 386. And it is known that players will encounter a deadly Sin King every 100 floors. Floor 100 has Gluttony Beelzebub. Floor 200 has Lust Asmodeus. And floor 300 is ruled by Greed Mammon. Every single one of them should have been completely annihilated. But now, Gluttony has inexplicably risen from the dead. There are only 2 statues left on this dark throne. But why? Could this be the reason a massive, bottomless magic energy rises, blinding even her Eye of Insight from seeing its true form? Clutching her staff, Ophelia unleashes a brilliant holy light, commanding the demon to show its true form before her divine power. Peering through the dark mist, she manages to make out a distinct figure. Could this actually be a human? Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from behind, demanding to know what thief dares to spy on his throne. Before a burst of powerful energy forces them back with a shout to get out. This terrifying entity is Lucifer, the legendary god-level Sin King of Pride. Ophelia is instantly struck by the incoming Dominion barrier, while Lucifer spreads his massive wings to soar high. Looking down coldly at her, Ophelia snaps her eyes open as her Eye of Insight deactivates, shattering the vision, while Lucifer sighs in annoyance, wondering if she actually escaped. Calling the spy a coward, a servant kneels before him, begging the noble king for forgiveness for allowing such an intrusion. The servant claims to have returned without permission, only to stop anyone who would dare peer at their beloved master, wondering when she can see him again. The scene shifts to a collapsed Ophelia, who is utterly shocked to realize he is god level. She never imagined such a terrifying entity existed among the Sin Kings, forcing her to realize they had completely underestimated the difficulty of this abyss. Who could possibly be powerful enough to command even god-level Sin Kings? Just then, a sudden flash of holy light appears. Drawing her gaze, a sudden world announcement blares out, declaring that the legendary world boss, the Sovereign of Sins, has spawned within the abyss. To clear the ultimate abyss, players must defeat the Sovereign of Sins and the 7 Sin Kings for a chance to drop the rare Sin Reverse Weapon series. Listening intently to this shocking announcement is the president of the Global Beast Taming Association, Katerina. The second notice reveals that this weapon series is absolutely essential to defeat the Sovereign of Sins, with drop rates increasing based on the player's class tier. Mage Augustin frowns as the third announcement details that defeating this world boss will unlock a brand new expansion, the Divine Path. Hearing this, Tang Zhan, the president of the Undying Warzone, tightly clenches his fists as players everywhere lose their minds over the news. Damn. What did they hear that right? A genuine world boss. This is the first time anyone has ever heard of such a thing. Even demigod-level bosses never reach the world boss status, meaning this Sovereign of Sins must surely be a legendary god-level threat. It has to be, as the new expansion is clearly designed to unlock the 10th class change, which is literally god level. A massive event according to Bai Ling. Meanwhile, Su Yang silently thinks that he has somehow become a world boss. Just then, Da Cheng gets up to leave, letting Su Yang know he has to head out for a sudden guild meeting. Since all registration forms are done, if anything comes up later, we will be in touch. Make yourself comfortable. It is no problem at all. Safe travels. Acer. Bai Ling looks worried, warning the hero that unusual events have been happening constantly. She does not know what is wrong with the world, but she has a bad feeling about this. Su Yang pats her shoulder with a smile, telling her not to worry because he will handle everything. Feeling relieved, Bai Ling says she believes in the hero. He figures that the triple S rank guilds are bound to take action next. From what he knows, fighting the Sin Lord is just a matter of time. So he needs to prepare himself well before that happens. Will slaying the Kings of Sin grant a unique, limited edition divine weapon from the Sin Reversal series? Although his own dragon-devouring greatsword is also a unique limited weapon, there is still a massive gap when compared to the starting stats of the Sin Reversal Divine Arsenal. After all, this weapon is essential for taking down the Sin Lord. Snagging even one of them would definitely give him a massive boost. Su Yang keeps calculating. If he uses the identity of the Sin Lord to eliminate the other Kings of Sin, he wonders if those Sin Reversal weapons will still drop for him. Su Yang knows the Sin Reversal weapons are divided into 3 tiers, which are unique, limited, and God tier. Their power levels are absolutely off the charts. Stroking his chin in thought as the ruler of the Abyss and the ultimate Sin Lord, it makes perfect sense for his underlings to dedicate everything to him. Besides, using his authority lets him resurrect them without any emotional burden whatsoever. The only downside is that the cooldown is a bit too long. It would be great if he could shorten that cooldown. Currently, the strongest classes are only at demigod level, but the upcoming progression path is called the Staircase to Godhood. It seems slaying the Sin Lord is highly classified and closely linked to achieving true godhood. If he can take down the Sin Lord all by himself, would he not get the chance to unlock a divine class? A deceiver must always maintain the mindset of a true trickster. He wonders if those high-ranking veterans who struggled so hard to level up would pass out from pure shock if they found out he surpassed them in just 1 month after awakening. But for now, he should focus on accepting his 4th advancement 5-star quest first. Over at the temple, pillars of light shoot into the sky. The top-ranking figures are already gathering inside. Augustus, the Magic Emperor, president of the 9th Advancement Elemental Destroyers, speaks up. What a coincidence for us all to arrive at the exact same time. Carolina, president of the Global Beast Taming Association and 9th Advancement Spirit Master, mocks him. Seeing a drunkard like you up this early is quite a surprise. Do you not agree? Mr. Tang Zhan, leader of the 9th Advancement Overlords, replies when it comes to a new patch and a world boss. We must take it very seriously. Buck, the Holy Knight and leader of the 9th Advancement Judgment Guild, adds an invitation sent directly by the High Priestess. Shows that this situation is highly unusual. The heavy, massive doors creak open, letting a blinding light pour into the room. The crowd ahead walks in and laughs. Noticing how lively it is, whispers echo around the hall. The big bosses from the triple S rank guilds are here. Oh my god. That is Augustus, the pride of all us mages. There is Lady Carolina, Tang Zhan, and Captain Buck. They notice the connected screens on the wall. Could those be the top leaders of the major nations? I have definitely seen those famous faces on television before. With both guild legends and world leaders gathering in one place, it looks like something major is about to happen. Euphemia speaks up. Thank you all for responding to the temple's urgent summons. She continues, stating she believes everyone knows why they are here. As the slain kings of sin, like Gluttony King Bezia, have suddenly resurrected. The main reason behind this is linked to the emergence of the world boss, the Sin Lord. Various images flash across the screens, including a clear photo of Shidu. She goes on to explain that according to the guidance from the divine statues, the only way to permanently destroy the kings of sin is to obtain the special sin reversal weapons. Euphemia emphasizes her point further. To maximize the drop rate for the sin reversal weapons, the final blow on the boss must be delivered by a high star awakened class. Since everyone in this room represents the absolute peak combat power of the world, they are the only ones capable of carrying out this critical mission. She hopes all brave fighters will join forces to destroy this evil once and for all. Currently, the deepest explored layer of the abyssal demon realm is floor 386. During this period, the Crusade Expedition team has already encountered 3 different kings of sin, which are the kings of illusion, lust, and greed. It is highly logical to assume that clearing every additional 100 floors will lead to an encounter with the next king of sin. In other words, they still need to keep pushing and clear floor 314 to finally face the ultimate world boss. Master Augustine and General Tang Zhan have both already reached level 372. She asks if, based on their vast experience, they could estimate about how many floors of the abyss they can clear per level up. Augustine hesitates, takes a sip of his wine, and then admits that it is roughly 3 floors. Anything more would be too much for his old bones. Tang Zhan looked gloomy, knowing that the deeper they ventured into the demonic abyss, the wider the power gap between each level would become. With only the strength of Augustine and Tang Zhan, they simply could not challenge multiple floors at once. Ophelia understood his point. In other words, to reach the 700th floor, they needed to level up at least 100 times. It looked like it would be a very long process. Buck analyzed the situation, noting that according to their experience defeating the King of Original Sin, a single kill was enough to raise the team's average level significantly. If the King of Original Sin could respawn multiple times, they could abuse this loop to drastically shorten their leveling time while raising their chances of farming rare weapons. The real question, however, was how they would distribute the high-tier sign reversal weapons dropped by the boss. Augustine asked, probing to see if Buck wanted to be the first to claim it. Hearing this, Lena frowned and glared at him. Since he was speaking so openly, he seemed to have grown quite bold today. Tang Zhan merely snorted and chose not to intervene. Buck quickly continued speaking, setting normal gear aside. The sign reversal weapon was the absolute key to defeating the Lord of Original Sin, and it was also a crucial item required to ascend to godhood. Everyone here had been stuck at the demigod level for so long. And surely no one wanted to miss this chance to break through. Whispers filled the room, making Ophelia's face darken. That was true. There were only 7 weapons in total, with no guaranteed drop rate. Yet there were not even 7 ninth-rank class holders present. Who would deliver the final blow and claim the weapon? And who possessed enough authority to make everyone else back down seriously? Talk about total chaos. She tightly gripped her staff, channeling her energy as a bright, holy light erupted, demanding order. Ophelia warned them that because the sign reversal weapons were tied to godhood, the class transition temple would never let them go, with the great enemy right before them. She urged everyone to show some patience. They would make a final decision once the expedition team confirmed the details. Buck quickly apologized, admitting to the high priestess that they had been too hasty. She replied that his concerns were only human nature, and she could fully understand his perspective. Tang Zan then spoke up, stating that regarding the crusade, using individual guilds as units to challenge the demonic abyss would only trigger fierce conflicts and result in a severe lack of manpower. Therefore, he proposed that it would be far better for each nation to gather their forces and form their own unique abyss crusade, after which they could take turns carrying out the campaign against the King of Original Sin. As for which player would get the final blow and drop the sign reversal weapon, that would depend entirely on their own luck. Buck was surprised, asking if nations should be the unit. That was certainly typical of Tang Zhan. Augustine agreed, noting that this strategy would indeed make the roster of active players much more flexible. Lena added that it would be far more comprehensive for overall management. But Ophelia wondered about the fate of those relatively weaker countries. Tang Zhan replied that this was not something they needed to worry about. To defeat the King of Original Sin, they ultimately had to let raw strength do the talking, regardless of whether that power came from an individual, a guild, or an entire nation. Ophelia acknowledged this, calling for a vote on General Tang Zhan's proposal. Once the voting had concluded, she announced that 80% of those present had voted in favor, meaning the proposal was officially passed. Given the extreme difficulty of the secret realm, any nation lacking a 9th rank class holder would not be qualified to challenge it. The temple would draw lots randomly from the remaining nations, and the results would be announced immediately after the meeting. This concluded the first agenda of their meeting. Moving on to the second agenda. She pointed her hand toward President Lena, warmly inviting her to take the floor. Lena smiled, noting that it was finally her turn. She explained that as everyone knew, the emergence of the Dragon Spirit secret realm made it possible for the giant dragon kingdom to invade the human world. Inside that massive subspace, there were countless powerful bosses, and the experience points they provided would be absolutely massive for anyone. If they could successfully enter, their leveling efficiency would skyrocket, providing immense help in their crusade to conquer the demonic abyss. Augustine pointed out that the entry requirements for the Dragon Spirit secret realm were extremely strict, allowing only those who had tamed a giant dragon to enter. Currently, the only person in the world who had tamed a giant dragon was Valia from the Global Beast Taming Association. But now, that situation had finally changed. Had it not, Lena admitted this was true, reminding them of the genius youth from Long River who had miraculously achieved the miracle of taming a black dragon. And now, that boy had joined her association as an honorary member. Hearing this, Buck suddenly interrupted her. Since the kid tamed a black dragon, he should at least be a formal member, if not appointed as a top executive. Why make him an honorary member, which was a special title reserved only for those without a beast-taming class? Lena smiled, replying that this was exactly her point. There was an even more unbelievable miracle about him. Su Yang was not a beast-tamer at all, but rather held a warrior class. Get this. Hearing this shocking news, Augustine stood frozen. He stood up abruptly to object, claiming that it was impossible, as he himself had tried countless times to force giant dragons into submission, ending up killing them instead. From the starlight to the blazing sun level, Those dragons would rather die than surrender. Without being a beast tamer, how could any human possibly tame a giant dragon? It was completely and utterly impossible. Lin Na scoffs, asking if he thinks others can't do what he failed at. For the leader of the prestigious Mage God's Ring, he sure sounds incredibly petty and small. Furious, he snaps back, telling the old woman to stop talking trash. He dares her to go tame one herself if she's so capable. Furious, she asks who he's calling an old woman. But Augustine refuses to back down. Buck steps in, reminding them that plenty of eyes are watching. Whispers break out around them about how those dragons would rather die than submit to anyone. They had tried every trick in the book and still failed. Killing dragons is easy, but taming them is another story. How could anyone possibly do it? Ophelia feels a wave of worry. If even the rank 7 and rank 8 pros here couldn't pull this off, how could a young warrior actually manage it? Lin Na notices that even the high priestess is shaken. Suddenly remembering something, she asks the holy high priestess if she could look up the registry for any information on that Long Xia youth before the meeting officially begins. Their association had just finalized his registration. Ophelia checks Su Yang's profile. He really is a warrior, only at rank 3. And an honorary member. His profile flashes on screen. Su Yang, level 80. A special demon spirit secret martial warrior, with 5-star achievements in all 3 of his class advancements. Buck is completely stunned. A rank 3 defeating the Black Flame Wing. What on earth is Su Yang's real background? Tang Zhan is equally shocked, wondering how such an incredible genius emerged in Longxia without him ever receiving a single official report about it. Lin Na reveals they're planning to invite him to the association to share his experience on how to tame a black dragon. Even if they don't know if this matches Varia's situation, they might be witnessing an incredible reality. It seems even someone who isn't a beast tamer can successfully subjugate dragons. Maybe they were just doing it wrong. With the right path, could this mark an era where anyone can tame beasts? Instantly, a massive wave of chatter erupts among the crowd. Can someone who isn't a tamer really tame a dragon? Is that actually possible? Could they really get a giant dragon as a personal mount? Normally, absolutely nobody would believe a claim like that. But since it comes from the president of the Global Beast Tamer Association, it might actually be true. Buck points out that if this is true, the Dragon Spirit Mystic Realm will no longer belong solely to their Beast Tamer Association. Is that even relevant right now? Lin Na is excited, preferring a world of universal tamers over minor squabbles. Augustine muses that she has a grand vision, while an old man like him is far more practical. He needs to make a quick trip to Longxia and find this young brother, promising not to bully the young genius. He offers him any level 1 or level 2 forbidden spells he wants in trade. He definitely won't let the kid lose out. Hearing this shameless offer, Tang Zhan fumes with absolute rage. Meanwhile, the man of the hour, Su Yang, suddenly lets out a loud sneeze. He takes a tissue from Bai Ling to wipe his nose. She wonders if the flu ignores levels altogether, since even high-ranking pros seem to catch it. She sheepishly admits that this falls way out of her area of expertise. Meanwhile, Su Yang reads his 5-star rank 4 advancement quest to the Frozen City. The details point to a secret passage at the marked location on the map leading straight into the Frozen City. He must reach the palace of the Frozen City and defeat the Frost Witch, who wields terrifying ice magic. A note warns that this diamond-grade realm must be completed entirely by himself. Clearing it grants a massive reward of 1,400 strength points and some exclusive mental attributes, along with a legendary grade active skill book for his class. He thinks to himself, he didn't expect another diamond-grade challenge like the Black Dragon Fortress. He remembers Luo Ling'er failed her 5-star advancement. Because of this stage, it really seems designed to torment players. But to him, even a legendary starry grade challenge would be absolutely nothing. This diamond difficulty is basically just child's play. Walking out the door, he calmly mounts his black dragon and lets them know he will be back soon. From below, Bai Ling wishes him luck, hoping the brave hero returns with a glorious victory. At the Diamond Grade Frozen City. Recommended for level 90 and above. Angry curses echo everywhere. Someone loudly curses about how freezing cold this dungeon is, making the Frost Witch notoriously hard for anyone to defeat. He thought her physical defense would be weak, but her ridiculous ice armor wore down his sword completely without taking a single scratch. Now he has to waste several months grinding levels all over again. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind sweeps by as a massive black dragon lands. Its single glare makes all the nearby players tremble in sheer terror. Su Yang steps down and apologetically tells them that since they are done with their challenge, it is his turn. They quickly move aside, politely inviting the powerhouse to go ahead. One guy faints on the spot, while the other turns completely pale from sheer terror. They realize this is the same legendary master who recently shocked the entire city by taming the Black Dragon. They never expected to meet him in person. And honestly, the master soloing this entire dungeon is just incredible to watch. He glances at the frozen city ahead. The dungeon is incredibly cold, crawling with beasts like level 92 Bigfoot snow monsters and level 89 lesser snow ghouls. With a single roar, the Black Dragon blows away the waves of monsters. The survivors tremble in terror, kneeling down without daring to look up as they beg for mercy. Su Yang realizes that crushing lower-level mobs feels exactly the same, no matter which dungeon he chooses to enter. He speaks aloud, since they have surrendered. He will not waste his time playing around with mere small fry. Su Yang charges straight inside, commanding his dragon to drag the dungeon boss out. He orders the Black Dragon to breathe fire, melting the frozen ground and instantly angering the boss, who roars out asking who dares destroy its palace. Su Yang coldly unleashes his power, telling the boss not to waste his time. Blazing flames completely engulf the boss, and the system announces the Frost Witch dungeon is cleared. Su Yang shrugs, wondering if that was really all it had. It was far too easy, lacking any real challenge. But he figures the fourth turn quest was bound to be simple, hoping the legendary stage is more interesting. Outside, other players look at the loading screen in curiosity, wondering if someone is currently attempting the challenge. One of them grumbles about their bad luck, but another suggests waiting, hoping the challenger fails so they can take a turn. However, a nearby player warns them not to bother waiting, explaining that a top-tier master just went inside and is bound to clear it in no time. Rong Shui and Yu Yun are standing nearby, utterly surprised by this news. The player reveals it is the legendary master who tamed the Black Dragon. He adds that when a powerhouse like him acts, there is nothing left for common players to do but wait outside just to witness his grand exit. Rong Shui sighs and prepares to leave for another time, but Yu quickly grabs her, begging to stay just to catch a glimpse of the Dragon Master. She is already lost in a daydream, hoping that if the master notices them, it could be their ticket to instant fame and fortune. Rong Shui shakes her, telling her to stop daydreaming in broad daylight. The nearby player chimed in, telling them to wait, since even those two older gentlemen over there are waiting to see the legendary master. Augustin has also arrived at the scene alongside Tang Zhan. Augustin chuckles, saying that with beautiful girls around, he wouldn't feel the freezing cold at all. While Tang Zhan politely tells the others not to mind them, the majestic Black Dragon steps out of the portal, and the crowd eagerly shouts that the master has returned. People beg for autographs while Yu watches in awe, imagining that anyone capable of taming such a magnificent beast must be a handsome god from a top guild. But wait. Her jaw drops when she recognizes the rider, leaving all three of them completely shocked to see Su Yang sitting on the dragon's back. They cannot believe he is the one who tamed the beast, especially since he is supposed to be only level 80. Su Yang casually greets them, but the trio remains frozen in shock, as Yu Yun struggles to ask if it is really him, the legendary master everyone is talking about. He readily admits it, asking if they have come to the dungeon to level up. She explains they wanted to gather materials for Rong Shui, but must wait for the dungeon to reset. prompting Su Yang to check his inventory. After a moment, he hands over an epic frost heart to Rong Shui, explaining that the boss just dropped it and he wants her to have it. She immediately tries to refuse, feeling it is far too much to accept. She insists it is too precious and that they can just wait for the dungeon to reset. But Su Yang gently presses it into her hands, saying he has no use for it anyway. Rong Zue still hesitates deeply, but Yu leans in close to whisper that since this handsome younger brother is now a legendary powerhouse, this rare material is literally nothing to him, so she should just accept it. Feeling extremely shy, she finally nods and accepts the gift. Su Yang warmly tells them to relax, noting that despite knowing each other briefly, they have already fought side by side, and Yu is thrilled by his friendly attitude. But just then, Su Yang notices his dragon acting strangely and turns around to see what is going on. To his surprise, Augustin has floated right up to the beast, calmly explaining he only wanted to feel its scales. Su Yang is amazed that this old man can touch the dragon without causing a massive fight, but Augustin reassures him before instantly vanishing into thin air. Su Yang scans the area, wondering if the old man just used spatial teleportation. What is more, he teleported within a specific range without even leaving a trace of spellcasting for Su Yang to detect. He chuckles and comments on the senior's clever methods, guessing that since he cleared the area, he must want a private word. He asks for their names, and they introduce themselves as Augustin from the Mage God Circle and Tang Zhan of the Undying War Domain. Tang Zhan. Su Yang is completely shocked. What on earth is going on here? Are these two really the presidents of the top SSS rank guilds? Ring of the Magic God and Immortal War Domain. We are talking about the world's strongest mage and Longshia's, yet here they are, personally approaching a rookie who just finished his 4th class trial. Su Yang tries to read the room. He asks if Tang Zhan and Augustin are here to talk about his experience taming the giant dragon. They confirm it. They urge him to share his secrets because they are dying to tame a dragon. Looking at the towering energy wall, he is shocked. What terrifying magic is this? He feels like the sheer pressure is suffocating him. Tang Zhan slaps his shoulder and scolds him, telling the old guy to pull back his elemental magic before he scares their young talent. Augustin apologizes, admitting he just got a bit too excited. Tang Zhan then explains that Lin Na told them everything, so they are actually here to trade some valuable information with him. He reassures him that they won't let him walk away empty-handed. With him around, this drunk old man won't dare to pull any tricks on him. Augustin grumbles, complaining about being painted as the bad guy. He pulls out a trade offer, saying if Su Yang shares his dragon taming secrets, these forbidden spell scrolls are all his. How does that sound? It is a pretty fair deal for both of them. Su Yang eyes the offer in shock. Forbidden spell scrolls. They are basically his ultimate trump cards. And up until now, he has only ever managed to get his hands on 2 of them. On top of that, scrolls from the president of the Ring of the Magic God are bound to be insanely powerful. But then, look at the intense stares they are giving him, and the heavy pressure in the air. Su Yang panics. These guys are the absolute best in the world. If they find out he is bluffing, he is as good as dead. Whatever. There is no escaping this anyway. So if he is going to play, he might as well go big. He replies that while scrolls are useful, they are just single-use items. Instead of scrolls, he asks for a skill book, leaving Augustin completely baffled since Su Yang is a warrior. Why on earth would a warrior need a magic skill book? Could it be that he can not only break the class rules of beast tamers, but can also learn and cast massive forbidden spells just like an actual mage? Tang Zhan chimes in, saying it is not that surprising, since the warrior class has hybrid paths, combining both martial arts and magic. Maybe Su Yang has that kind of class. Su Yang plays along, claiming his class is Mystic Demon Martialist, a unique warrior path that can wield magic. Augustin pulls out something else. It is a level 2 forbidden skill book called Lightning Doom Burst, and he is willing to trade it. But he warns that these forbidden skills demand extreme mental strength, meaning it might take a long time to learn. Still, a book like this can directly skyrocket his power, so he really needs to weigh his options and think about this carefully. He accepts it, saying he can just save it for later use. Su Yang uses his Inspect skill. His level 1 forbidden spells like Myriad Lightning and Wind God's Rage can already wipe out 6th turn classes. So this level 2 spell could probably take down a 7th turn powerhouse. This is a massive haul, but he has to give a warning first, letting Augustin know that his own experience might not guarantee success for anyone else. The Global Monster Taming Association has seen plenty of similar cases before, so he hopes the old master understands, waving his hand dismissively. The old man says he already knows. To prevent any potential eavesdropping, Augustin conjures an invisible bidis, soundproof barrier, completely wrapping their spot in a secure magic sphere. A few minutes later, the realization hits them. Is that really how it works? He asks if they are satisfied now. Augustin agrees, eagerly teleporting directly to the giant dragon realm to test his luck. Tang Zhan stays behind to chat. He admits he had doubts at first, but Su Yang genuinely knows every corner of the Black Dragon Fortress and its dungeon mechanics. It is mind-blowing yet undeniable. Su Yang secretly laughs, thinking who could blame them, since he literally is the boss. Looks like his little act actually worked out in the end. But then, seeing another skill book floating before him, Su Yang gasps. Tang Zhan presents a warrior skill book, the ultimate level 2 skill called Extreme Path Ruin Fist, and tells him to take it. Su Yang recalls hearing that Tang Zhan is a 9th turn Extreme Overlord class. It seems this high-level skill is actually one of the man's own signature moves. This generous gift actually makes him feel a bit embarrassed. Tang Zhan then guesses that after conquering the giant dragon, he will definitely get a prompt to join the Dragon Soul realm. Only dragon riders are actually allowed to enter this special domain. Right now, only 2 people in the world qualify, him and Valia. But with his shared experience, perhaps others can finally conquer dragons too. Su Yang replies, hoping that is the case. In his mind, he recalls that after joining the Global Beast Taming Association, he also received the notification about this Lin Long Mystic Realm. It seems the stronger the dragon, the greater the rewards. He realizes he might have to go hunt some of these dragons down himself. As for that official title, he can just let it go after all. His entire background story was completely made up. Tang Zhan adds, following the recent World Boss event, the experience points and item drop rates provided by the Abyss Demons have surged significantly. The government decided to form a squad of highly talented youths with massive potential, sending them straight into the demonic abyss for training. Tang Zhan mentions he reviewed Su Yang's profile, noting his class transfer quests were all completed at a brutal 5-star difficulty. This proves his talent is absolute, easily qualifying him to join. Su Yang asks with curiosity if that is truly the case. But why must it be the demonic abyss, if the goal is simply grinding experience points? Surely other dungeons would work just as well. Besides, extra experience and drop rates are not the core issues. Tang Zhan praises his sharp insight. Since Su Yang pulled off a 5-star class transfer, he must have survived a Red Moon invasion. Su Yang nods, confirming he survived it once. He asks if there is a connection. Although the era of games arrived hundreds of years ago, humanity still has no idea what the Red Moon actually is. Even the Divine Temple has never explained it, keeping the whole thing an absolute secret. The only known fact is that higher levels of 5-star class transfers greatly increase the chance of triggering a Red Moon invasion. Furthermore, anyone killed by the Scarlet Wither dies permanently. Looking at it this way, the sole purpose of the Red Moon is to systematically eliminate those with the greatest potential and talent among all class transfers. Humanity cannot just sit back and wait for death. They absolutely must grow stronger. And the monsters inside the demonic abyss closely resemble the Scarlet Wither more than any other known creatures on Earth. Because of this, Training in the demonic abyss is essentially the perfect way to learn how to fight against the deadly Scarlet Wither. That is the real reason behind this training. Suddenly, the truth clicks for Su Yang as he realizes the gravity of the situation. He ponders, remembering that the class transfer Divine Temple specifically opened a special shop to exchange extremely rare items for Red Moon cores. They even arranged for the temple priest to absorb contamination from the heroes. Is there some hidden, crucial reason behind all of this? But for now, he does not have a single clue. Tang Zhan announces that since the mobilization to conquer the demonic abyss is starting, he must leave first and will see him next time. Su Yang politely bids him farewell. Staring at the empty space, he marvels at how a 9th-rank powerhouse can truly come and go without leaving a trace. Against someone that powerful, he feels absolutely helpless, with zero chance of fighting back. Honestly, you'd think taming a black dragon would make him legendary. But in this world, that's barely scratching the surface. He must accelerate his plans in the demonic abyss and grow stronger fast. A system notification blares. The deity statue has confirmed his 5-star, 5th-rank quest progress. Quest completion is at 100%. Class transfer in progress. He vows to push his limits and achieve true power. The system chimes, granting him the deity blessing. His health pool increases, and all basic attributes surge by 25%. With his 5th rank complete, the level cap reaches 100, awarding 30 points per level. He receives over 52 million points of stored experience, leveling up from 80 to 85. He earns 150 free attribute points, alongside a bonus of 400 strength and 400 spirit. He also obtains a legendary grade active skill book, Demonic Soul Secret Martial Arts. His total strength hits 3,846, boasting massive attribute boosts. His speed rises to 2,646, featuring solid base stats. Additionally, his spirit reaches 1,300, backed by almost 4,000 basic and gear attributes. Talk about a massive upgrade. This castling skill is incredibly practical, and it's going to save his life in future battles. The skill description reveals legendary status, explaining that the active skill Demonic Combat Soul consumes massive mana to conjure a powerful combat spirit, which inherits 50% of the original body's stats. During combat, he can instantly swap places with his combat spirit at 0 cost. The spirit lasts for 10 minutes. Witnessing top powerhouses firsthand has left him more desperate for absolute strength than ever. Bai Ling stands right beside him, offering her congratulations and praising the brave hero for completing yet another class advancement, but she wonders why he still looks so unhappy. Su Yang reassures her with a quick smile, saying it is nothing but a few thoughts. Secretly, he knows that to grow stronger at lightning speed, he must put his master plan into action early. Upon connecting with the demon, the system declares the boss link is complete. So Su Yang tells them to come out. He commands the Wrath King Samael to heed his summon, and a sudden flash of light teleports the demon right before him. Kneeling immediately, Samael announces his arrival at the call of his supreme monarch, asking for his master's commands. Samael looks up as Su Yang places a hand on his head, coldly sentencing him to death to return him to the abyssal depths. Shocked, the demon king Samael asks his supreme monarch what he could have possibly done wrong to deserve death. Su Yang carefully sizes up this powerful demigod boss, noting he is far stronger than Gluttony Beals and carries the true dignity of a Sin King. His detailed stats pop up. The screen reveals that the demigod Wrath Samael possesses a whopping 150 million health points, along with 232,000 strength, 95,000 spirit, and 124,000 speed. Next come his talents. His primary talent, Wrath of the Seven Sins, allows him to bypass all defenses, dealing infinite true damage to absolutely any target he strikes. Whenever Samael kills, 10% of their health goes to the monarch. Su Yang calculates that with a skill set that is even more insanely broken than Gluttony, Allowing this demon king to keep harvesting lives will continuously stack his own maximum health pool to absolutely terrifying heights. Killing him now feels like a huge waste. But fortunately, he can always be resurrected later. Playing the cold-hearted supreme boss, Su Yang speaks in a freezing tone, demanding to know if Wrath dares to question him. Samael slams his head down, swearing his complete loyalty. The demon only mentions how the humiliating defeat of Gluttony was met with a resurrection through their master's supreme power. Being sent away feels completely unfair. The demon claims this grievance is impossible to resolve, leaving Su Yang speechless as he wonders if this irritation is just a trait of Wrath. The anger is just instinctive. He calmly explains that granting death is not a punishment, as he has already calculated a grand design for him. Resurrecting him will be easy. He orders the demon to return to the ultimate darkness for now, promising a grand and incredibly majestic return to this world in the very near future. Samael bows deeply in absolute submission, thanking the Supreme Monarch for his immense patience with a mere servant, and declares he is fully ready to die and dedicate himself to the long darkness until the day his master calls upon his name once more. He draws his sword. With a clean thrust, the great sword tears through Samael's chest, leaving a massive, gaping hole. As his body dissolves into dark smoke, Samael laughs in pure satisfaction, marveling at the bottomless, incredibly terrifying power of his supreme monarch. Samael promises to wait down on the 100th floor of the abyss. Tedu senses a massive disturbance and looks up to see Samael materialize, utterly shocked. Tedu wonders what is going on. He cannot comprehend how Wrath died, especially since no challenger has ever come down to face him after his own resurrection. Did their supreme master do this? The system announces that Su Yang has slain the Sin King Wrath Samael, earning 13.4 billion experience and rising from level 85 to level 100. Almost 8 billion points flow directly into his reserve. Su Yang is slightly pained to see 40% of his 13.4 billion experience points go to waste, even though his reserve pool still gained a massive 5 billion points. This reserve is enough to max him out again after his next advancement. Honestly, power leveling like this is even more satisfying than fighting that black dragon from before. Now, the main event. As he checks, the rare loot dropped by Wrath Samael. A bright purple glow shoots straight toward him, and Su Yang quickly snatches it out of the air. The notification reveals that he has obtained the raw flesh of Wrath Samael, which permanently increases his maximum health by a staggering 10 million points upon a single consumption. Next is the rare Broken Heart of Wrath, which permanently boosts his base strength stat by an extra 10,000 points after just one use. He also gets Demon Bones. If placed in the hands of a legendary blacksmith, this can easily be used to forge a top-tier divine weapon. The Source of Demons, originating from Samael, the King of Wrath, can completely grant immunity to demonic corrosion up to 400 layers deep. Su Yang was completely shocked, wondering if he was seeing things. 10 million max health and 10,000 strength, this is absolutely rule-breaking. His current base strength was only 2,127, and his health was just 53,175. Doesn't this directly quintuple his strength and increase his health 1,000 times over? This is honestly just way too broken, with such a truly terrifying health bar. Even without linking to a boss, he would basically be an unstoppable raid boss himself. Plus, 10,000 strength multiplies with his class advancements and Dragon Slayer heart. That would push his overall stats to a terrifyingly high level. Combined with his newly buffed passive skills, this would be more than enough to completely crush 5th or even 6th advancement players. He could easily shred the Black Flame Force with bare hands due to his superior health. Plus, one of these two items can actually be used as a material to forge a divine artifact. But that would require at least a demigod blacksmith. He wondered how many demigod rank blacksmiths were even left in the world right now. As for this source of demons, Tang Jian mentioned that the monsters inside the demonic abyss worm were almost identical to the Scarlet Villain they knew of. Fighting the Scarlet Villain meant getting infected by the Scarlet Plague. so fighting those abyss demons would definitely expose someone to demonic corrosion as well. If abyss demons resembled Red Moon, then behind the crimson light door of the invaded Red Moon, there must be some supreme being similar to the King of Wrath. Furthermore, players who died in the demon abyss could still easily resurrect, but those killed by the Scarlet Wither could never be revived. If such a supreme ruler actually existed, would they be vastly stronger than even the Sin Kings? Su Yang didn't want to overthink this. Deciding these weren't problems he could worry about right now. His absolute goal at this moment was to successfully track down and eliminate the leader of the Sin army, leaving everything else to be dealt with after he finally reached the Divine Realm. Checking the system for the rest of his rewards, he wanted to see what equipment had dropped, especially any Sin weapons. The item description popped up: Demigod Artifact, Armor of the Wrathful King, Equipment Limit, Special Limit, Destroyer Class. To equip, kill 100,000 Diamond Tier Demons, 1,000 Star Tier Demons, 100 Star Moon Tier Demons, and 10 Blazing Sun Tier Demons. Description: this armor was once worn by Samael, the King of Wrath, and has always belonged to him, even from deep within. It radiates an intense burning desire to completely destroy everything in its path. Health attributes: plus 2 million health, strength plus 5,000, physical resistance plus 5,000, and recovery increased by 35%. Passive trait: desire for destruction. In battle, killing 1,000 enemies in a row boosts all stats by 1%, lasting until combat ends. Active skill: Wrathful 1. When anger overflows, suffering is exchanged for ultimate power to completely lay waste to everything. Sacrificing 70% of current health grants a 200% stat boost for 10 minutes. He was stunned by these insane stats. Such a terrifying effect. On top of that, there were no level or stat requirements. Truly worthy of a demigod item. But as he scrolled through the screens in frustration, he wondered if that was all. Where was his Sin weapon? Su Yang had to accept reality, realizing that even he couldn't always be blessed with perfect luck. Regardless, this was still a massive harvest. So he decided to log out, instructing the system to unbind his connection. The system chimed, warning him that unconfirmed special gear drops still remained, and asked if he really wanted to disconnect. He paused, highly intrigued by this news. He hadn't noticed this before. Clicking on the special drop menu, a brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted right where he was standing. The item appeared: the Divine Sin Weapon, Punishment of Wrath. The detailed description showed that it was a completely unique, soul-bound divine artifact, which could never be dropped, traded, or gifted to anyone else under any circumstances. Description: this was the sole limited divine artifact dropped after defeating Samael, the King of Wrath, a weapon of absolute judgment capable of slaying even a king who dared rebel. Level requirement: demigod rank. Strength requirement is 50,000, granting a massive strength boost of 20,000 while reducing agility by 60%. Under the mortal Sin of Wrath, all damage dealt by the wielder of this weapon is completely converted into pure true damage. With the countersin skill, Punishment of Wrath, it strips away the wrath power of the original Sin Monarch and inflicts a 10% debuff to all attributes. System verdict: as for the regicide status after slaying the original Sin Monarch, this weapon will return to nothingness, granting the soul-bound wielder permanent command over the power of wrath. Suddenly, everything clicks for Su Yang. He finally understands why this entire counter-Sin weapon series is an absolute must-have if anyone wants to destroy those dangerous original Sin Monarchs. Right now, the strongest peak powerhouses on the global stage right now are 9th turn demigods like Tang Zhan or Augustine. But even they are still far from reaching actual god level. Even if they can take down minor Sin Kings like Gluttony, they are simply too weak when standing before a true god-level original Sin Monarch. He tightly grips the staff in his hand. But with a counter-sin weapon like this, each one can strip away the corresponding power of an original sin monarch, while slapping them with a 10% reduction to all their base stats. With 7 of these counter-sin weapons, they could stack up a massive 70% debuff on all of the monarch's attributes. That would leave the mighty original sin monarch with only 30% of their power, making them far easier for humanity to actually defeat. This is truly a one-of-a-kind, God-slaying weapon. Suddenly, another figure is teleported right into the area. Supreme Monarch, please allow your loyal servant to return to the deepest abyss, as I have brought some critical news for you. Su Yang is surprised, realizing this throne belongs to Lucifer, the monarch of pride. Seeing Zita kneel, Su Yang grants her permission to speak as she begs for forgiveness. Admitting she returned to the abyss without his authorization while he slept, she begs to present this critical intelligence, desperately hoping her king will forgive her unauthorized return. Su Yang is quite curious, returning without permission. What could that possibly mean in this place? Could something else have happened here while he was away? And yet, looking at her weirdly expectant face, Su Yang is completely left speechless. Wait, is this proud commander of sin actually a total masochist? He takes the rod in hand, though completely clueless about the situation. Su Yang knows he must play the role of the supreme ruler. When servants overstep their bounds, they must be disciplined. He strikes Zita with the whip, making her cry out, but apparently, this isn't nearly enough for her. Zita begs, my respected master, please strike me harder and punish me with absolute, ruthless force. He delivers a few more heavy lashings, eliciting a loud scream from her. Su Yang speaks coldly. These 2 strikes are meant to punish your overstepping and your sheer, foolish pride. Whether or not you receive punishment is entirely up to me, not your decision to make. Terrified by his tone, she dare not speak back. Zita bows her head in deep submission. Yes, it was my utter insolence. Please forgive my pride. Master, he barks out in order speak. What news have you brought back? She quickly reports, Master, while you slept yesterday, those filthy human thieves managed to spy on the very bottom of this deep abyss. I highly suspect that the only human capable of pulling off such a daring feat right now is their holy high priest. Su Yang silently deduces that this spy attempt must have happened right after he finished his soul link. Around that exact time, the class transfer temple issued a worldwide announcement, officially declaring him as a world-tier boss. Even 9th-turn legends like Tang Jian and Augustine have to advance cautiously. Yet this high priest can directly peer into the deepest parts of the abyss. This suggests the holy high priest possesses absolutely overwhelming power. And Su Yang suspects she might have already entered the legendary god domain. Su Yang calmly dismisses Zita, ordering her to return and guard her assigned post. Zita complies immediately. But as she glances at the adjacent throne, she realizes that Samael is dead too. No, it must have been a grand gift bestowed by her master, as those mere mortals could never conquer wrath that quickly. She shivers with sheer excitement, silently praising her beloved master. For him, she would gladly throw her life away. Once the room clears, Su Yang marvels at the fact that such a powerful expert is hiding inside the class transfer temple. No wonder their immense authority has remained untouched for so long. Though it does not concern him for now, his main focus right now is growing stronger as quickly as possible, starting by completing his 5th-turn class transfer quest to officially reach legendary rank. Meanwhile, over at the United States Alliance, inside the Silver Fox Dragon Lair, a portal opens to reveal a highly frustrated Augustine. He wonders why he cannot subdue the beast. Despite strictly following the exact method Su Yang used, the massive dragon behind him begs to be killed, leaving Augustine deeply worried as he looks at his completed attempts. He has already cleared 3 major dragon dungeons today alone. And unfortunately, almost every single dragon dungeon in the entire alliance is now completely exhausted. Would they really have to go to Longxia to borrow a secret realm just then? A world announcement flashes, declaring that the first original sin weapon has been obtained. The world boss conquest progress sits at 1 out of 7. Augustine is completely stunned, and his fury erupts into bright flames. He wonders who this could be, daring to openly defy the rules set by the temple. Such a bold and foolish move, but who could possibly defeat the king of original sin in a single day? Could it be Tang Jian or perhaps Carolina? If someone has actually broken the rules, then it is a direct insult to his beloved high priestess Euphemia, and that is also a direct insult to Augustine himself. Whoever they are, if they dare disrespect his beloved Euphemia, he will surely make them pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, at the Sakura Nation headquarters in Tokyo, the Sakura Nation shogunate Lord Tokugawa Sono asks Junichiro if his daughter is absolutely certain she can conquer the giant dragon. He heard that the black dragon was subdued by a Longxia genius, so their Sakura Nation cannot afford to fall behind. Junichiro, head of the Hiko clan, respectfully replies to Tokugawa that although the black dragon is taken, their agreement with Longxia guarantees help for his daughter to conquer a red dragon. The red dragon is far less dangerous than the black dragon. Based on what he knows about his daughter, the chances of success are at least 70%. Tokugawa praises this and says that since things are settled, they should discuss the Abyss Demon. Crucially, they have the first chance to challenge the King of Original Sin, so they must cherish and absolutely secure this opportunity. Right after that, he receives a shocking world announcement. The first weapon of the Original Sin set has been obtained, and the world boss hunt progress is now at 1 out of 7. Tokugawa is shocked, while the crowd whispers in confusion. They wonder what happened since they were supposed to go first, questioning why someone else already made a move. Even crazier, a real Original Sin weapon actually dropped. How is that even possible? Who could be so incredibly daring? He thinks of Tang Jian's team, Augustine, or Lin Na, but simply cannot picture anyone else doing this. Not many nations have the power to complete the raid on the King of Original Sin in just one single day. Who on earth broke the rules set by the temple? Was it the Eagle America Union, Longxia, or Europe? He stands up immediately, deciding to head to the Holy City to demand a clear explanation. Back in the Holy City, a voice echoes inside the temple, informing the High Priestess that high-ranking officials and Triple S Guild presidents from various nations are heading their way. It is definitely because of the recent world announcement, and they urgently need her to make a final decision. Euphemia calmly orders them to open the barrier path and allow the visitors to enter. She falls deep into thought, recalling how ever since the game era began under the guidance of the Temple of Class Awakening, international disputes and wars have settled, allowing the world to restore order. This peaceful order has lasted until today, and such a blatant betrayal of their alliance has not occurred in a very long time. If this incident ultimately triggers an all-out war between these nations, the end result will highly likely lead to a massive blow, seriously weakening the collective strength of all currently awakened class holders. With the looming threat still being completely unclear, this is absolutely not a good sign for their future. Meanwhile, at a heated roundtable conference taking place elsewhere, Tokugawa speaks up, reminding High Priestess Euphemia that under her leadership yesterday, they reached an agreement that Sakura Nation would be the first to attack the King of Original Sin in 3 days. Yet now, this opportunity has been stolen by a shameless and despicable thief, who also snatched away their precious divine artifact. He demands that they find this thief during today's meeting and force them to return the artifact. He begs her to bring justice while Tang Jian's trio listens silently with grim expressions. Euphemia addresses the room, stating that as they can see, someone has clearly violated the rules they established yesterday. They defeated the King of Original Sin without permission and took the divine artifact. This is not just a challenge to other nations, but also an insult to all awakened class holders in the temple, she announces firmly. However, the merciful God is willing to grant the sinner a chance at redemption if they admit their mistake and return the artifact. As the third High Priestess of the Vatican, in the name of the divine and representing the temple alongside other nations. She promises they will not pursue the matter further. The three leaders sitting at the front remain absolutely silent, showing no reaction. Euphemia's tone hardens as she states that in this case, she has no choice but to carry out her duty. A brilliant flash of holy light bursts forth from the staff in her hands. She chants, calling upon the guiding idol within the temple to expose the liar under the holy light. If anyone speaks a falsehood, the holy light will vanish before them, ensuring they cannot escape the gaze of the idol. Outside, onlookers whisper in surprise, asking each other where the holy light will fade away. The man beside him replies that there is nothing, and even his eyes are nearly blinded. Tangzan speaks up, noting that it seems no one is lying. So what exactly is going on? Could that person have been too afraid to show up? Or is there still one person left who has not undergone the Holy Temple's test? Augustine questions Tangzan, demanding to know what he is talking about, and asks if the old man is implying something. They all glance over at her. Could it be High Priestess Euphemia? Euphemia admits that it was indeed her oversight to not include herself in the lie detection test, noting that it is only human nature to doubt her. A brilliant light suddenly bursts from behind her back. She asks if everyone is finally satisfied now. They quickly admit their mistake, apologizing to the High Priestess and begging her to withdraw the blinding light. Augustine offers a forced smile, asking the esteemed High Priestess to forgive the utter disrespect of these men. He assures her that they have fully trusted her from the very beginning. Not to mention, someone with her immense power would never need to resort to such trivial and low actions anyway. He strongly emphasizes that if there is indeed no issue with the High Priestess's lie-detecting magic, it means absolutely no one present in this room is lying. So, who could have actually killed the King of Sin? To completely bypass the eyes of all nations and assassinate the King of Sin without being detected. This mysterious person must possess an incredibly overwhelming level of power. Lin Nei chimes in, pointing out that the absolute top-tier combat power of every single nation is already gathered right here. She mentions that to her knowledge, a few demigod class holders did not attend this meeting, wondering if one of them could be the culprit. Tangzan replies that it is possible, but they lack any concrete proof. Euphemia reveals that her lie detection magic is actually not just a simple spell at all. Even if a target did not personally kill the King of Sin, and merely leaked information to the one who did, her spell would still immediately detect it as an act of treason. Yet, truly, no one here has done it. The three of them cannot help but wonder if even the High Priestess is powerless. Then who on earth is this person? She continues, addressing everyone, that, while this situation is incredibly bizarre, it is now the reality, and they can only wait for things to unfold. To begin with, the Sakura nation was originally scheduled to be the first to conquer. But now the King of Gluttony has been slain once again, making matters worse. The next King of Sin is located on the 200th floor of the Abyss. She then glances over at the man who has been silent this entire time, asking Master Tokugawa if the Sakura nation can still proceed with the upcoming challenges. He admits hesitantly that they naturally want to continue, but their nation simply lacks the necessary strength. Any King of Sin past level 100 is already far beyond their current reach. Euphemia decides that in this case, based on the drawing order, the Eagle America Federation will take over the Sakura nation's duty to continue conquering the Abyss. Naturally, since the Sakura nation is the victim of this incident, the temple will provide them with some compensation. Asking if that is acceptable, Augustine readily agrees, stating that they will absolutely follow whatever the High Priestess arranges. Tokugawa agrees, stating that the Sakura nation has no objections. As Euphemia firmly plants her staff onto the ground with a sharp thud, she speaks out clearly. Furthermore, she solemnly declares that starting today, the Holy City will deploy troops to station at the various abyss entrances across all nations, ensuring total control over the entries and exits to completely stop these incidents from ever repeating. If there are no other objections, This meeting is officially adjourned. Back at Su Yang's villa, he quickly slips on his coat and prepares to head out. Having obtained the Rebel Sin weapon, while his experience points are now completely maxed out, this trip was pretty profitable, making it the perfect time to quickly advance his class. Naturally, he is shocked upon reading the world announcement as well. Talk about a real headache. Su Yang feels helpless, wondering if this insane global spotlight is just the special treatment of the divine Rebel Sin weapon. To think it actually broadcasted his achievement to the entire world. Though luckily, it did not reveal his name, or he would surely be cornered and interrogated by everyone. He figures that this incident will definitely raise serious alarms among the higher-ups in power. From now on, he will have to be a lot more careful with his next moves. Above all, he can never let a single soul find out that he possesses the Rebel Sin weapon. No matter how dangerous things get, he cannot easily reveal it, or the consequences will be severe after all. An innocent man can still get killed just for possessing a rare treasure. He imagines how stunned Bai Ling will be when he levels up, calling him the brave one and pointing out his terrifyingly fast leveling speed. With others whispering in the back about how bizarre he is, Su Yang grows worried, realizing that his class advancement might actually need to be put on hold for a bit, since it has only been a single day since he completed his 4th rank up. Taking on the 5th rank up quest right now would make his rapid progress way too obvious. Plus, his previous defeat of the giant dragon was already too massive and drew heavy attention. So it would end badly if people started linking him to the field boss's death as well. But simply sitting around and waiting is definitely not his style, leaving him to wonder if there is another way to solve this dilemma. Seeing him walk out looking quite gloomy, Xiaolan greets him politely, and he casually responds by asking if she is doing the laundry. Thanking her for the hard work, she blushes and thanks her master for the concern. Seeing Xiaolan wash by hand, Su Yang lifts her hand, asking why she still hand washes when there is a perfectly good washing machine at home. Doing that ruins her delicate hands, he tells her gently, making Zhao Lam's face flush completely red as she feels her master leaning in far too close. She explains that despite the convenient machine, she still simply prefers washing by hand. It helps her scrub out every single stubborn stain. And seeing everyone wear clean, neat clothes always makes her feel incredibly happy. Seeing Xiao Lam step back, Su Yang stammers, asking if that is so, before a brilliant idea suddenly strikes him about washing away dirty things. Exactly. It is just like how villainous gangsters launder dirty money in the movies. Shady experience can easily be turned into clean, legitimate experience. All he needs is to find a special place to accumulate his points and camp out there for a while. Standing far away, Xiao Lam worries that her master might think she is weird. Meanwhile, Su Yang is deep in thought, weighing 2 potential locations: the Dragon Soul Secret Realm and the Abyssal Demon Abyss. For the Dragon Soul Secret Realm, information is incredibly scarce, only revealing that entry requires owning a giant dragon. Yet, the actual situation inside remains completely unknown. If he claims he obtained a massive amount of experience from the Dragon Soul Secret Realm, no one will be able to doubt him. After all, the only people who can even enter that realm right now are himself and a certain beast-taming genius from the American Federation. On the other hand, the Abyssal Demon Abyss has been open for a while, and Tang Zhan mentioned that young talents will gather there for training. With too many eyes watching, his secrets are bound to get exposed. The Dragon Soul Secret Realm is definitely the safer bet. Plus, it would benefit him greatly if he could minimize the number of competitors before it opens. As of right now, those capable of opening the realm and conquering a giant dragon that he knows of include Luo Linger, Asahi, and a few other elite beast-taming geniuses from around the world. But there is absolutely no need to target them directly. If he simply becomes a dragon hunter and hunts down every existing dragon beforehand, wouldn't that solve his entire problem? He seeks out Bai Ling, asking her to look up information on all existing giant dragon secret realms around Longhe. She replies through the screen, asking the Lord Hero to wait just a brief moment. Once the search is complete, she reports the latest findings on the giant dragon secret realms in the Longhe region. The southwest area of Juhe City holds the legendary Silver Dragon Realm, while the northern area of Onling City contains the menacing Red Dragon Secret Realm. Both secret realms are at the Star Glory class. Su Yang praises her and asks to book a spot in the Silver Dragon Realm immediately. Bai Ling complies, though she notes a strange detail. The first 50 reservations for the Silver Dragon Realm are all members of the Tianji Pavilion. Su Yang is not surprised at all, knowing Luo Linger's stubborn personality too well. Since she failed to conquer the Black Dragon, she will undoubtedly set her sights on other legendary dragons. The Tianji Pavilion reservations are likely just a way to secure an opportunity for her. What a pity, though, because he has targeted it this time, and he has no problem snatching it right from the young heiress. He asks Bai Ling if his temple VIP pass grants him absolute priority when entering the secret realms. She confirms that it does, as long as he reserves ahead of time. Unless someone with a 5-star class higher than his tries to bypass him, however. She softly expresses concern over whether this might strain their relations with the powerful Tianji Pavilion. Su Yang simply dismisses her worry, telling her to just secure his reservation. She complies, while he silently muses on why anyone would expect him to fear the Tianji Pavilion. His temple VIP status alone is already enough to keep enemies at bay. But now he is also the Slayer of the Black Dragon and an honorary Global Association member. With all of these heavy titles combined, the Tianji Pavilion would never dare to lay a single finger on him, especially with the raw power of Samael, King of Wrath, carrying the broken heart of Samael. His confidence surges even higher, especially since he still holds another powerful trump card in his hands. Su Yang radiates immense killing intent, possessing over 10 million health and 30,000 strength. Unless the pavilion sends a 7th transition expert, he will happily slaughter any annoying pests that get in his way during the hunt. Su Yang awkwardly looks at the 2 items in his hands. The real question is how he should consume them, as eating them raw seems impossible, meaning he might have to cook them. He could try frying, stir-frying, or perhaps turning them into a unique dessert. He begins imagining dishes like stir-fried fury flesh or deep-fried wrath heart, but quickly shakes his head in disapproval, realizing none of those ideas are remotely realistic. No way. He has absolutely no cooking skills whatsoever. If he lets someone else handle this, the risk of leaking his secret is too high. But messing it up himself would be a total disaster. Su Yang tries to psych himself up, telling himself not to overthink it. After all, isn't it just eating raw heart, liver, and blood? He forces both down, and instantly, a massive surge of raw energy blasts right through the window, startling Xiao Lan, seeing him looking completely wild amidst the flames. She screams out in terror, calling for her master. Xiao Lan rushes to Su Yang's room in a panic, throwing the door wide open and asking if her master is all right, shirtless and wrapped only in a bath towel. He asks her, "What is going on?" Xiao Lan turns bright red with embarrassment and immediately runs off, saying it is nothing as long as he is okay. Su Yang sighs in relief, realizing he was almost caught, completely exhausted by how intense that was. His HP is now over 10 million, along with nearly 30,000 strength. This means he can literally stand still and take hits without flinching, or destroy mountains with a single wave of his hand. The system displays his attribute screen. HP is 10,420,000, strength at 27,760. Speed is 4,414. Spirit at 6,236. And great resistance. Su Yang feels incredibly confident that even if he has to face that stellar rank Black Flame Wing monster once more, He now has the absolute strength to slay it. Seeing his stats skyrocket always gives him an incredibly addictive rush. Every single bone in his body seems to be vibrating with raw excitement, urging him to go out and slaughter more monsters. Still, he decides to check on Lily before leaving, wondering if she has adjusted to his daily routine yet. Su Yang knocks on her door, calling out to see if she is there. Getting no response, he lets himself in, only to find the room completely empty, leaving him wondering where she could be. Just then, Lily steps out of the bathroom with a flushed face, drying herself off with a towel, leaving him completely frozen. Realizing what is happening, Lily quickly covers up while a flustered Su Yang stammers that he did knock first. As she raises her hand, he quickly shields his face, begging her not to hit him there. She dashes off while Su Yang keeps his eyes squeezed shut. Sitting on the bed, she softly asks why he is acting so incredibly nervous. Blushing hard, he tells himself that this kind of scene is way too intense for a young guy like him. Su Yang quickly turns around to leave, apologizing for the intrusion and explaining that he has other urgent matters to attend to first. Staring at the slammed door, Lilith giggles softly, finding it highly amusing that their great hero is actually so incredibly innocent. She sees him as completely different from those back in the royal court. Over in the secondary main city of Juhe, a voice suddenly rings out in pure disbelief, demanding to know what was just said. In the Juhe Tianji pavilion, the manager, Tang Si, cringes as Ling snaps at him, demanding to know who dared to cut ahead of her in line. He quickly explains that everything was set, but a sudden priority booking came in yesterday from a Divine Temple VIP. And unfortunately, he does not have the clearance to know any of the exact details. A sudden bad feeling washes over her. A temple VIP. Ling begins to wonder if it could actually be Su Yang. Could such a massive coincidence really happen? Or is he playing some sort of game? Tang Si hesitantly suggests that they could head over to the Silver Dragon secret realm and wait for them there. He adds that once the VIP arrives, they might be able to negotiate a trade. But absolutely furious, she snaps and tells him to get out. Tang Si quickly obeys, scrambling out of her sight as fast as he can. Ling knows that if it really is Su Yang, who just recently conquered the Black Dragon, she stands absolutely no chance of competing with him directly. So she decides to call her master for help instead. When she asks where he is, her teacher simply tells her to skip the pleasantries and just state what she needs. Ling explains the entire situation, mentioning she originally planned to enter the Silver Dragon secret realm, but a VIP from the Divine Temple suddenly cut ahead of her. Believing it might be Su Yang, she asks if her master, who knows him personally, could put in a good word for her. She wants him to ask Su Yang to yield the Silver Dragon secret realm to her. He agrees to ask, leaving Ling pacing back and forth anxiously. Zhou Tai watches in stunned silence as she paces faster and faster, until her phone finally buzzes, prompting her to happily exclaim that her master has replied. The message back is simple, telling her that the kid flat out refused. Furious, she texts back, asking how he could possibly refuse her master, who is the head of the Global Beast Taming Association. But her teacher replies that he simply declined anyway. He asks if she even realizes how famous that kid is right now. Her master adds that even the war god himself highly praises him, so she should definitely avoid provoking him under any circumstances. Ling thinks of Tang Zhan, knowing there is only one person in the entire world worthy of that legendary title. The supreme powerhouse, Long He. The strongest powerhouse. The ultimate tyrant Tang Zhan. Even the legendary war god himself highly respects him. So is Su Yang's talent really that absurdly exaggerated? Zhou Tai peers over and asks her what they should do now. But without a single word, she runs off, leaving him utterly dazed. Ling turns around and tells him to stop daydreaming and hurry up. Inside the Silver Dragon mystic realm, the dragons are fast asleep, Su Yang stands there thinking he actually expected to meet those guys from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. But it seems they were smart enough to stay away. Is this really the Silver Dragon boss? Standing right in front of him is the level 106 dungeon boss? The brilliant Silver Dragon. He notes that it does not even have a proper name, suggesting that, unlike Athos, this dragon possesses no special bloodline at all. The Silver Dragon glares at the intruder, hissing smoke from its massive jaws. It opens its mouth to unleash a silver ash breath, a massive blast surging towards Su Yang. But he simply uses his Bone Dragon blade to slash right through the attack, holding the Bone Dragon sword back. Su Yang tells Athos there is no need for him to step in. It is rare to find such a high-quality punching bag. So he wants to test out his latest powers to see how strong he has become. A flower blue rock dance skill erupts, blasting shattered rocks everywhere. But Su Yang teleports away with insane speed, casually taunting the Silver Dragon that it is simply too slow. Wielding his Bone Dragon blade, he heads straight for that dark, gaping mouth. Talk about absolute disrespect. One single slash completely shatters the beast, leaving deep cracks all over. Su Yang calmly stands with his hands in his pockets, questioning if this is the insane defense that comes with a massive health pool. These attacks feel like mere scratches. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon lunges from the shadows. Its claws strike down with a devastating double dragon charge, cracking the very ground beneath them. Su Yang looks on with utter disdain, noting its power is only 27,000. He blocks the attack with just one hand, treating the giant dragon like nothing more than a helpless chicken. In a flash, Su Yang leaps up to meet the Silver Dragon face to face, spinning to deliver a slash while telling it to take this back, sending the beast tumbling backward. The monster roars in anger under the relentless assault, giving it no time to recover. Su Yang leaps high with his sword, unleashing a beam of light that cuts the dragon right in half. He lands smoothly, holding his striking pose. Right then, the system announces that his Devourer effect has been successfully triggered. The Sea Dragon Greatsword has stolen 10% of the Silver Dragon's total attributes. New details pop up. Unique Sea Dragon Greatsword. Devourer Athos. Strength stat 500 plus 1123. Spirit stat 500 plus 2721. Speed stat 500 plus 1321. Physical damage resistance 10% plus 8%. Magic damage resistance 10% plus 8%. Mental resistance 10% plus 5%. Su Yang knows the Silver Dragon race excels in magic, giving them the highest spirit stats. But unfortunately, he took the beast down before it even had a chance to cast any of its magic. Is this the stacking effect? The silver-white glow matches the Silver Dragon, leaving him to wonder if similar marks will appear after slaying other dragon species. He looks down curiously at the weapon in his hand. He wonders what will actually happen once this stacking indicator is completely filled. He cannot wait to find out. Calling over the Black Dragon Athos, telling him it is dinner time. The beast flies over and lands beside the Silver Dragon's carcass, enjoying a hearty meal while Su Yang checks the notifications. Since he is already at max level, some of this experience feels wasted. The dragon itself did not offer much, though normally leveling up would be pretty exciting. But after experiencing that massive wave of rage, this minor gain simply is not enough. As for the Platinum and Diamond tier gear, they are totally useless unless sold for cash. He wonders if this is the strange emptiness that comes with reaching the absolute peak. The system displays that he has received 70 million experience points, and his pool is fully capped, retrieving 40% of the backup experience. He also receives platinum-grade gear. Su Yang calculates that the Black Dragon's attributes have also increased by about 10%, thinking it would be awesome if he could directly devour those stats himself. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him. Wait. Based on the gluttony and wrath talent features of the royal court, They should be able to steal attributes and contribute their health pool directly to him. However, they usually just wait around deep inside the abyss. Without active challengers, there is simply no way for them to steal stats, meaning they cannot make any offerings to the royal court. He wonders, if they could actually leave the abyss and enter the real world, would they not be able to actively plunder? They could easily craft tribute items for the royal court. Would he not be able to infinitely siphon attributes through that and continuously grow stronger without any limits? As long as the kings of original sin can descend into the real world, they can seize tributes for the royal court on his behalf. Once he gathers all 7 weapons of the sin reversal set, he can solo world-class bosses and trigger the appearance of the primordial core, which is crucial for humanity's survival. If that is how it goes, then presenting him with these offerings is only natural and should be considered a supreme honor. After all, in this world, where people can freely resurrect, killing off a few targets is really no big deal. He is simply making efficient use of available resources. But perhaps this plan is still a bit far off, and he needs to address the most basic question first. How could the king of original sin actually leave the abyss unless this issue gets resolved? Everything is just empty talk. And second, how could he prevent the king of original sin from being slain by the world's top powerhouses? If it got killed before absorbing enough resources, that would be an absolutely massive loss for him. Seeing that his black dragon finished its meal completely, he decided to put the matter aside and think about it later. Now was the time to head to the next giant dragon dungeon. Suddenly, the World Channel announced that the Red Dragon Temple in Longjia had already been conquered by Kiko. Su Yang was completely shocked. What on earth? Meanwhile, Kiko gently patted the dragon's head, calling it a very good boy. Ryuko smiled widely, thrilled for her lady, saying she actually did it, while Linlin clapped and cheered for her. Now their Sakura kingdom finally had a giant dragon of their own. The master would surely be thrilled and reward them all handsomely for this. Li Shan glanced over at the old man beside her, asking why Elder Li was staying so quiet. Elder Li praised them, noting that right after Su Yang emerged, their own family's Kiko had subdued a dragon, proving the younger generation was truly fearsome and admirable. Elder Li looked up at her, standing on the dragon's head, calling out his congratulations for achieving her goal on this trip. He offered to escort her to Dragon City before they returned to the Sakura Kingdom, and Kiko waved back happily, thanking the old man. Kiko looked into the distance with a hint of regret, wishing she could have met the mysterious guy who tamed the black dragon. That guy had truly given everyone a completely different impression of what was possible. She was quite hopeful, knowing that since he already joined the association, they would definitely have plenty of chances to meet later. Watching the dragon fly off, Linger felt incredibly bitter, wondering how this could even happen, as she almost burst into tears. First Su Yang ignored her, and now even Kiko snatched a dragon right in front of her face as group chats exploded with messages. Leader Yamamoto Taro proudly announced that he just received news of his student, Kiko, successfully conquering the majestic red dragon. Leader Zhao Kun roared Yamamoto, "You old thief! Your student completely stole the dragon meant for my own student." Meanwhile, William Smith offered his congratulations, noting that beside the beautiful Valia, they now had 2 more dragon tamers. Leader Lan Dong asked with suspicion, could the opening of the Dragon Spirit secret realm have made taming these beasts much easier than before? President Lin Na quickly replied, that is probably not the case. Just yesterday, Augustin complained to her that he could not seem to replicate Su Yang's unique dragon taming experience at all. Core member Valia eagerly commented that they finally had other members to share dragon-raising tips with, only for a prompt to show she was immediately muted by the guild president. Poor Linger was having a complete mental breakdown, sobbing over how everyone only talked about Kiko now while she was left with nothing. Zhou Tai did not know how to comfort his young lady, while Ryuko sighed quietly, knowing this entire trip was turning into one giant headache. Su Yang was pretty surprised to hear the news, as he had not expected her to beat him to the punch like that. Now he had yet another competitor to deal with. With only a few days left before the Dragon Spirit's secret realm opened, he could not afford to slack off and needed to make preparations. Watching the press conference of Augustine's group, he analyzed the news of the official creation of their new Abyss Demon Crusade alliance. Slaying Wrath last time had clearly put them on high alert, meaning they would definitely deploy a counter-strategy sooner or later. His defeated subordinate, Jidu, would definitely not stand a chance at stopping their advance alone, so he silently apologized to the King of Gluttony. Instead of letting others take your life, it would be far better to sacrifice your death for your absolute sovereign. Up on the 100th floor, Jidu lay lazily on his chair, complaining about how boring it was with no challengers around. He shuddered at the mere thought of Lin Na. But having no challengers was fine, since he could not handle another terrifying madwoman like her. Su Yang sent a telepathic message directly to Gluttony, ordering him to heed his call and return to the dark abyss. He panicked, recognizing the Supreme Sovereign's summons. Not long ago, Samael was summoned and given death, leaving him to wonder if his own turn had come. Was he about to die? After all, his very life had been graciously bestowed upon him by the Supreme Sovereign. Compared to dying at the hands of those wretched humans, receiving death from his master was actually a much better fate. Jidu immediately arrived to report, declaring his absolute loyalty to the sovereign. Su Yang then activated Gluttony, using his supreme authority to summon and resurrect the dead. He asked if the demon had any objections to being granted death once more. Jidu kowtowed hard against the ground to show his loyalty, saying he dared not object since his life belonged to his master. He swore that he would never complain if his life was taken back, leaving Su Yang highly satisfied with his display of devotion, praising his loyalty. Thorny vines suddenly wrapped around Jidu's body, causing him to scream out in agonizing pain. The system announces that the God Slayer has slain the gluttonous Sin King, Jidu, earning a massive amount of experience. He gains 3.7 billion experience, with 40% stored away, totaling 2.22 billion. As for the flesh essence of the gluttonous Sin King's Jidu, consuming it permanently increases his maximum health by 5 million points and boosts all of his basic attributes by 2,000 points. Next is the living body of the gluttonous Sin King, Jidu, which can be bound to any targeted entity, allowing him to freeze any enemy ranked below the Scorching Sun tier. Trapped enemies are completely paralyzed, unable to move, activate any skills, or even use items. Then there is the demon core of Jidu, granting him total immunity to demonic corruption for up to 100 stacks. Jidu's demonic horn also drops, serving as an incredibly rare and potent material for high-level crafting. If this material falls into the hands of a legendary blacksmith, it can be used to forge a literal divine weapon, as thorny vines wrap around Jidu's body and shrivel it down. Su Yang reflects that he initially expected the drops from this unevolved monarch to be much worse than those from Samael. Samael was a demigod, after all. But looking at these drops now, there is barely any difference. They are both pure gold. But none of this is the main event. He eagerly taps the screen. A special item dropped. Is his luck really that godlike? This level of fortune goes way beyond simply being lucky. It is like he literally took the goddess of luck home to be his wife. Let's see what kind of insane treasure dropped here. Suddenly, a burst of light shoots out from the screen, startling Su Yang as the item information finally loads. It displays the divine artifact, Rebel Sin Gluttony's Punishment. The detailed stats appear on screen. The divine weapon, Rebel Sin Gluttony's Punishment. The description confirms it is the sole limited edition divine weapon dropped from slaying the gluttonous Sin King, Jidu. This Rebel Sin series weapon is a tool of pure judgment, capable of slaying monarchs, serving as one part of a larger legendary set. The requirements are brutal, a unique demigod level, and a soul-bound restriction. The soul of the Slayer is permanently bound to the gluttonous Sin King Jidu. It can never be dropped. traded, or gifted, remaining exclusive to the soul-bound user. It grants a massive 50% boost to max health, 20% elemental resistance, and 30% increase to its toughness. The unique trait, Gluttonous Devour, allows him to permanently absorb 2% of a slain target's attributes and feed them back to himself. Wielding this weapon completely strips the Sin Monarch of his gluttony authority, applying a massive 10% stat reduction debuff to the target. Under the Tyrant's Judgment effect, once the Sin Monarch is fully dead, the weapon returns to nothingness, granting the soul-bound wielder the permanent, absolute authority of gluttony. Su Yang is highly impressed. It makes sense why they are from the same series. This weapon not only mirrors Wrath's punishment, but also secures the power of gluttony to permanently consume 2% of a slain target's attributes. This is easily an ability that goes far beyond any ordinary god. Yet, Su Yang feels a slight pang of regret. The item requires him to reach demigod rank before he can even use it. He won't be equipping it anytime soon, and leveling up too fast right now would easily trigger intense suspicion from others. The holy statue always records class advancements, meaning if he triggers it, he will definitely leave a permanent digital record for others to find. He wonders if there is a way to skip the temple transition entirely. Meanwhile, back in the sanctuary, Ophelia is deeply lost in thought. Although the identity of the thief who made off with the first sin weapon remains a total mystery. Fortunately, no major clashes have erupted between nations or massive guilds yet. As long as the decisions made by the Round Table are respected and followed normally, and each nation takes its turn to systematically defeat the Sin Kings, this fragile peace might actually hold. Entrance points leading to the abyssal demons across all the various nations are now strictly guarded, and absolutely nobody is allowed inside except for the official Abyss Crusade teams. This strict security should effectively prevent the previous disaster from repeating itself. Guard presence is incredibly tight in every single sector, reaching all the way to the frozen city zone. At this moment, Guardian Euphemia raises her hand, praying for the great first holy statue to hear her desperate plea. A system notification displays that the current number of VIPs within temples across the globe is 143. The number of legendary tier VIPs in the temples stands at 15. But during this mortal god stage, the count of 8th transition VIPs is currently at 0. 9th transition VIPs are also at absolute 0. On the bright side, the accumulated recovery of Red Moon cores has reached 10,234. The current erosion rate of the Red Moon corruption has already climbed to 14%. Leaving her deeply shocked that the corruption has escalated so quickly. So far, absolutely no one has been able to complete their class transition. Euphemia sighs over the Tier 5 class issue. If the corruption rate hits 50% and there are still no active VIPs in the temple during this mortal god phase, then when the new resource zone finally appears, the true dominant forces of this world will remain completely unchanged. In her mind, only one word echoed despair. Euphemia secretly wishes that someone, anyone, could shatter this grim reality. After all, the world desperately needs a truly brave hero to step up right now. A world announcement flashes across every screen. Attention all class holders. The second weapon of the Rebel Sin series has been claimed. The world boss campaign progress is now at 2 out of 7. She completely freezes up. What on earth is happening? Euphemia barks out orders to contact every single guard stationed in the Abyssal Demon Abyss, demanding an immediate status report on any unusual activity in the area. Through her earpiece, the guard reports back that absolutely everything is normal. Staring intently at the updated info screen, Euphemia reasons that the Holy City Guards are elite elites. There is no way even a rank 8 assassin could slip past them unnoticed like this. If that is really the case, then, unless but before she can finish, the world alert rings again, repeating that the second weapon of the Rebel Sin series has been claimed. The world boss campaign progress officially stands at 2 out of 7. She grows incredibly tense. There must be an internal security breach inside the abyssal demon abyss. Remembering the masked figure of Su Yang, Euphemia instantly connects the dots. Could this be connected to that mysterious silhouette she saw back then? Meanwhile, Tokugawa hears the news and instantly sends a message, asking what on earth is going on. How did another divine artifact get stolen? Could the Eagle America Federation have launched a surprise preemptive strike already? Augustin snaps back in a reply, calling total garbage. He is not leaving until tomorrow and is currently busy getting drunk. Buck sends in a message, asking the high priest what is going on. How can things keep going wrong when temple guards are supposed to be watching? He adds that while he does not want to question Catalina's authority, this whole situation is completely unnatural. Tang Zhan chimes in, saying that even if people suspect the class transition temple of staging an inside job, the evidence is highly suspicious. He expects the high priest to provide a proper, acceptable answer. She quietly reads through all the complaints before chiming in to remind them that while they have every right to be suspicious, they must maintain basic sanity. Since its creation, the class transition temple has never interfered in any conflicts, and she herself has not stepped a single foot outside the holy city. If the temple truly wanted to get involved, why on earth would they bother sneaking around and hiding it? In their hearts, they all know this truth perfectly well. Euphemia hesitates. While she genuinely trusts the high priest, the mystery still leaves her completely baffled, unable to find a logical explanation. Once you eliminate all impossible options, could the only remaining possibility somehow be completely wrong too? Raising her staff that radiates brilliant holy light, Euphemia proclaims to the group that the ultimate truth can only be found if they venture into the absolute deepest depths of the abyssal demon abyss. This time, she suggests completely throwing out their original conference agreement. Instead, they must assemble a massive crusade from the absolute strongest members of the major guilds and launch an immediate invasion into the dark abyss. She asks if anyone has any objections, but the response is unanimous agreement. Everyone is on board. With that finalized, she tells everyone to start drafting candidates and assemble their strike team immediately. They must make sure the remaining sin artifacts do not fall into the hands of that thief again. Meanwhile, Su Yang is deep in thought, wondering if another world announcement is about to flash across everyone's screen. With the second divine artifact stolen, the Abyssal Crusade is bound to take this seriously, meaning the worst-case scenario is that they might launch their attack as early as tomorrow. The Abyssal Demon Abyss consists of 700 floors, with a Sin King boss ruling over every 100 levels. Right now, gluttony and wrath are already suppressed by him, while lust and greed have not even resurrected yet. This means the enemy team could walk straight up to floor 500 without any resistance. But those are just the standard rules, and his very existence is the ultimate cheat code to break them all. Right then, an image of Lucifer pops into Su Yang's head. A clever idea hits him. If he directly places Lucifer, the strongest incarnation of pride, straight into gluttony's territory, who on earth could possibly get past the first 100 floors? Elsewhere, Augustin listens intently to the sounds of the shifting abyss, unleashing his crackling lightning magic. He declares that he has finally returned to the abyssal demon abyss. Augustin turns and asks if they are ready. Lin Na replies that he does not even need to ask. Tang Zhan declares that his hands have been itching for a good fight, with a massive army gathered behind them. He calls for their departure. Buck reminds everyone that the first 200 floors have already been cleared, warning them not to let the third sin weapon fall into the hands of outsiders. Lin Na reminds the group that since everyone here is a top-tier powerhouse, she is not going to waste any time on useless chatter. She asks if anyone is interested in fighting the floor 300 boss first. Just then, Mike, a level 30, rank 8 Knight of the Radiant Temple, steps out from the crowd to take up the challenge. Mike explains that he wants to give it a shot, as top players usually steal his kills before he can even fight an abyss boss. Lin Na agrees to let him show off his skills. Tang Zhan excitedly cheers for everyone to move out, and their journey through the lower floors begins effortlessly. Reaching the 100th floor, someone yells out that they are almost there. Right into Gluttony's territory. The team charges ahead, knowing there is no boss guarding the way. So they decide to push through in one single breath. But Sita has already been waiting for them here, exuding a dark, oppressive aura. Her eerie voice echoes that they have finally arrived. Mike quickly stops the group, warning that enemies lie ahead, which takes Lena completely by surprise. Wasn't the Gluttony King already dead? Tang Zhan instantly realizes something is off. This is definitely not the Gluttony King. Sita's status screen pops up, displaying her as a demon boss with an unknown level and undisclosed details. She coldly asks if these weak ants, daring to step into her king's domain, are truly ready to face their own demise. Mike eagerly charges forward, finding it highly amusing that the boss turned out to be a pale-skinned beauty. Barker yells from behind to stop and not act rashly, but a massive surge of power blasts right past him. Before Mike can even land a hit, he is instantly deleted. A system notification blares, announcing that their teammate Mike has been killed by the boss Sita. Sita gently blows the residual smoke from her fingertips, while someone in the back screams out Mike's name. Lena is terrified, wondering how a rank 8 knight could be taken down in a single blow. And what insane level this boss must be. A scout reports that his high-grade appraisal skill completely failed, and the weaker members of their party have already passed out from the pressure. She gasps in disbelief. Augustine steps up, telling them to leave it to him as he activates his forbidden spell, Eye of Truth. The skill description reveals it can scan a target's detailed information regardless of any level difference. With a 24-hour cooldown, the scan reveals Sita's true identity, the Pride King of Original Sin, a divine tier entity, and the leader of all Sin Kings, representing the ultimate sin of pride among the 7. Her power is immense enough to rival actual gods, making even the other kings of sin tremble in absolute fear. She is level 400, boasting 452,121 strength, 231,123 spirit, and 213,432 speed and resistance. Everyone is frozen in shock by this divine tier boss. Su Yang, watching them, realizes he forgot to scan her earlier, and her stats are absolutely broken, barely below his own as the monarch of Original Sin, and that is only while she is in a weakened state. There is no telling how terrifying she would be at her absolute peak. The display continues. She suffers from an incurable weakened state, which drastically reduces her overall attributes and completely locks away a large portion of her skills. Reading further down the list, he takes a look at her passive talent. Gluttony and Wrath were already completely broken, so he wonders how much crazier Pride could actually be. The detailed screen pops up. Her talent, Pride, makes her view all other creatures as weaklings, granting her absolute immunity to any damage dealt by those she deems weak. A weakling is defined as anyone below her level, or even those at her level, if their total base attributes fall short of her own. There is a catch. Anyone who has successfully slain a king of Original Sin is recognized and won't be treated as weak. Then there is Pride's Tribute, where anyone killed by Sita has their soul branded, completely enslaving the defeated. And these brands are gathered as offerings for the Supreme Monarch. By consuming these soul brands, he can issue an absolute, mandatory command to the enslaved target. Su Yang is stunned. This is a total cheat code. Anyone below her level is deemed a weakling, and anyone with lower attributes is also considered weak, meaning none of them can deal a single point of damage to her. Give me a break. There are currently no players in the entire world who have reached Divine Tier, since no one has ever defeated a Sin King before. Her passive makes her practically invincible, leaving him to praise whoever designed this absolute nightmare of an abyss demon. Imagining these mighty leaders kneeling at his feet, he grins. This Pride's Tribute skill is delightfully unfair. If Sita takes down the members of this crusade, he will be able to control every single one of them unconditionally. Honestly, who wouldn't want to see top-tier powerhouse figures like Tang Jian and Augustine completely under his command? It would be a total masterpiece. Su Yang boldly makes his choice. Sita, you will take over for West Poison and guard the 100th floor of the Abyss, showing those overconfident fools who do not know their limits what true power looks like. Receiving the order, Sita rejoices, pledging to obey her master's royal command. Back in the chamber, Lena quickly orders her Frost Howler and Chimera to strike together. Mikey, the Snow Bear, roars, throwing a heavy punch, while the Chimera coordinates its strikes to bring down Sita. Tang Zhan activates his ultimate tyrant mode, shouting for everyone to stop holding back and go all out. Augustine's eyes crackle with electricity as he echoes the command to unleash their full power. Their absolute strongest attacks are launched all at once, aiming directly at her high up in the sky. Spells like the ultimate ruin fist, the all-encompassing heaven and earth, and the thunder mutation blend into a single massive pillar of energy. As thick smoke rises, Augustine curiously wonders if she is dead. Just then, Bark and Lina are violently blasted backward. Their allies cry out in panic for their captain and guild leader. Seda stands completely untouched with her health bar at 100%, mockingly asking if this is how the weak fight. If so, only death awaits you. Bark cannot comprehend why such a ridiculously overpowered being would even exist on the 100th floor of the Abyss. As his subordinates help him up, Bark mutters that they threw everything they had at her. Yet she did not lose a single drop of blood. What on earth is this monster? Augustine warns him to stop worrying about the boss mechanics for now. Watching the massive surge of energy, Tang Jian warns everyone that the boss is about to unleash her ultimate. He orders them to activate all defensive skills and hold the line. Seda swings her sword down, unleashing the great sin of pride. She chants for her supreme monarch, offering a feast from her loyal servant, praying for her lord to accept this grand sacrifice. A giant pillar of light crashes down right where the four of them stand as she commands the weaklings to perish. Screams of terror echo until the thick dust slowly clears. Seeing that Bark has already logged out, the survivors sigh that only 3 of them remain. As even Bark was instantly obliterated. Wasn't his defensive power supposed to be incredibly high? Tang Jian hesitates. The boss skill is terrifying, wiping out almost their entire raid. Suddenly, he has a breakthrough and gasps that he finally understands. Only the 3 of them who defeated the King of Original Sin and dealt the final blow are able to survive this attack. Everyone else is unconditionally killed on the spot, which must be the actual gimmick of this devastating boss fight. Augustine snaps back, asking what difference that even makes. The massive gap in strength is too overwhelming to fight. Seda blew them away with a single swing, kneeling to declare that she has successfully carried out her Supreme Lord's orders. 3 giant pillars of light shoot into the heavens as Tang Jian's battered trio sits on the dirt in absolute defeat. Looking around, Augustine asks if everyone is here. One defeated player lies flat on the ground, completely dazed, asking what that monster was and why they were instantly vaporized, without a single chance to react, except for those 3 powerful leaders. Everyone else was wiped out instantly, treated like nothing more than random bystanders on the street. How could such a monster exist on the 100th floor of the Abyss? This is definitely God rank, making it completely impossible to beat. Lina observes the heavy atmosphere of total despair. Tang Jian sighs that this gloomy mood is inevitable after such an unprecedented, crushing defeat. Bark, who has been waiting for them, asks if they have finally returned. He explains that the moment her blade came crashing down, he realized that with their current power, they never stood a single chance of defeating her. This entire dungeon is simply unbeatable. Lina bitterly realizes that if this continues, they will never be able to obtain the legendary Defying Sin weapon, let alone defeat the Lord of Original Sin. There will also be no way for them to access the resource-rich stairway to godhood. Tang Jian adds that this also means if they cannot complete the final step of their godhood ascension to reach the 10th transition of God rank, They will never break past the King of Pride. It is a completely endless loop of death, still shuddering from the terror. Augustine admits she is the first enemy, besides the High Priest, who has made him feel she is absolutely and utterly invincible. The King of Pride is truly terrifying. This is easily the darkest moment in world history. Resting his chin on his hand, Soo-young watches them, agreeing that this is indeed their darkest hour. However, he notes they got one thing wrong: the stairway to godhood will arrive. But the one bringing about this ascension is not them, but him. Seta's absolute devotion is proving to be incredibly useful. Through these soul brands, he can do far more than just issue absolute commands. He can actually sense everything they experience. He can track their exact location, its status, spoken words, and even their innermost thoughts. This is far superior to having vision wards scattered all over the map. Suddenly, Soo-young catches a bizarre spike of joy, wondering why someone would feel so incredibly happy amidst all this negativity. Has this person lost their mind? He wonders if their strange attire comes from the distant Shiva kingdom. He discovers it is Athos Hazan, a level 320, 9th transition priest. Soo-young knows this place well. Whenever the Shiva kingdom is mentioned, it always leaves people with a highly unusual impression. This is not just because of its bizarre landscapes, but also because even in this gaming era, it rigidly maintains a traditional caste system. Consequently, almost all supernatural resources are strictly monopolized and controlled by the powerful elite. Because of this, the power gap between class users in the kingdom of Shiva is incredibly obvious. Their legendary tier class users are among the absolute fewest of any nation, which instantly sparks Soo-young's interest. A crushing defeat that somehow brings so much joy is pretty intriguing. And Soo-young wants to see what this guy is plotting. Hiding near a tree, Otto watches Tang Zhan's group, utterly shocked that even a world-class elite team got completely wiped out. To him, this is absolute perfection, since the weakened elite class users will completely stall the progress of major world quests. Both Longxia and the Eagle America Federation are bound to face some serious trouble. He believes this mess finally gives the Kingdom of Shiva a golden opportunity to surpass both Longxia and Eagle America, rising as the world's ultimate superpower. All they need is the legacy of the ancient devourer. But hearing that name makes Soo-young frown as he tries to remember where he heard it. Right? It was in the description of the Dragon Bone Greatsword. He taps the screen to check, and the notification displays the weapon name: Dragon Bone Greatsword. Devour Athos, in the name of Athos, descendant of the ancient devourer, who walked to death's grave, carving bone into a sword and turning blood into a soul. Immortal bones of the dead, devouring for eternity. Soo-young was absolutely right. As the text confirms, the Black Dragon Athos is indeed a direct descendant of the ancient devourer. He initially thought it was just some simple background lore, but he never expected it to actually be real. The detailed info reveals that the ancient devourer rests here, slain by a nameless brave hero, as both dragons and elves crowned him to celebrate the final fading of that terrifying shadow. However, when that nameless brave hero was eventually betrayed, his physical body was buried away in some completely unknown place. His soul was also sealed away in an unidentified location, and he still waits for someone to arrive, claiming his legacy alongside the ancient devourer to finally enact their grand vengeance. Soo-young pieces it together, recalling that this guy's associate, Amino Hassan, apparently discovered these secrets on a stone tablet near the dragon spirit's secret realm. But for an entity to make god-tier dragons and elves tremble in absolute terror, just how incredibly powerful was that ancient devourer? Whoever enters the dragon spirit's secret realm next will surely hope to inherit the power of both the ancient devourer and that nameless hero. Athos schemes silently, knowing that only he and his companion are the sole people left in the world who share this massive secret, while the Crusaders are completely occupied. As long as his nephew Vigano sneaks into the dragon spirit's secret realm first, the ancient devourer's legacy will be theirs. By then, Even god-tier bosses will be no match for them. And they can easily claim the sign reversal divine weapon, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If he remembers correctly, the current candidates allowed into the Dragon Spirit secret realm are from Longxia, the Eagle America Federation, and the Sakura Nation. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even dare to challenge them directly for these treasures. He casts a subtle glance over at Tang Jian and Lin Na. He hesitates, but knows things will change once this realm closes, and the Kingdom of Shiva will fully surpass both Eagle America and Longxia. So he plans to start with those self-proclaimed geniuses, since that realm is a separate dimensional pocket entirely cut off from the real world. Once they die inside, they cannot teleport back, and killing them a few more times will guarantee their permanent, actual death. Having overheard every single dark thought running through Ato's mind, Su Yang already has a counter-strategy ready. Poor, clueless Ato. Su Yang silently offers a brief moment of silence for him, as nobody expects their inner monologue to be totally eavesdropped on. Besides, how should he even begin to thank this idiot for sharing such valuable information? Ato's nephew, Vigano, happens to be a 7th turn beast tamer. Given Su Yang's current level of overwhelming power, taking down a 7th turn beast tamer will absolutely be a total walk in the park. Suddenly, Su Yang remembers he almost completely forgot about Sita and wonders what she is actually doing right now. Seeing Zeta still bowed down in the exact same pose, he is surprised, wondering if she ever gets tired of holding that position. Even though she is a god now, perhaps she does not feel fatigue the way normal people do. Blushing, she assumes that since her performance is over, her lord must have noticed her and is deliberately keeping quiet to test her. Feeling helpless as she struggles to contain her growing excitement, Su Yang sighs, thinking this goddess of hers is seriously way too shameless. Su Yang commands her to step closer, and a thrilled Sita immediately complies, answering that she obeys his will, teleporting right before him. She asks if her recent actions have managed to please her great lord. Su Yang praises her for doing an outstanding job wiping out the intruders, promising Zeta a fitting reward for her service. Sitha replies with pure excitement as long as she can make him happy. She is completely satisfied and would never dream of casually accepting his divine favor. Su Yang raises a glowing light on his fingertip, telling her that this is a king's gift, and she has no right to refuse. The essence merges instantly and floods into Sitha's body. Stunned, she marvels at how incredible it feels. With her entire body fully charged by the king's immense power, her words leave Su Yang completely speechless, wondering what kind of wild phrasing that is. While Sitha begs her king for even more of his power, Su Yang orders her to return and wait until her next great achievement, prompting her to instantly vanish with a swift shout of obedience. He rubs his forehead, finding it exhausting to act tough in front of a god-tier boss. Although she still possesses that rather annoying personality of hers, the raw power of this monarch of original sin is genuinely terrifying compared to ordinary beings. Just a tiny thread of dark power can completely mesmerize Sitha, leaving him to wonder just how strong he will become once his current weakened state is finally lifted. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts right in front of Su Yang. Wait, what? Over on Ophelia's side, she is the one causing this massive disturbance. Opening his eyes, he is startled to realize it is actually Ophelia, the holy high priestess of the class change sanctuary. Ophelia is utterly shocked by the news that the Crusade, the absolute strongest combat force on the continent, has been completely wiped out. How could this happen? Realizing the situation is too abnormal, she feels she can no longer stand by and watch. Ophelia begins chanting, calling upon the divine statue as its representative, Ophelia Vega, the 3rd holy high priestess, to beg for its blessing. As the holy light shines down upon her praying figure, she begs the deity to illuminate her path and grant her clear sight to witness the descent of the endless dark abyss, so she can guide and spread the sacred light. System notification. Upgrading Eye of Insight to the Eye of Truth. The skill description shows the ultimate form of the Eye of Truth. Blessed by the divine statue, and containing the holy starlight power, which is more than enough to see through everything in the world. Ophelia teleports directly to the chamber where the demon sits, pointing her staff directly at Su Yang. She demands to know if he is the Lord of the Abyss. Sensing his incredibly terrifying dark energy, he replies with an imposing aura, remarking how precious it is for the temple's own high priestess to grace this darkest of places with her presence. Ophelia is surprised that he knows her. But Su Yang replies that of course he does. He immediately exposes their plans, explaining that he knows all about the crusade they formed to conquer this demon abyss in order to fulfill what they believe is the world's sacred mission. He asks if she came all this way because those little rats of hers were just wiped out by his loyal Sitha. With his eyes flashing with a chilling coldness, he wonders aloud how he should welcome her. A beam of light shoots from the demon's eyes toward Ophelia, making her recall that during her last use of the insight eye, he was fast asleep. Unlike his fully awake state now, she wonders if this sudden awakening is the cause of the abyss's recent upheaval. Besides, the overwhelming aura he radiates is completely different from before, feeling infinitely deeper and far darker, since even her upgraded Eye of Truth cannot peer through him. He must be in existence far beyond God tier. Realizing she is no match for him, she tears through space-time to escape, planning to retreat first, before coordinating a proper countermeasure with the rest of the conquest team. Su Yang raises a dark sphere in his hand, asking her if she truly thinks she can just come and go as she pleases. Pitch-black energy instantly expands around Ophelia, binding her so tightly that she cannot struggle or break free. He curiously wonders what kind of incredible gear would drop if he actually killed humanity's strongest high priestess, though it is a bit of a pity that the experience points would go to waste. However, she suddenly turns into a beam of pure light, escaping his hold and leaving Su Yang completely stunned. He finally understands why she is feared as the strongest and most mysterious high priestess on the continent, since capturing her was never going to be that easy. Staring at the spatial rift that suddenly opened before him, Su Yang is left frozen, realizing Ophelia has successfully teleported back to her sanctuary and escaped his grasp. Back at the temple, she pants heavily, feeling absolutely terrified by how close she came to death. Ophelia stands up and wipes the cold sweat from her brow, thankful that her sanctuary's recall power saved her from an unimaginable fate. Behind her, a level 90 temple priestess named Zia asks with deep worry. She asks if the high priestess is all right, to which Ophelia replies that she is just slightly exhausted, before asking about the current status of their crusade team. Rhea reports that the survivors have regrouped and are heading toward the holy city, prompting Euphemia to leave the room immediately. She decides to head to her chambers to tidy up, instructing her to wait there and report any visitors, completely unaware that a dark eye is secretly monitoring them. The feedback transmits to Su Yang, who is highly surprised to trace the signal right back to her source using her own residual energy. He wonders if this is the legendary Holy City, as High Priestess Euphemia is someone he had only ever read about in books or reports. Rumor has it that she has absolutely never stepped foot outside the Holy City. But now, it appears she does not stay by choice, but because she simply cannot leave her sanctuary, since her incredible power would otherwise easily allow her to stand on equal footing with Sitha. Su Yang imagined a scenario. If she joined the subjugation team and got killed by Zeta, he could imprint her soul to control her, which would surely benefit him immensely. Such a pity. Still, his dark power had already successfully slipped into the real world without being detected by anyone. It seemed the awakening temple power was not as formidable as he had originally imagined. At the moment, every single class awakening across the globe was recorded by these statues. No wonder this sacred statue served as the central hub for them all. What if he could use his dark energy to corrupt this sacred statue and rewrite the stored data? That would completely hide his insane leveling speed from the entire world. Su Yang knew he just had to try it, staring at the completely untouched stone after channeling his eye power for a few minutes. He let out a disappointed sigh, totally useless. The moment his dark power entered, it met fierce resistance, leaving him completely isolated. It was incredibly fortunate that no alarms went off, or he would have faced massive trouble. Turning his sights onto Rhea, Su Yang figured he would try controlling someone else instead. Starting with her, a strange purple mist suddenly shot from his eye, slamming straight into Rhea's head. A sharp pain surged as she felt something corrupting both her body and her mind. Please. No. She had transformed into a demon priestess Rhea. Level 130. A dark fallen succubus. Where is my master? Rhea wants more. A sultry voice purred. Talk about an absolute shocker. Even Su Yang himself was left completely speechless by this sight. A massive spike in strength made sense. But why did her actual race change? Could his dark power really turn normal human beings into actual demons like this? Su Yang wondered whether she was considered a monster or a class player now. Suddenly, the statue began emitting intense energy. Leaving him stunned, was it actually reacting? From the temple roof, a massive pillar of light shot up into the sky, surrounded by a glowing halo, even from the distant plains. The towering pillar was clearly visible, with similar beams of light erupting worldwide. System announcements erupted. World Announcement Faction Version Update. The Monarch of Original Sin has used primal power to corrupt players, creating the first demon priestess and unlocking the new demon faction. From now on, upon entering the demon abyss, players who are 100% corrupted by demonic energy will not lose their minds, but instead transition to the demon faction. Players in this faction can change their classes and advance their ranks through demon priestesses. The current rank cap for the demon faction is God tier. Hostilities have commenced, and faction battles will no longer require any judgment. Unlocking new region Demon Abyss. Demon City. Unlocking new statue Demon Statue. Unlocking the brand new demon race. World Quest Sovereign Descent. Prevent humanity from killing the Monarch of Original Sin before the Monarch recovers from his weakened state. Completing this world quest will lead the world down two entirely different future paths. If the human faction wins, the expansion pack, Divine Ascension Stairway, will be loaded. Humanity will destroy the gods of original sin and use their own strength to forge the ascension path. If the demon faction wins instead, the expansion, Reign of Eternal Night, will deploy. The Monarch of Original Sin will descend, merging the demon abyss with reality to usher in an era of perpetual darkness. The Alliance has fully opened the passage connecting the human world and the elf kingdom. Players, make your choice. This sudden news sent shockwaves through everyone. With the new update officially introducing the terrifying demon faction, what did this mean? Over at the Yu Yun Guild, chaos was breaking loose. Yu Wu couldn't help but comment that this quest seemed incredibly malicious, since it was clearly just pushing humans to slaughter one another. Rong Shui was deeply worried surely nobody would actually want to become a demon. She hoped nothing like that would ever happen. Yu Yun shook her head, saying it was hard to tell, as plenty of power-hungry players would do absolutely anything to reach the top. An Yu Chimiden, doubting it. Didn't those top-tier powerhouse players already acquire 2 of the Sin Rebellion weapons? With those in play, completing the human world quest shouldn't be difficult at all, meaning there was absolutely no reason to side with the demons. Yu Wu speculated that perhaps this update was simply designed to give those players who were already fully corrupted by demonic energy a viable way to survive, so they wouldn't just turn into mindless, rampaging monsters. Yu Yun concluded that if that was the case, this new faction update might not have that big of an impact. Still, with the passage to the Elf Kingdom now open, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of changes that would bring. Regardless, that wasn't their main concern. They needed to focus entirely on leveling up first. Upstairs, Wei Ming was discussing the situation with Zhou Tai, noting this was an unprecedented crisis and asking manager Jia for his thoughts. He sighs in utter helplessness. This whole situation has spun far beyond their control. and the only thing they can do now is try to keep the panicked citizens as calm as possible before the Holy City issues its official orders. Wei Ming asks, wondering if those powerful demigods are actually starting to waver. Their informant over there reported that someone else has already claimed the legendary Rebel Sin weapon. Zhou Tai warns that if it really goes down like that, they are looking at the absolute worst-case scenario. Otherwise, the quest for this new version update will become completely impossible to finish. At the Holy City, Su Yang stares at the massive statue, utterly amazed that his casual efforts managed to spark such a massive uproar. Right now, Zeta is single-handedly guarding the 100th floor of the Abyss, making a breakthrough impossible while they negotiate the death of the Monarch of Original Sin. A world-class quest like this is basically hell-level difficulty for humans to handle right now. Under these brutal conditions, plenty of players are probably realizing that finishing this world quest is a pipe dream. Because of that, jumping ship to the demon faction is starting to look like a highly tempting choice. After all, joining the demon side now lets you keep your sanity and skip the world quest entirely to unlock the powerful god-tier class advancement, making it a temptation almost nobody can resist. Through his soul imprint, Su Yang can sense that at least 7 of the world's top powerhouses are actively considering this. What started as a direct hit from Zeta's brutal attack has somehow spiraled into this chaotic, unbelievable mess, and he finds it highly entertaining. Su Yang suddenly realizes something. That is right. If he triggers the advancement quest directly through the demon statue, he can completely bypass the class temple's tight surveillance, while also perfectly solving his need to level up at an absolute lightning-fast speed. Once he finishes ascending and gathers all 7 of those Rebel Sin weapons, securing the first kill on the Monarch of Original Sin is still totally on the table. He hesitates. Wait a minute. If using the Rebel Sin weapon strips the Monarch of his authority, what actually happens to his raw power if Su Yang targets the boss's other resurrection systems? Checking the notification window. The Monarch of Original Sin is a highly unique boss, since only the one wielding the Sin's authority holds the title of Monarch. Because of that, once the host secures the first kill, they will claim the title of Monarch of Original Sin, prompting the system to locate a much higher tier boss as a temporary replacement. Su Yang realizes what is going on. Shocked that a boss tier exists, which ranks even higher than the Monarch of Original Sin, it is completely beyond his imagination, making him wonder what kind of godlike entity that could be. Just as Ophelia's forces spring into action, why is a demon inside the Holy Temple? They scream, demanding her capture as soldiers swarm the halls to hunt her down. Su Yang knows they have been spotted, but he has no plans to linger around anyway. While Rhea spots him and gasps happily, wondering if her master has returned. Blinding holy light flares in Ophelia's hand as she commands him not to escape. But the sudden flash misses as Su Yang completely vanishes, losing his trail. The guards scramble around, shouting that he couldn't have gone far and must still be hiding somewhere nearby. Ophelia tells them to stand down and return to their posts. Knowing the targets have already left, she shivers, recalling that intense aura and wondering if the Monarch of Original Sin actually followed her energy all the way to this temple. Ophelia realizes she was far too careless, admitting that the pure strength and nature of the Monarch of Original Sin far exceeded her expectations. Unsure of what to do next, she panics, while Su Yang scoffs to himself, insisting this is not a run for his life, but a tactical retreat. Rhea cuddles close to his lap, teasingly whispering how handsome and strong her master is, confessing she wants to bear him a little demon. Su Yang is speechless. A sudden rumble makes Su Yang freeze as a massive demon castle looms ahead under a sky split by crackling lightning, making him wonder if this is the fortress from the announcement. Other players stare at their new bodies in sheer panic, cursing that they woke up only to find themselves turned into grotesque demons. A voice snaps back that if the great monarch had not liberated them, they would still be nothing but mindless, walking corpses. Honestly, aside from looking way uglier. The power flowing through them actually feels pretty much the same as before. They think the demon look is actually super cool. But Su Yang snaps an annoyed warning. It is too noisy. He snaps, telling Rhea that as the first demon priest, she needs to keep order, which she happily accepts. Watching Rhea lead the crowd, Su Yang knows these players who dared to enter the demon abyss must possess some serious combat power, but relying on a single demon priest will not keep them in line, which suddenly makes him think of Ophelia, just like the invincible great holy priest of the human world. True absolute authority is always built on raw, unmatched power. His very own demon temple definitely needs a powerful demon high priest to run things. Back in the throne room, Su Yang issues a command. It is time to meet the new Sin King. Envy, hear my summons. Kneeling reverently on one knee, the Queen of Envy Livia answers that she has come at his call. She secretly burns with jealousy over how much favor Zeta received. But now, it is finally her turn to shine. She knows she has to perform perfectly, so the Lord completely forgets about that other woman. Su Yang decrees that he is appointing her as the first demon high priest to rule the others, manage the temple, and serve him. Livia accepts immediately, and Su Yang dismisses her while watching things through his screen. He is quite impressed to see how quickly Livia has started building up the